Friday. Are we live? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boot Camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Friday Junior. We're getting off to a very interesting start. There was a little bit or a lot more optimism about the debt ceiling in the morning. The futures were actually up almost 0.5% this time. It was actually looking good. Walmart, they came in with really good earnings. They beat on everything. They guided up, so a little bit different than Home Depot and Target. And then Alibaba, they came in a little softer. The stock was down and then was able to come back up. I think even Japan, they had good news and stuff on investing, but overall, things were looking pretty good. Then jobless claims came in around 8:30. We were already pretty low after that, and then we started going down there, and then the bonds started moving too. So it's another day. We might be range bound, but again, that optimism from yesterday, it's still kicking. You actually got good consumer news, so we'll see where it takes us and what we hear from the debt ceiling, and I believe we will be getting a draft today. That was one of the other headlines there too. So we will see what happens, baby. Pachatadonia, good morning. What's up, baby? Oh, what's up, Open Face? What's up, Will? What's up, Play Bam? Carissa Hides. Oh, good morning. What's up, Lateral Drift? Good morning, Doug. Good morning, Smart. Stafford, Rami. Oh, Alex MF. Laker J. Oh, good morning, PNC. What's up, baby? Alaskan Assassin. Antonio, good morning. Good morning. Oh, my gosh. Riley Mack. Christian Antonio again. Look, dude, why is the chat going so fast? Oh, my gosh. Yee, good morning. CJ, Christian Trace, Jesus Moreno in the house. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up, Mr. Harden? What's up, Mr. Stone? Good morning, Kevin Aguilar, Wavy Gravy, Roy James, Justin Pala. Oh, Tanner Piazza. Oh, my gosh, Campbellelli, James Sargent, good morning. Oh, what's up, Blue? What's up, Jerry? What's up, Richard Judge, Mr. Michael, Christina, Gary, oh my gosh, Chattadonia, that's what I'm talking about. Woodrow, Payday Devil, good morning. Val, ready to play. Rocky Bow Blowout. Oh, Rocky Bow Blowout. Oh my gosh, good morning. Woodrow, Jacob, Charlie, and the Trey, 8012. Yatana, is it 8012? I said that right. Yeah, it's only 4 numbers, but I want to make sure I did. What's up, Dev? Dr. Swade. Oh, Mr. Regards. Good. My regards to Mr. Regards. Good morning. Forever Young, baby. What's up? Caesar Ray. Oh, Bradley Fresh. Oh, what? Oh, we're doing it, baby. Friday Junior. Bradley Frizzle the Peach has arrived. Get your ass up, Peach Nation. Oh my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, early Peach. Wow, that's a blessing. If you're here and you got to witness that, you got to witness it that early. Wow, that's a blessing. That's a blessing. So good morning, Chattadonia. I hope you're having a beautiful, wonderful, positive day. Let's make it a good one. Again, it's a Friday Junior, so let's have some fun. We have a couple of things to go over. Maybe I should tell everybody later. We have freed a lot of prisoners. A lot of prisoners have been freed, yet I was unable to locate J. Alt still. Okay, so it's day 3. There's now thousands of prisoners on the loose, and we are still missing J. Alt. Okay, we will get to the bottom of this. Maybe we'll talk about it later, but Chattadonia, let me get into the news. Let's see what we got for you. So don't get banned. I'll ban you again now. That's it. Now we gave a lot of mercy, so now we could try to chattitative tighten. You know what I'm saying? So let's make it a good one. But getting ting. Pop. Hold on, I need to update this. Alrighty. So Here's your news. Debt limit deal would spur a $1 trillion T-bill deluge as the Treasury will need to replenish their cash buffers, warns Ari Bergman, founder of Penso Advisors, that would drain liquidity from the banking sector, raise short-term funding rates, and tighten the screws on the economy. Bank of America estimates that it would have the same impact as a 25 basis point rate hike. If a deal isn't done, dangers may peak June 1st and June 2nd when a combined $97 billion in estimated Treasury payments are due. The Bipartisan Policy Center predicted. It said those payments would swallow half of the Treasury's remaining resources. S&P futures gave up gains. Dallas Fed Chief Lori Logan told CNBC that current data does not justify pausing rates yet. European stocks and index of dollar strength headed for a third day of gains while Treasuries fell. Oil steadied after jumping yesterday. The market is wrong to expect Fed cuts this year as the FOMC is likely to deliver their biggest upward revision to the economic outlook since 2021 next month. That reinforces higher for longer, said Julia Coronado of Macro Policy Perspectives. The Fed is not going to be turning around and cutting anytime soon. Pictet agrees it's shorting rate futures in a wager that they will fall in the coming months. Blackstone's fund targeting Europe's wealthy has amassed to 240 million euros for a product designed to provide alternative financing for PE buyout deals. That's a paltry amount compared to the $12 billion raised for an equivalent U.S. fund at the half-year point. Alibaba, they approved a full spin-off of the cloud intelligence group via stock dividend distribution, and they intended to become independently publicly listed company. Shares fell after the company reported a miss on sales, dragged by a weak core China commerce unit. Walmart raised their full-year profit and sales guidance after beating on total revenue and U.S. comp sales excluding gas. Shares rose pre-market. CDS, tied to Credit Suisse, subordinated debt tumbled after a panel ruled that the wipeout of AT1s will not consider or will not trigger a payout. One-year CDSs were indicating 246 basis points. According to the latest CMA data, down from 535 from yesterday. That ruling was the latest twist in the Credit Suisse saga. A Swiss court recently ordered regulator FINMA to release the decree that allowed the wipeout. Micron will get $1.6 billion from Japan to help the next-gen chips there. People Familiar said the company will invest up to $3.6 billion in the next few years in the country. Meanwhile, global chip executives hinted at potential investment after meeting with Fumio Kishida before the G7 talks. U.S. commercial real estate prices edged down last quarter, the first retreat since 2011, and a lot more declines are coming, Moody's said. Less than 1% decline was led by multifamily homes and office buildings. The magnitude of potential correction may be sizable and spark a credit loss at the banks, which accounted for more than 60% of the $3.6 trillion in loans outstanding at the end of 2022. And the chart of the day is New York apartment hunters. They face higher rents than ever before and are having a hard time finding bargains. Median rents on new leases in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Northwest Queens reached records in April, according to Miller Samuel and Douglas Elliman Real Estate. This is an equal opportunity painmaker, said Jonathan Miller, president of Miller Samuel. Today, 9:05. We got pre-market movers. We'll keep those up here. 9:05, Fed Jefferson. 9:30, Fed Barr testifies before Senate Banking Committee. 10 a.m., April leading index in existing home sales. 10 a.m., Fed Logan again. 10 a.m., Bank of Canada Financial System Review. 11, Bank of Canada Macklem speaks. 11:30, $35 billion of 4-week bonds and $35 billion of 8-week bills. 1 p.m., U.S. to sell $15 billion of 10-year tips and $45 billion of 156-day CMBs. 3 p.m., Bank of Mexico rate decision, and then Biden is attending G7 leader and a summit in Japan, and Yellen speaks on debt limit and developments in banking system at Bank Policy Institute. U.S. initial jobs tumbled by the most in 2 months last week to 242,000 after fraudulent claims boosted the number of previous tallies. Some economists have been wary about drawing strong conclusions from the data, given concerns that false claims are behind the recent upward trend. That aside, the report points to a labor market that is holding firm. The Philly Fed factory survey declined less than forecast and made a negative 10.4. Consensus was for negative 20. Existing home sales probably slipped by 3.2 in April as the resale market struggled due to lack of inventory. Joe Biden hopes to win re-election by snapping up North Carolina and Florida, defending 2020 battleground states. A memo shows manager Julie Chavez Rodriguez portrayed a buoyant campaign that convinced Republican stances on abortion and election denial will aid Biden. Banxico will probably end their tightening cycle as inflation slows. Policymakers will hold the key rate at 11.25 today, consensus shows. Ecuador's constitutional court will review whether President Guillermo Lasso's decree to close Congress and call for a presidential and congressional election was legal after 4 deposed legislators filed a motion to overturn the move. ECB Vice President Luis de Guindos said he will particularly be concerned about the accelerating inflation in service industries as policymakers weigh how much further to raise rates. It's too soon to say at what level the ECB will pause, he said. Estonian Central Bank Governor Madis Muller said it's probably premature to expect early cuts in 2024. The era of huge UK property price increases may be coming to an end as population growth slows and work from home booms, according to a senior economist at the Office of Budget and Responsibility. The pace at which the Bank of England shrinks their balance sheet will probably accelerate, Deputy Governor Dave Ramsden said. It'll probably be at least maintaining the $40 billion annual rate of active sales. Andrew Bailey said the central bank will not return their balance sheet to levels seen before '08. Rishi Sunak announced 18 billion euros of new investment in Japanese businesses in the UK, mostly clean energy, as well as a bilateral chip partnership aimed at boosting supply chain resilience. China's real estate developers have debt equivalents to 12% of the nation's GDP at risk of default. Bloomberg analyzed 186 companies. The actual size of risky debt may be higher as unlisted firms are probably in a worse condition than the sample companies. The Philippine Central Bank will change the way that they manage inflation by taking a tighter grip on the money supply. They want to expand auctions of securities and discontinue the practice of rationing the offers. India may consider reducing their borrowing as the RBI is set to give a bumper dividend. People familiar said the government expects the bank to transfer more than the budgeted $5 billion, and that reduction in bond sales may be as much as another $5 billion. Japan's trade deficit narrowed to 432 billion yen as imports fell for the first time. Australia lost 4,000 jobs in April compared with estimates of gains of 25,000. New Zealand will avoid a recession as tourist arrivals, cyclone recovery, and government spending support growth. The Treasury Department forecasts GDP will rise 1% through June 2024. WTI gave up some of yesterday's gains. European natural gas prices they slipped to the lowest level in almost 2 years. Gold fell for a third day while base metals were mixed. Corn dropped as much as 1.4 to the lowest since January 2022. Wheat and soybeans also extended declines. India plans to import about 9 million barrels a day of crude to refill their strategic reserve. SQM expects a tight market for lithium for the rest of the year as customers restock as demand grows to at least 20% in 2023. Syngenta is preparing to move forward with plans of a Shanghai IPO less than 2 months after the city's stock exchange canceled the firm's hearing to join the Star Board. Two companies are looking to sell fresh bonds in the U.S. high-grade market today following the 24 other issuers. The handful of borrowers will add to the three-day run that's seen over $57 billion sold, crushing estimates and possibly lining up the busiest week of the year. Sony is weighing a partial spin-off and separate listing for financial unit of 2 or 3 years, and they're moving aimed at bankrolling an investment push into gaming and electronics. Panasonic plans to roughly quadruple annual battery production capacity to 200 gigawatts by March 2031. Apple's coming mixed reality headset aims to breathe new life into a category of gadgetry that is yet to fulfill its promise after a 7-year multi-billion-dollar development process. The stakes are high, but it still falls short of Tim Cook's original vision. Cisco dropped after orders fell 23% in the past quarter. Take-Two soared after beating on sales and hinting at the release of a new date for Grand Theft Auto. Deutsche Bank will pay $75 million to settle a lawsuit brought on by an unnamed woman who allegedly benefited from sex trafficking by retaining Jeffrey Epstein as a client. Netflix has 5 million users for their ad-supported plan. That's the first time they have announced how many people signed up for that. Strava and Nike in partnership to share activity across platforms. Boeing sees 4,200 planes in operation in SC Asia over 20 years. Kutia terminates Goldman Sachs as HK IPO overall coordinator. And Procter & Gamble hold at Truist, price target 155. And an NBA closes the pay gap, but not for long. Female and male graduates see a salary bump right after graduating, but the gender pay gap widens in a few years, especially for women of color. Nonprofit Forte says a 17% pay gap for later career men and women with MBAs is about the same as the median U.S. mismatch. Summer of lost luggage. The rate of mishandled baggage almost doubled globally last year after airlines were caught off guard by the sudden influx of travelers. The Guardian reported, citing CITA statistics, about 26 million pieces were delayed, lost, or damaged, accounting to 7.6 mishandled bags per 1,000 passengers. Rates were highest among European carriers at 15 per 1,000 travelers. Dang, son. New York's MTA lost $690 million last year through fare evasion. Report shows about 400,000 subway riders skip paying fees every day, though bus riders dodging payments accounted for the largest share of losses. There's no place like court. A 76-year-old man was indicted by a grand jury for allegedly stealing a pair of ruby slippers worn by Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz, the AP reported. The shoes were valued at about $3.5 million. They were stolen in 2005 from a Minnesota museum and recovered in an FBI sting operation in 2018. Though no arrests were made at the time, little is known about the alleged thief. That sounds like the weirdest story ever. That's a weird-ass story. A 75-year-old man stole a $3.5 million pair of shoes almost 20 years ago. They find out 15 years later, and then they don't even make any charges, and we don't know who it is. And you're just hearing about this in 2023. If that's not the weirdest story, then, man, you have lived a better life than I have. Okay? The PGA Championship began at the revamped Oak Hill Country Club. The field includes John Rahm, Jordan Spieth, and Rory McIlroy. Two-time PGA winners Phil Mickelson and Brooks Koepka. Now on the LIV Tour will also tee off. A U.S. judge ruled the Saudi Wealth Fund can hold off on giving evidence in the PGA Live antitrust battle. And the Keystone Pipeline ruptured after being pushed for the limit for years. Bloomberg analysis of government records and spill data reveal aggressive construction techniques, lacks oversight, and ignored warning. That's all left a vital artery for crude vulnerable to leaks. That's the big take on today. And then on this day in history, Mount St. Helens in Washington State erupted in 1980, killing more than 50 people and causing over $1 billion in damage, equivalent to about $3.7 billion today. It was the largest known debris avalanche in recorded history. Very sad, but fascinating. A volcano? Is it a volcano? Right? They said a debris avalanche. Is that a volcano? I don't know. It's kind of dark, but it's okay. We'll take it. We'll take it, Chatadonia. Good morning. He said, that's wild, bro. He said, that is wild. I don't know how I feel about that, sir. Sir, but don't you worry. We still got a couple of pre-market movers here. Bath & Body Works, BBWI, they gained 13% after stronger than expected first quarter results. Boot Barn shares tumble 11% after the Cowboy boot seller reported fourth quarter net sales that missed estimates and provided a forecast for the year that failed to match expectations. Cisco shares are down 4.3 after the network gear maker reported a sharp decline in orders in the past quarter, which offset a positive sales forecast. EyePoint Pharmaceuticals, EYPT, it looks like Egypt, shares jumped 6.9 after the company sold the U.S. commercial rights to UTIC, its uveitis treatment, to Alimera Sciences. Futu Holding falls as much as 2.8 as analysts from Morgan Stanley downgraded to underweight from equal weight, and they cut their price target to 34 from 44, citing risk to the trading platform. Micron rises 1.1 following news citing people familiar with the matter that Japan is posed to invest at least $1.5 billion in incentives to help the semiconductor company make next-generation memory. Netflix edges up higher 2% after the video streaming platform said that they had 5 million monthly active users subscribed to the new ad-supported plan. Analysts viewed the company's update at its first ever appearance at the upfronts as incrementally positive and were reassured by the management that the paid sharing feature will roll out more broadly in second quarter. Procter & Gamble shares dipped 0.9 after Truist downgrades the company. Rambus RMBS shares are up 3.1 as Jeffrey upgrades semiconductor device company to buy from hold. ST&E StoneCo drops 2.5 after the company's first quarter payment volumes fell. Take-Two shares rise 11 after the video game reported fourth quarter results that beat and hinted at a release date for the next version of Grand Theft Auto. Walmart rises 2% after the retailer boosted their adjusted earnings per share forecast. Peer Target, which has maintained its year forecast on Wednesday, is also trading higher after the report. WeWork rises 9.3 following a record plunge of shares out of the co-working company after the sudden departure of their recent CEO. And then Western Alliance and PacWest Bancorp advance in U.S. pre-market on Thursday, set to continue Wednesday's strong gains, as Western Alliance said deposits have grown more than $2 billion since the quarter's end, and Western Alliance shares gained 2%. PacWest is up 4.7. And are you guys ready for this? Yesterday on the KRE, so for regional banks, that was the biggest day of the year. So this upside was the biggest since all of this started, believe it or not. And that was the biggest up day for regional banks since 2001. Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild? That's crazy. So yesterday, again, a lot of optimism in terms of debt ceiling, but that bank stuff, man, that bank stuff still been moving a lot. That bank stuff been moving a lot. But Chatadonia, I think we got good time. I think we're doing decent on time. So let's see how it plays out. I'm gonna go to the potty. Okay, I love you. God bless you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Okay, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity, and I will see you in a little bit.
Walk us through the latest.
Well, the latest, Jonathan, is the debt ceiling negotiations are obviously a little bit of anxiety here at the G7 as well for foreign leaders, as the president is going to be sitting down with his peers, especially talking to them about getting on board what the U.S. wants to do in terms of vis-a-vis China. At the same time, these leaders are concerned about their own economies and protecting them if the U.S. were to default. So obviously, the president is going to be, as he said before he departed, he's going to be in contact with his negotiators in Washington. It's a smaller team. They have the authority to really hammer out the details with Republicans, but it's looming large on him, and it's even meant that he had to scrap part of his trip. After Hiroshima, he was supposed to go to Papua New Guinea. He was also supposed to go to Australia. I think all eyes are also going to be this afternoon on Washington with the Vice President Kamala Harris alongside Lael Brainerd is going to be giving a briefing about where they stand on these debt ceiling negotiations. And it's something obviously the president and his core team here at the G7 are watching.
Anne-Marie, as you watch things play out, is this just improving mood music, or can you identify something specific that you think we have made some progress on?
Well, I think the fact that it's a narrower group of individuals that are having these negotiations, that a number of leaders have come out on both sides of the aisle and say, we will not default, that does seem like they are making progress. The president also did have a moment where he said he does not want to see work requirements, Jonathan, when it comes to access to medical care.
They said, we're seeing progress. We won't default. That is progress. Very good. So, Chad, I don't know what happened. That's the second time I thought I posted this. How come it just, that's it. I posted all the news yesterday, but the news didn't post. I'm kind of disappointed. But you guys came in clutch with your plays, so I'm down with it, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see here. Adding the TLT to the portfolio. Dollar cost over the next year. I like it. Adding some bonds to the long term. Keeping it small. Watching my Tesla call. Let's go. Lake Show. Miss y'all today. Let's get it tomorrow. Tesla calls up. Love you, boss. Stay blessed. Hey, man. God bless you, Midwest Finest. Friday Jr. and the debt ceiling looms large. May the bell be kind as it is resounding. Toll heralds another frantic run of market madness. Indeed, my brethren. Indeed. Long TLT calls if it seems debt talks start to come together. Something about this setup makes me want to load the boat on shorts and puts in my staying cash until Jay Pizzy on Friday. I've been holding AMD and NVIDIA all week. Made good moves so far playing earnings on Wednesday. Look at fading QQQ. Got lickings yesterday, but we in the game. QQQ calls for 333, then puts on the way down. Get to the bonds quickly. God bless the Colt, adding more Disney and DG to the long term. AI wow calls, SPX spy puts, and I'm going to wait till it hits the high. Mr. Chad, great community. Glad I joined in. Amen, baby. Baba continuation. I'm watching MSOS ETF under 550. Good price in my opinion. SPXL shares and TQQ. Let's get it. Dev the Lurker. Meta 616 270 calls. Ooh. And the heart. I love it. Holding AI 23 over the next week. Spend 150 up 100%. Spy puts, then spy calls. Thanks for all you do. God bless you, Nathan. Spy calls. Let's rip. Random play VOD Vodafone for the long term. TQQ holding. And I got 15. I wanted to buy part of a T-bill. Is it worth buying a T-bill? And don't T-bills pay dividend? Yes, but at $15, I think their return will be like 4 pennies or something. Maybe trading a bond ETF might be better in that case. So we will see. Not a recommendation, but Chatadonia. All right, man. We got a little bit of time left. We've went on. That was a lot of plays on the chat. Even though we didn't get the news out, y'all did very, very well. So thank you for that. But you're here live right now, man. Oh, I see you right now. Post it in the chat. What's your first play of the morning? What do we got, Chatadonia? What do we got? Let's go. US 30 sells. SPY hitting 420. US 30. Yesterday was the Fool's Rally. SPY puts. Palo Alto Networks. Eli Lilly. MUFG puts. US 30. Green or red. Pole. SPY puts. Amazon calls. Booking puts. Roblox calls. Micron calls. Roblo. Netflix calls. AMD. TSM. Short NQ. Watching MU. KRE. Disney. NVIDIA calls. Short. Palantir. Tesla calls. TLT. Long on Polygon. MES both ways. AT&T if it falls to 15. Amazon. Outlet. Palantir calls. NVIDIA. Baba calls. NVIDIA. Roblox. Tesla. Morning Spike. VIX. SG. Buying Litecoin. Calls on myself, baby. Time to get this bag. Tesla puts. I love you call. Microsoft call. Short everything. Make the most off the stalemate. Tesla puts. Netflix and Amazon. VIX. Lending tips calls. NVIDIA puts. METR. STNE at 16. Walmart watching IMW. SPY puts. NVIDIA. TNYA. US 30. Amazon. Tesla calls, baby. Medtronic to 90. US 30 sales. Let's go. Playing ES 4130.80. Endeavor. Coffee. Oh, coffee sounds good. SPY puts. SPY calls on debt ceiling. AMD puts or bust. US 30. Doge long. Short. SPX 4144. GME calls. Tesla calls. SPY calls. Holding Tesla 185. Redfin and Snap. Walmart long. Microsoft call. TQQQ. And the final play. Ari. Amazon shares. We'll take it, baby. Love it. So I think I got like 30 seconds to tell you my plays. I love it. All right, Baba, Baidu again. Baba just had the earnings. We'll see how that one plays out. Walmart, Target. Now that Walmart did good, see how people take the consumer stocks there. Netflix, I like it a lot. We're holding it. I'm watching for the break at 350. KRE, JP Morgan, again, watch for day two. Yesterday was a very, very big one. Then Boot, they're down 17%. And DLO, I think DLO's up, Boot is down. Those are two big earnings moves. And then Micron, I like that news there with the Japan investment. I want to see how it plays. And then I think the other one was Take Two. So we will see. We will see. Oh, man. But Chattadonia, we're on perfect time. Perfect time. And now it's game time. And here, before we start the game, before we try to do anything, right? Before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And that is the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out. All the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, for real. God bless you and thank you for your service. And I hope all of you show love and appreciation to your veterans day in and day out. And even big shout out to the families because they made their sacrifice as well too, baby. So God bless you and thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there who is helping out their local community. If you giving back, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage man, the janitor, helping out with the nonprofit, coaching out the kids team. You know what I'm saying? If you're giving back, man, God bless you. I hope you know you're appreciated, and thank you as well. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Orna. Wow, let's go. Oh, happy Friday, Junior. Happy Friday, Junior. You may have missed it. We already got the peach, too. You may have missed it. You may have missed it, man. They may have missed it. Yeah, God bless the troops, the vets, the community helpers. Tell them, baby. Tell them. Tell them. And good morning. So, again, we were up on optimism today. We're probably going to get at least two different debt ceiling headlines. Again, Kamala and everybody else who's going to present these plans. That faded a little bit. Jobless claims were bearish in the sense that it probably means the Fed is going to keep rates higher for longer. You did not watch that weakness you wanted. And then there was one more. Oh, yeah, Walmart. Walmart earnings helped the consumer out a little bit. And then Japan, too. They had some good data and some good investments. But we'll find out. We will find out, my friend. We will find out. Let's go, baby. And then how much time? We got 1 minute. All right, we already went over some of the plays. like the video. Make sure you're subscribed. If you got any questions, you post it in the chat. And let's go. Let's keep it a clean fight. Let's have a good game, and let's make the most of it. Let's make the most of it. Quick PHILO, it's a blessing. You woke up today. That wasn't guaranteed. Amen. Amen. We take it for granted. We take it for granted. 30 seconds, baby. 30 seconds. All right. Let me see. I think it's like after 10 a.m. I think you also have another Fed speaker here. And then I don't know when the debt ceiling presentation is going to be. But I think we're going to have, there's a Kamala one and the other one. And then Fed Michael Barr right now is already on the financial services. 15 seconds remaining. Again, Netflix is on fire. I'm going to be watching Baba and Walmart. Walmart's not up too much, again, even compared to expectations for how it's supposed to move. And then again, Baba was negative 2.5% before going up. Round one. Fight. All right, down 0.05. You are up 0.5 almost. Even pre-market. Baba is right there at open. So Baba literally earnings, very big earnings, but very small move right now. And then Walmart 1.8, they're at 1.5. Netflix 2.2. Just watch 350. If it could get above 350 and hold, next level is 357 or 360. Need 4165 to hold. Well, let's see where we're at. I don't need book map. 4160. Damn. So this is that high point yesterday. This is where we were looking for the squeeze, if anything. Baba dump, Apple vertical. Yeah, Baba just sold off 2.4. Dang. So literally break even at pre-market. First minute candle, you're down 2.8 right now on Baba. Let's see. Walmart is up. Yeah, Walmart is 1.6. Let's check again. Netflix is going up. Where's Amazon? Remember, Amazon was on fire yesterday. Amazon's even 1.4 right now. That's actually crazy. Watch the regionals. Like we said, yesterday was a very big day, and it's just no coincidence we got the lift that we had with that. So watch out there. Came an official Chad member. Munsa Larkin. Let's go, baby. God bless you, Greg, and welcome, Ken. That's what I'm talking about. Baba. So, damn, Baba just dropped 3. That was crazy, actually. Bro, look at this. Oh, dude, they cash open dumped that. So now you're back to the open yesterday on Baba. That was like the open for the last like 3 days there. That one could be big. I want to see how this one ends up playing out. 850 on Upstart. Oh, that one's still moving? Yeah, it's at 220 now. So it's 1,000% at the bid now. 222 to 220. That's good. Geez, Baba, why? That could be a good play. Again, it's going to be hard to say. But then again, their earnings did miss. If it was Micron, they'd be up 15%. And then where is Micron? Again, that Japanese investment. That was actually decent news. PayPal dump. Again, bonds are dumping too ever since the jobless claims there in the morning. Roblo over 42. Where's Tesla? Tesla's even down 0.2. Microsoft's up a quarter. They're actually going up there. Apple's just green at least. Again, every other day they were not doing good. Netflix, Airbnb, Micron's trying to work its way up. Is Netflix 350? Yeah. So again, if Netflix could hold, it could go to 357, but that would be like another 3% on the day. So we'll see, but they're doing very good for now. Oh, then damn, NVIDIA, 304 on NVIDIA. Ay. I know gold is getting murdered. Again, the optimism, though. So they're dropping that hedge a little bit more, and then also the bonds, too. Every safe haven is at, like, their February lows over the last 2 days. And there's NVIDIA again. Micron. Let's see, Alibaba. Even Baidu's down. Baidu's flushing a little bit. Tesla's still red, but barely. I remember Win was up yesterday, but they're not moving. Netflix, 351. Oh, Boeing pop. What's the other one? I think DLO, they were up on earnings. D-Local. Yeah, they're up 11%. They might keep going up. AMD on the high. I think I just saw Disney again on Netflix, and High Ticker looks very active. And then where's Boot? Boot was bad earnings. They've already recovered 5% from the bottom. Baba's going lower. Netflix, yeah. Again, Netflix gave an update on the ad subscribers. So we have not got those numbers till last night. So that 5 million paying ad people, that's what got people hyped. Nvidia, though, again, too. And then Baba's at the low, 36. That's already down 4%. Tesla, Uber on child ride news. What's that? Uber is popping. Uber again, $38. I think Tesla's starting to wake up now. Disney again. So Disney might be able to eat a little bit off of Netflix. Home Depot. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Well, Home Depot's up. Walmart. And then Target even went up as a sympathy to Walmart. Walmart's even going up there now. Only thing not going up is Baba. Yeah, Nvidia, dude, Nvidia 306. So that's the 52-week high. And again, yesterday was 300. Then it just went nuts from there. Gold, silver, platinum, all metals, even commodities destroyed. Nvidia, again, 306.66. AMD, Costco, Roblo on the high. Let's take a look at the industries, actually. So right now, NASDAQ's the only thing in the green. SPY and Dow are both red. Believe it or not, only 3 industries are green right now. Discretionaries, tech, and communications. Everything is red, with energy and utilities down almost 1% right here. BHC, weren't they? They were getting like the court approval stuff the other day. NVIDIA looks like Cisco in the 20s in 2020 or 2000. Cisco, too. Again, Cisco was good guidance, but then they did what Amazon did, and then they warned about like customer activities and slowing down already. Microsoft's on the low now. So Microsoft flipped almost 0.5%, and then Amazon's running into the high 1.5. 10-year might go a little bit lower here. Amazon's still ripping. Netflix hit 353. ENVB on the high. Yeah, Walgreens, that's their ex-divvy today. NVIDIA again. Walgreens down after ex-divvy. Intel ripping. PayPal's doing nothing. Square's up. Now Micron too. Yeah, Intel's up 1.7. Micron up 2. Intel actually looks very nice. Again, Netflix now. I think you just had Google there. No, Google's on the low. Meta's near the high. Did we get new? This was just continued optimism from yesterday. And then again, Walmart was actually ended up good, and then nothing too bad out of China, and then Japan, another decent day. And then settlingly slow. I think yesterday was lower volume too. Yeah, Netflix is again just advertiser, subscriber tier news. And then now this is its like first breakout since earnings. Amazon again, though. That one's been on fire as well, too. Tesla's not reacting. It's trying to come up there. SPY now, high of the day. European gas prices fall below 30 euros for the first time since June 2021. So this is pretty big, but I mean, it looks like you're doing a lot, but you're actually filling the gap, believe it or not. So you're 1 point below, or like half a point of where we closed yesterday. So this was the higher point. And remember, where was it? I think like 41.61. Realistically, the level, though, is 41.70 from here. Uber don't sleep. The news could send them to 4. What was the news? You said kids news. I don't see anything. What is it? Uber teen and group features to aid advantage over rivals. They let teens with family accounts ride solo. I don't think that's going to make it like crazy, but it's news. But as long as Uber is yet to give up the 38, which is fascinating. So SPY now going up there, second candle. You're just getting back up to close, so just keep the context in mind. Remember, we gapped up 0.5% to a new high, sold off with all of the data, and now you're just back into yesterday's high level. And then bonds are going down, and if anything now, you're watching the inverse. Bonds sell off, stocks are going up. We'll see how long that maintains. Planter. Abbott wins FDA nod for insertable cardiac monitor Assert IQ. Abbott? I don't know if that moved Medtronic. Netflix again. Medtronic, they're not really moving. Again, healthcare is still actually red too. There's only 3 things green right now. Yeah, Netflix, again, I mean, I said it could go to 357, but now we're only $2 away from that. It's actually moving way faster than I thought. So that's good for now, but you're pretty much back to their post-earnings level. That's why it's like you hold up 350s, it's then 360 to 370. Netflix. Tilray, Small Chicle, Boot Barn is still down. Netflix is now like really popping off. Again, another candle into the high, but so is Amazon. I think Amazon's a very unique one. Again, last couple days, and then Apple's actually green today, but it's still barely moving. And then again, watch the market here with bonds. Bonds are at the low. SPY's still at the high of the day. Really, it comes down to getting into the pre-market levels. So this price point is all yesterday. Everything above here, these are pretty much new highs and taking you to the higher points on the week. But you're working your way up here now. Okay, Netflix hit 357. So it either stops here. If it breaks 357, it's going to 360. I can't believe it already did that. So it just did another 3%. Recession canceled. We'll see. In the pre-market was looking good again, but then we sold off harder there. But if it comes right back, we'll see. It's already, again, being at the higher point of this range is already surprising in and of itself, but makes sense. Tomorrow's Friday. We get our Powell, and then now we're going to have the showdown on Sunday. This is technically filling the gap. Oh, Tesla with the red candle, and then bonds are trying to go lower, and then Netflix, 358. It's really trying to go. Dude, Nvidia is really the insane one. That's at 307, but again, Netflix is pretty wild here. Meta's on the high as well. I haven't looked at Google. They were dumping earlier. Google's still green, but they're at the low. Meta is now starting to take off a little harder. Is Netflix selling chips now? That's funny. All right, I sold out of my Netflix. I got $2,500 from earnings. So that was a good one, negative to positive. But it's hitting my price. I think either it goes up here if you break 360. You got like $5 more on it, but 5% is great. So I'm out. That's crazy. That still took like another month after earnings. Taking profits. I bought shares after earnings, so I've been holding shares on Netflix since here. I bought in at 333. So now we're it's almost like $30 higher. That would have been like 366. So it's a good price. I still think it could go up a little bit, but that's now too much. Remember, I was up on it 1,000, then it went negative, and then now after today. But that's good news. I mean, again, they're responding off of independent news and actually making money off the ad tier. But I'll have to double dip on that if I want more. I will take it though. I own Q. Then Ascend came down. They're trying to go up here. Big rips. Microsoft wants to run. Meta looks like Netflix, but again, it's just not 5%. It's only 0.7. But that one looks very, very just straight up. Tesla, Amazon as well. Yeah, Netflix keeps going. So there it is. Sold too early, Josh. Nah, that's a great hit. So I got 10% net on the shares, or just under. So that I don't think I could get too mad on it. I held it for a while. So it's good to be free. Good to be free. Well, it's on PayPal. I like PayPal. And then 359. FRC will come back. No. And then Baba is still down 2. It's not down 3.5, but they're not really moving. I think China plays might come up second half of the day. And SPY dancing around here. I mean, it's right at VWAP, a little bit higher. We will see what happens. Still very early. Was that a day? Fiverr, Netflix got AI. It was the ad tier. So they never gave updates on their ad tier, and now they did, and then people were pretty excited about it. 5 million customers at the ad-supported, like $5, $6 a month thing. Baba earnings were like in the middle. That's why they were down, and then they were up, and now they just sold off right at open, but it was softer than expected. And then you had the good news with the whole dividend thing and getting the spin-off shares. Note high of the day. Nice. Netflix still holding. Bonds are about to hit another low there. Yeah, note 217 is great. And then Bob. A firm pop. Palantir. Note is at the high. All your big tech, again, I think, except Apple. Apple and Google are the only ones not at highs, but they're still green. Apple came down a little bit, though. And then Tesla's not green either. You got Netflix, Amazon, and then Meta. Meta's really on fire. Then Microsoft, too. They're literally just hitting 52-week highs. I played it, yeah. I played it the second time. I got out yesterday or 2 days ago with like $100. Netflix about to go 360. Microsoft 315, 52-week high. Nvidia 307. Dude, that's crazy. Oh, where's McDonald? And then bonds going lower. I'm mad I closed that short. That would have been nice. So who's going to catch up with each other? Markets or bonds? We'll see. Or if anything, the market has to really rally if it's going to try to justify the inverse correlation. But pretty early to tell. We'll see. It's only been 20 minutes. That's a crazy part. So Netflix and Microsoft, these rips are literally after 20 minutes right now. Microsoft's still going, 52-week highs. Baba trying to come down a little bit. Apple is on the low. Uber's on the high. And then watch some of the banks there. Morgan Stanley's down. JP Morgan's dropping. XLF is red. And KRE still is not able to go green. Again, communications, discretionaries, and tech are the only thing green. Energy and real estate are actually the worst on the day now. Actually, materials are worse than energy. Meta dumping hard? No way. What? That's good. Netflix still holding up, though. Netflix wants 360. Meta did just come. Meta was looking like Netflix earlier, but yeah, they just flipped. Couple red candles. 360 now on Netflix. Next FOMC meeting is in June. Tesla going down. Cisco went green? No. Yes. Yeah, Cisco did go green. Man, Netflix 361 now. Oh, man. So 367 is like the next one. I'm already out of it, though. So that's doing good, though, because, again, even red candles, Netflix is taking green ones on that one. That's going to be your big cap runner for the day. But even then, Microsoft is putting up a fight. So is Meta. And then Amazon's still pretty fire. PAC-W up 10. Yeah, it's weird that regionals aren't moving how they are. Even Wall is up there, too. Bonds at the low. Cisco, that's a huge negative to positive. And now even SPY, you just got a little bit of a remix there on that candle. Again, you're just holding break even, and then tech is up. Dow is down. AI is the only thing up. Let's see. I wonder. This could be one of the reverse breadth days. So you have 119 names up on the S&P, 377 that are red. Uber's on the high again. And then NASDAQ, 1,000 names, 1,100 up, 1,500 down. Yeah, you have existing home sales in 8 minutes. And then the leading index. And then bonds are dumping. So let's see, FTV, TMV on the high. So even bond volatility plays are moving. Actually, where's the damn move index? Because again, this thing hasn't moved out the range recently. Yeah, but that was from yesterday, though. No, it's today. LABD. I'm seeing a lot of volatility indexes on the high-low ticker. So 41.55 again. This is still the level. Bonds are dumping right now. If KRE drops, I mean, right now you don't have breadth supporting you. So it's like if especially if Netflix comes down, but if like Amazon and Microsoft come down and then banks start selling off, I don't think we'll hold. But then on the reverse, if the banks catch a bid, PAC-W's up 10 and the other one's up there, Wall, that might be able to spur some things. But it depends. And then like we said, we have data in 9 minutes, and then you're going to be getting at least a couple of other people to hear from. So we're about to, and again, you have the debt ceiling briefing thing that they're planning to do. Tesla's going lower. And then Microsoft, red candle off the top. Again, Netflix, I'm keeping that on the top right. That one keeps holding. Uber's going 38.64 now. And then Lyft is down. And then Square is on the high now. And then bonds keep selling. PayPal on the low. Square, MP. Palantir's on the high. Palantir, 5.4 for the Palant. And then SPY just literally right under VWAP, and this is right above where we opened at. Dow Jones down 0.3, SPY 0.05, and then NASDAQ 0.28. The bonds are reacting to jobless claims. That's it. Initial jobless claims hit, and then everything just got dumped. And it was already lower. And then because, again, there was like a little bit of optimism that brought yields a little higher, optimism towards the debt ceiling. But then the jobless claims just did not give you anything that showed, you know, that labor is coming down and the Fed will need to cut immediately or pivot. Upstart's great. We have that contract. It's like 1,000%. Came down a little bit. But other than that contract, I wouldn't fall in love with Upstart. Square is still going. So Square is waking up all of a sudden. Oxy dying. Target clapped. Is it? Because Target was loving Walmart earnings in the morning. Yeah. Target did come down. Interesting. And then Walmart sold off a little bit from the highs, but again, still holding 2%. And then NVIDIA trying to climb up here. They're actually holding very well, 1.8. Again, Netflix is right under 6%. It's not even at the high. It's holding the highs, but it's not. Still $2 lower than where it was. And then you're going down a little bit. Come on, 4 minutes. I need to go pee, but I don't know if I wait for the data or I'm gonna go pee before the data. So we'll see again. Real estate data is about to come out. I don't know how I don't think it's gonna be like too crazy. So we'll see. But follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. I'll be right back.
The first time your sales reached
shit.
100K with Goats.
Never mind. Why do they always do it? It's hard to get the what's it called? The schedule for you. They keep changing it up. Man, this thing's messed up. Okay, I'll be right back.
Way. That said, they're doing a little bit better, it seems, than some of their other retailing peers, such as Target. Now, of course, they do have, because of the economic environment, more shoppers who earn over $100,000. There's headlines out now saying some of those shoppers are going toward discretionary items. But we have Adam Crisafulli over at Vital Knowledge. He's saying that these results aren't perfect, that there was general weakness in merchandise sales as shoppers are pulling back on discretionary goods, plus lower gross margins, moderating gains in food sales, and a second quarter profit forecast. So I'm going to be curious, John, given the variety of commentary out there, whether or not these gains hold. But right now, up 2.4%. It seems that investors are choosing to see the Walmart glass as half full as opposed to half empty.
2 minutes in, slightly higher, as Abby indicated. Let's see if it sticks. Abby, thank you. Also looking at shares of Cisco, under pressure after reporting a 23% decline in orders this past quarter. The CFO saying this: what we are seeing from our customers is they are being prudent. Isabel Lee joins us now for more. Morning, Isabel.
Hi, John. Shares are indeed falling 23%. That's not really a lot. And Morgan Stanley said orders slowed faster than expected, but still largely in line with their recent checks. But perhaps this isn't so surprising, given that Cisco is the largest maker of machines that support computer networks and the internet. But there is some good news here. For instance, they had strong sales forecasts and overall positive analyst projections. Its CEO, Chuck Robbins, maintained that demand is steady and that the improved supply chain is giving customers more confidence.
Steady. All right. Yeah, Netflix still in the long term. 1 minute till data, pending home sales or existing home sales. So this will be the last set of data, and then we get into, I I think you get one Fed speaker left, and then you'll get maybe two, and then you will get the debt ceiling updates. All right, 50 seconds. The number is expected to be 4.3 million homes, 3.2% decline month over month, and then leading index is expected to come in at 0.6 decline. So let's see. Kamala Harris and Lael Brainerd will be doing a debt ceiling briefing. So they're going to be giving, I don't know what time it's at, but they're supposed to come on and say where they're at with stuff and then tell you that they don't see a default happening. Again, that was part 2 of today. Again, just more optimism from yesterday just carried over. It even spread. Again, even Asia liked it, and a lot of people were feeling a little bit better about it. Again, because now we're waiting for that Sunday event. All right, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Came in line. 4.28 million. Estimate was 4.3. Came in 3.4 month over month instead of 3.2, and then they revised last month to negative 2.6 from negative 2.4. And then leading index hasn't dropped yet. It's supposed to come out. I'm waiting for that one. But so far, real estate in line, I'd kind of say neutral. I don't think we had a big reaction to real estate data the other day, and bonds didn't move at all. You know, bonds are willing to move today. Oh, there it is. Leading index came in 0.6. Same as expected. Last month was 0.12 or 1.2. Yeah, everything came in line. No, that was existing home sales. See if the bonds move off of it, but other than that, you just got the data out the way, and it wasn't really a driver here for now. April existing homes fall 3.4, 4.2 million rate. I feel like it could have been worse because, again, people were expecting it to slow down, but then again, I don't think we're getting driven off of it. Watch though, if bonds sell off, that'll give you an idea into taking that data as not good for the Fed or not good for cuts. I'd say it's a nothing burger. I mean, it's not nothing shocking at the headline. It should have been worse, honestly. So again, this time so far, even though people have been saying real estate was going up, this part should have been slower than the first couple of months. And it was, but still a little different. Netflix 361 now, Nvidia. So look at, you're going down, bonds are holding, but you still have a lot of things still ripping. But again, Netflix was getting green candles when the market was showing the earlier red ones. Okay, their bonds trying to catch a bid. Time for Kamala. I'll double check, but I don't think it was outlined. Let's see. Fed Logan at 10 a.m. So you should even be getting Fed Logan right now. And then it says then Yellen speaks on debt limit at the banking system at Bank Policy Institute, but there's no time. Then the Kamala thing doesn't have a time. We did it, Joe. All right, little bit of movement. Bonds are catching their first bid of the day. So we'll see how the market takes it. There's Bobo. Where are the regionals? All right, SPY trying to work its way up there. KRE still down 0.6. Financials, again, we have more names red today than green. And then still tech, communications, and discretionaries are the only thing green. Good morning. Is it notable the yuan is at 7? Yes. I think it fell below 7. Again, this is part of both their data and some of the optimism, but it is very, very good. Again, anytime the yuan above or below 7, you usually get reaction. So honestly, it's good, but it's just like volatility might actually pick up. So, I mean, how many times do you guys remember I showed you this? So anytime the yuan goes over 7, the market usually sucks. Over the last couple of years, anytime we have gone above 7, the market usually sucks. Yeah, I guess it was at 7, right even before, what's it called? Right before, what do they call it? COVID? 7 right on the dot. And then that's where as things kind of recovered. So it's not good. But we'll see. Give it a couple days, because if it holds above 7, you might watch volatility pick up. I did forget about COVID, Team on the high, Netflix 362. But did you forget about Dre? I did not. I forgot about COVID for some reason. Apple at the low, Tesla, Netflix still going. Again, high-low ticker is kind of balanced out, though, right now. Ironically enough, just take a look at the velocity. JD, Baba on the low. Even Tesla's at the low right now, too. 6 straight down days for the yen. Yeah, same thing even then, looking at the bonds, too. All the safe havens. All the safe havens. All the safe havens have turned around. Again, bonds are 10-year is hitting monthly low. Gold just broke into a 6-week, 7-week low. And then now, what's it called? The yen. Amazon's 118 now. They're starting to rip. There you go. And then bonds. So here's the interesting part. Stocks didn't move. Bonds moved dramatically from the data release. I wouldn't say dramatically, but it's like 0.1%. But at least that's more. You have more movement on the bonds than you do on the SPY. On TYD. I like the bonds. Again, like I said, it's just going to get ready for, if the whole idea, though, of like immediate pivot, if you have it, it's starting to unwind. So right now, the last savior for bonds to go up is going to be the debt ceiling. And if that debt ceiling does not produce that safe haven reaction, we go to the data, and if the data doesn't panic people into thinking immediate cuts, then that's it. Everything is doing its thing. That's a big pop right there again. So bonds may have been leading it, but again, SPY's hitting a new high without the market doing it, or without the bonds doing it. SPY, AMD, big pop, very big pop. That's literally 0.5 point. So could be, we've seen bigger, but that's still like 6 points right there. Now a new high, and you're above after 11 o'clock yesterday. Remember, even after we dropped, we couldn't get above this point, 41.61. So it's a little bit nicer. The last other resistance point is yesterday's high, and then 41.70s if you could keep holding up. I'd say 41.71, 41.73. Gold and bonds holding. I don't trust it yet. I agree. I'm just, even out of an abundance of caution. The good part is hopefully we could find out by this Sunday. So thankfully, that's it. We have Jerome Powell tomorrow. It'll be his first speech since the rate hike, or the last rate hike. And then we just get into Sunday, and that's it. So thankfully you won't have to wait too long, but we'll find out whether or not you should trust it very, very soon. Very, very soon. Stock trading is not even Snapchat earnings, bro. Horn. I forgot to give you a warning. My bad. It's okay. Embrace it, baby. It's Friday Junior. It's Friday Junior. Welcome. Amen. All right, so SPY is holding up here again. It's kind of hard to get that idea. The divergence between bonds and equities is weird right now because it's kind of good. In a weird way, you may not like it because it's not what you're used to over the last 12 to 18 months, but we've been talking about it. The inverse correlation with bonds and stocks is trying to return. So that's why, like right now, bonds are down almost 0.5%. Stocks are trying to work their way up. In a weird way, stocks could go up 0.5% if that's the case. That's where we were at pre-market. So we got to see how it plays out. But that's one thing I wouldn't even worry about where the market's going to go right now. What I'm trying to say is just watch if this core inverse returns. If people start selling bonds and buying stocks, or every time they sell stocks, they're buying the 10-year, I mean, that's not something we've seen since 2019, 2020. So, again, 2021 had a little bit of inverse correlation, but after that, I mean, I guarantee, 2022, you had no inverse correlation on the bonds. So, that could be returning now. It just is hard to tell. Are you still shorting NVIDIA at 310? I'd like to, but I mean, again, if everyone just nonstop, I mean, damn, it's already there now, but I kind of want to. 310 to 315. But at least the first, like I said, 300 instantly, no way. So that saved us some time and money, but again, it's just like even Netflix. I sold out. I really thought Netflix was gonna. I thought it was a tough chance to get to 360. I sold out at 358, and now it's at 364. So that's what I'd be worried about in the NVIDIA in terms of going for a short. So SPY's still going higher. Bonds giving up that little rally. Bonds led the rally, but Bonds didn't go anywhere new, and the SPY is hitting a new high. Roblo, Palantir. Yeah, Roblo 42. Bro, Netflix. Oh my gosh, I'd leave almost $1,000 now. 358. Yeah, almost. I'm $3 shy. Roblo's actually pretty good. You think NQ is going to keep ripping today? I think all of the market, I mean, maybe watch yesterday's watch list, because I think my market moves are pretty much priced into the debt ceiling. So really, I think we focus on the debt ceiling. Now, we're moving more than I expected right now. That I was not expecting that, but even then, the way I'm looking at it, we have one more day after today for Powell. Then Sunday's the real event, and then after Sunday, I think that will push everybody. You'll get one more update if it's good, and then everybody focuses on the next event for PCE. And then if Sunday ends up being bad, then you're going to have debt ceiling volatility return. Mm, 41.60. So that's it. New high. You've now broken off of yesterday's high, and now you are at what's it called? This is the jobless claims. So this is where we had the data this morning, and this is where bonds died, and this is where we actually started going down. I guess that chat was right on Netflix too early. I know. I guess I left 2% though on the table, but that could have been a nice one. Airbnb 110. Closer to pump it up more than ever. You're getting there, but not more than ever. Bro, you were just here 2 weeks ago. Y'all still playing with me, man. Y'all still play, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, bro, it was literally like, what, 3 Mondays? That was 2 Mondays ago? No, 3 Mondays, because we had the holiday. I feel you, though, but we're getting close, but it's not. We're still in a weird gulag, but we're out of that one. We're out of the 4,100 to 4,155, which is good. That's a box. I personally did not think we were going to move past that until Powell. So to have that before Powell, I think you're moving the puck upwards, definitely for sure. And then there's Roblo. Netflix 364, Tesla, Uber again. Yeah, Uber even at 39. Very weird. Because again, it held. This is Uber. Even Uber might be in its own little. So again, Uber is never this stable after earnings. I've never, maybe over here after like 47.15, but that was like usually after these earnings. Uber is running up, dying, and then coming up 6 months later. It's never really held. So you've actually, dude, it's been almost like 2-3 weeks of Uber holding up here. Oh, where's AMD? AMD would have been the best earnings one. Roblo on the high now, 42. So Roblo could go a lot higher, but I thought 42 was the 100-day high. But this is just its earnings level. Or from like that one over here in April, where I think that was the update, the monthly update. But really you want 47 for Roblo. So they got a long way to go, but this is a resistance point from their last drop. AI is the biggest bubble in history by market cap. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, dude, that NFT shit was crazy. Crypto was pretty wild too, man. I think Dogecoin, what's even the market cap of Dogecoin right now? Remember the Shiba and the Bahiba, all of that, man. So I don't know. Depends how you look at it. I think people are forgetting how wild 2020 was. Yeah, even 2021, all of that's what I was saying. Like when someone yesterday were like FOMO, I'm like, nah. You had your moment to experience FOMO. This isn't it. This is like, I guess we're just arguing. Nobody even has FOMO. Everyone's just arguing between best economy ever and then it's all gonna die. But it's definitely not it's not 2020, not 2021. I got FOMO on Netflix after making some money on it and selling out early, but other than that, I'd say that's it. Acadia Health. Oh, no, they already had something. McCarthy says he sees debt limit deal on House floor next week. Wait, what? Well, what does that mean about Sunday then? Hold on. Well, McCarthy just gave an update. Market taking a green candle for now, but I don't know if it changes anything. Duolingo, Square on the high. See how the market takes that headline. It seems like that headline could be either very positive or very negative, or it just kind of adds confusion to the scenario. Okay, I left $1,000 on the table with Netflix. That thing now I sold too early. We did it again. But that's it. Netflix 367 is insane. You're about to hit 370. You're up 8%. Needs to be on the floor in order to get it through in time is how I'm reading that. I'd hope so, as long as it's not alluding towards saying, if they're already extending past Sunday, that will not be good. And then Square is up now, too. I don't think PayPal's getting any love, though. Squeeze, Netflix, MPW starting to work up. Where's NVIDIA? Then bonds back low, so that's it. Bonds had this little pop that led the market. Market went up with it, but now you're holding the inverse pretty well. So we'll see if it's going to be an inverse day, the market could go up about 0.5%. If anything, right now, NASDAQ is inverse to the 10-year. 10-year is down 0.5, NASDAQ's up 0.57. McCarthy says he sees debt limit deal on House floor next week. That's coming out again as breaking. I'm not going to short Netflix. No, why would I do that? Again, Netflix was dead the last couple of weeks. So as everything was moving, Netflix only had one pop in the last couple of weeks. So now it's up on news. I mean, I thought it was a good gain. I thought it would go slower. That's why I took my profits, but I don't think I'm going to short Netflix. I want to short NVIDIA, but even then, NVIDIA reminds me of Netflix. Just NVIDIA has been doing it, though, for an extra 2 weeks. Is Netflix still in the long term? I mean, I honestly think a way better question would be, why would Netflix not be in the long term? So if it's still there, I think is an easy question. But I think why would it not be there is a better one. Kramer tweets. Oh, so again, debt ceiling headline. Remember yesterday, just like the Biden thing, you literally had a little bit of a pop, fat drop, but then that was the reload. But even then, that was a fat drop, but that already got eaten up. It's turning green already. McCarthy says negotiating scope of spending cut and debt ceiling lift. McCarthy says we still have work to do. That's for Abivi. So this is our long term. But yeah, Netflix still there. Still there. He better be. And then Uber. This is the one. Uber's the silent killer. We're still down on the covered calls. MPW needs to make a name for himself. And that's it. And then Bill. Very conflicted on Uber. I mean, I like it for the long term, but I'm still surprised. I can see now where a deal can come together, says McCarthy's pumping it. So watch gold. Gold's already dead. Bonds are dying, though. But watch, again, McCarthy. All these headlines are reading very positive now. Yeah, McCarthy got that bond short. So again, 41.61. That was the level, or 41.70 is the level we're looking for. And then 41.78. Now Tesla's pop in. Airbnb, Netflix. Oh my goodness. They're all going now. Target still at the lows. That's weird because Target was up with Walmart and then it flipped again. But McCarthy is pumping the debt ceiling headlines and the market is loving it right now. Again, we were up about the same amount, a little bit more, I think. No, we were up a tiny bit more pre-market. And that was off of the optimism. So that optimism is hitting again after bad jobless claims and real estate data. Again, it's weird because we moved after the real estate data, but it was like 7 minutes delayed. I think it was just the fact we don't have any more headlines. Tesla's going, Netflix, everything. That's it. Day 2. NASDAQ's up almost 1% already. No more Sunday. No, Sunday will be Sunday still looks like it. We could still get disappointed, but again, they're pumping Sunday's optimism right now. Again, from the last 3 days, it was little by little, but today and yesterday, those were the strong days of, again, messaging, changing the schedule. You know, they're sending a very good message. That's why if it goes through, you don't have to deal with it. But if it doesn't, then this is going to, that's the back end risk. But other than now, it's like they're talking very positive about the situation. 41.6. Let's see. Yeah, this is now the highest in the last month. Hold on. So you might be getting out of that 20-day range now here. It's I thought it was 41.78. Yeah, so this will take you to February's high, and then you need to get past 41.87. That'll take you past May 1st. So May 1st, we were still up. Damn, that's crazy. At the beginning of the month, we were at this level. And then the NASDAQ's the one that's higher. So NASDAQ is really breaking out of the range. You see NASDAQ's continuing up, but the SPY, that's the one that's still kind of trapped in there. NASDAQ's running, though. KRE is up. Yeah, KRE finally was. Again, they were down earlier. XLF still red, but they did start to go up. Baba's down 5.6 now. Will Powell bat it down? Maybe. I mean, he's going to be with Ben Bernanke, so they're gonna probably talk about recession and stuff in the past, but who knows what Powell will say. But I don't think all Powell needs to do is just make sure the market's not pricing in rate cuts. And that's good because, again, now the 10-year and other things are getting back to earlier levels. or at least the low ends of SVB. But that's right now, the only thing you could argue Powell doesn't like would simply be that the market's pricing in rate cuts. That's it. If Powell and the Fed could get the market to chill out at rate pause or at whatever, or just even 50-50, that would be decent. But other than that, I don't think there's anything Powell doesn't like. Again, Powell's whole financial conditions thing, that was the worry at the beginning of last year when he would come in and beat down the market. But lately, he's been saying longer-term financial conditions. Equity residential fail. Oh, my gosh. No. Sam Zell dies. Oh, wow. That's sad. We were just listening to him. Remember I was telling you about Sam Zell in real estate? Oh, dude, this guy, like, Sam Zell is probably one of the biggest owners of real estate in America. The guy probably owns more real estate than at least 0.5% of the population. Yeah, Sam Zell. I told you this guy, he inspired me many, many times throughout my history. Yeah, he's like a big real estate OG. Supreme Court leaves intact social media liability shield. Pfizer initiates voluntary recall of magnemycin injections. Sam and then Zell, Zell. You want him to take it with him? The real estate? I don't think you want that. Because then that means real estate would surge if that inventory never hit the market and then could not be resold by any heirs. But very sad. Very, very sad. Yeah, we were just talking about him. I showed you guys when he came on. I wanted to play him for you because I was like, he knows a lot, but like he was the guy that I told you I disagreed with in like 2015. So in like 2015, 2016, he was saying real estate is over and was selling out. He was trying to unload his portfolio. So I didn't agree with him all the time, but he is like one of the godfathers of real estate. That's crazy. I really wasn't expecting him to die. He looked like he was going to die. He looked very, very old, but that's crazy. Well, R.I.P. Sam Zell, man. Futu getting clapped. Schumer avoiding default must be our North Star. Green Palantir. That was up all day. Microsoft, too. Microsoft is 52-week highs. And then NVIDIA 310. Oh, man. Oh, man. See, but this kind of sucks, though. This is what I'm saying for Sunday. If the debt ceiling stuff does good, if we keep running, it's going to kind of, you're literally going to price in all of it. This is already the front run to debt ceiling being good now. Virginia real estate is very, like West Virginia, I've heard very bad things about it, and I just know the properties are cheap, but I actually like it, but I just think it just depends where in Virginia. I know there's a lot of good cheap properties there, but then some people try to avoid it. Pfizer says recall likely to impact revenue and profitability. That doesn't sound good. Damn, Pfizer's at 36? Yo, so Pfizer's now way below 40. Again, they just did that fat bond offering. And then SPY might hit another high here. High-low ticker, very active to the high side. Square, Airbnb, Palantir, MTB, Zion. The banks are now starting to pick up. Remember, they were in the red here in the morning. So KRE is gone green. XLF is going green now. My goodness. I mean, even JP Morgan, don't underestimate. JP Morgan is starting to get a little high here. My goodness. Pfizer is pretty tempting. It still could go a little bit lower, but I didn't, again, remember, everyone was asking us at $40. 36. What's their dividend yield at this price? 4.49. Or you could get paid 5% to hold their bonds. EIA says natural gas stockpiles rose 99 BCF last week. So again, natural gas numbers, that's moving. SPY ripping now again. Watch if energy comes back up. Financials have gone green, and now industrials. That is the second half now, or the second two industries to go green. Everything was red in the day. 417. So 417.50 again. 40.80, but you're breaking a level now, or you're about to. 41.78, that'll be the next one, but this is it now. This puts you to test for the S&P. This is going to test the May 1st high. UK plans on meeting AI risks with OpenAI and DeepMind executives. Even Airbnb 130 or 113 or whatever. What was that? 110? No, 111. The thing is, probably the higher we go, the upside debt ceiling starts to get priced in. Again, it relates exactly to what I said on the video yesterday. Just remember, as everybody got excited about Powell at the beginning, that's exactly what happened at the beginning of the year. You remember, bonds were already saying no landing. People were getting excited. Then you had earnings. And by the end of earnings, as we were getting up here the day before Powell, you already ripped. That's why the day of Powell, we hit a new high, and then you ripped a little bit more. But then after that, the market quickly went to the next event, and then we started to get a little bit paused. So we'll see. But now all we need is tomorrow. Get your Friday expiration. You get your Powell, and then we'll have the event on Sunday. The economy is good, baby. So I've heard. And then Tesla still needs to get rocking. Nvidia's going. Netflix chilled out a little bit. Nvidia 310.82. Maybe I'll go 312 right in the middle. ALGM bear cave report. ALGM. Ooh, big candle. Allegro. Yeah, bear cave report. That's a big candle. Oh, business. Let's go, baby. Hey, man, the headline on Netflix is they announced numbers on their ad tier. Let's go. God bless you. God bless you. Yeah, PayPal's not playing along at all. Square is. That's the crazy part. Square's actually running up 3.5%. PayPal, they are not getting any of it. I mean, at least they're up. And then Uber, 52-week high. What is this? That's actually fascinating. So Uber's actually killing it, 39.22. Watch out for 40. Again, it's either rejects at 40 now, but if this thing gets steaming to 40, I mean, the 1 year, 2 year chart on Uber starting to turn around now. That's it. You get to $40 and higher, Uber might start to neutralize that whole entire chart, or at least some of the downtrend. Affirm 14. Oh, where's Upstart? Are we still on that one? Oh, Upstart came down. No, Upstart's above 1,000% now, 232. ALGM, free lunch on you, homie. Oh, Mr. McCann. Let's go. And SPY hitting a new high. Let's see. Feel like it's early. Well, let's go, baby. Mr. McCann. Horna. Let's go. God bless you. Thank you, my friend. I don't know what I'm going to eat for lunch yet. You might have to figure that out. You might need to help me. That's a juicy lunch. I know. That's a dinner, dog. That's a dinner. But then there's inflation, so maybe it is lunch. Maybe I could get something off the dollar menu at McDonald's due to inflation. Actually, do people talk about inflation anymore? I feel like we only talk about inflation in reference to how it could make the stock market go up. But do people talk about inflation the same way? McDonald's on the high. Apple's going up now. Remember, last 4 days, Apple has been broken. So now Apple is starting to wake up. Today is very euphoric. Again, I'm shocked. Again, I was not expecting we would move like this. So I was definitely wrong about staying cucked. If we break 41.86, the only hope you have for a cuck right now, we hit 41.86 and then instantly reject, just like we did that last Monday. But now you have today and tomorrow. But this is these two moves here are taking me out of my expectation right now. But we'll see. It's still kind of very early, very, very early. Don't hope for the cuck. Yeah, that's why I'm not really hoping. I feel you. I don't hey, if it breaks out, it breaks out. That's cool with me. I was wrong about staying cucked, but I prefer non-cuckening than cuckening, because then you could kind of pivot into it. But we will see. ENVB on the high. That's been running all day, 165%. Oh, stock trading. Moses, wait, whoa. Market goes up. Chad starts to donate. Is that? Are you guys telling me something? Or not? God bless you. Stock trading, Moses, business, and Mr. McCann. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. Because y'all think the Chad be hella bearish sometimes, but nah, y'all just be mad donating when the market starts to break out the range. It's like you all had calls at like 40.80 or something, just waiting for it. Oh, no. It's good. It's good. Load up the Pump It Up song. Nah, mother effer. You got 130 points. We ain't over yet. We got a long way to go, sir. We got a long way to go. They reloading for Kamala. We'll see. And the bonds. I mean, I would love to see the OG bond correlation return. That will be easier to trade, but we'll see. And then Bank of America. Big Bank's still kind of chilling, though. JPM's going actually very good. And then Tesla, though, he's not playing along. GID buys garden-style community in Miami. Is that a REIT? Fed Vice Chair Barr speaks in hearing on recent bank failures. We got the Fed Logan comments in the morning, but she was supposed to be live at 10. We didn't hear from her yet. And then Bank of Canada here in like 50 minutes, I think. Damn, it's only been an hour, Chad. Oh, bro, it's been 1 hour on the day. 18 million in volume, so very big volume too. But first hour, they ran it. So, bro, there's a lot of time left in the day. There is a lot of time. Is Uber, are they breaking out? Or are they flushing? 39.38 or 39.28? This is a 52-week high for them. What's the whole point of donating to you? I have no idea. Some people call it appreciation, love, or it balances out the fact that I'm not trying to sell you anything 7 hours a day. That's about it. Otherwise, I could tell you to join the course. You could join our stock trading course, private Discord, course, Discord, course, private Discord, if you'd like to join. And then that way, then we'll separate all the abilities. So if you thought the news was fast, it's even faster in our private Discord course, Discord, private Discord. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we do. And then actually, since now you guys are not on the private Discord course, Discord, private Discord course, Discord, I have to, hold on. I have to pause the audio for you. See what I'm saying? So it's like, that's why. But I appreciate it. But nobody has to donate. So thank you if you have. Nothing's ever expected. Everything is free 99. You know, that's one thing I try to do. You know, if I could die, like when I die, if I could look back on my life and say I provided for free what people would charge thousands of dollars for, if I could say I did that and it had a good effect and I left people walking away with the long term, it was a success. But my reward is in heaven. So if you donated, you are just a beautiful person, or you don't believe in God, so you have to give me money. So there you go. Thank you, my friends. I appreciate it. That's why I say it's all love, man. And positivity is the same as donating. You know what I'm saying? If you could uphold a good community, show love, and not spread a attitude of discord, not like a discord, but like, you know what I'm saying, dissension, all that goes a long way. So amen. My chat tuition was overdue. Thank you for the plays. Jive Turkey. Instructions unclear. I'm sponsoring you. You donate because you got the fastest in the world in Biden. Oh, you get that? Oh, whoa. 20 months, too. Look at the chat. God bless you. Tatted Trader as well. Thank you all. So that's, I mean, hey, we'll leave it to the chat. Beautiful. I'm on the way to the dentist. Amen. This ain't like the tipping screen at Subway. No pressure. No, they'll stare you down, bro. They'll stare you down. The chat is on fire. It is. And a lot of people, again, I couldn't find J Alt. So I unbanned at least 1,000 people. And now J Alt, I could not find him. And most of them are gone. So we still got to work on it. So don't get rebanned if you've been unbanned. And that's it. I'm new to your channel. Now you got me saying Habibi throughout the day. Habibi, this is nothing wrong with that. Habibi, one day you are going to run into a Habibi and you are going to show him that you know Habibi and you will be a part of the family. Trust me, Habibi. Nothing wrong with saying Habibi. Once you learn Habibi, never let Habibi go. Okay? That's all I tell you. Once you have Habibi, never let Habibi go. Trust me. Trust me, Habibi. You will see. Edgar! Father Edgar! Let's go. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Horn. He does it again. Oh, amen. Amen. Father Edgar, God bless you. God bless you. Oh, even all good days start. 2 years ago, I knew nothing. Now I know nothing faster. God bless the Chad. Now I know nothing faster. Wow. I'll take it. Horna. Where is it? Amen. I'll take it. A little side eye, but I'll take it. You know, honestly, this is what it comes down to. Like, I really got to reflect on it, and this is the most important, powerful thing ever. Seriously. Fuck everything, right? What you should be getting from this chat is that it should be turning you from the worker to the moneylender. That's it. Just like richest man of Babylon. He says, with all the info I gave you, you think I cheated you? I did not. Because I have given you enough to turn you from the farmer to the lender. And that's all it is. That right there is what you should be getting out of this. Your heart, your mind, your spirit should be turned in from working into somebody who can make things work for them. And now you have the heart and spirit of being able to produce. So, amen. You have been redeemed. I unbanned a lot of people there. So y'all better thank J Alt. And I hope you know this. Even me unbanning people, this is a sign of an olive branch that we love you and we would like to have you a part of here. And I hope you read the rules and do not get banned again. And I hope you come in with no argumentiveness. Again, you could challenge things, but do so respectfully with evidence and just simply enjoy it. But now I will ban the shit out of you because there's no mercy because we've freed everybody. You see what I'm saying? So it will still be zero tolerance, but hopefully you make the most of it, and we're glad to see you. Warren Wrights, FDIC chief, acting comptroller of currency. Market's going up, although dollar and yield going down. Does that make sense? The dollar going up does not make sense, but yields coming up, that one could help out. It's helping just because it's kind of unwinding the fear trade, but then it's also bringing the market back to kind of what we normally were at. But a lot of it doesn't make sense right now. Again, like I'm saying, the dollar, that one doesn't really work. I'm banned again for no reason. You're not banned. Caleb says, ban me, daddy. Okay. Caleb comes from a good home. I don't know why he acts like that. Okay, Caleb, tell your father and mother you love them. Thank you. We did it. We made it. Can someone confirm I'm unbanned? I think me confirming it is good, right? People are selling treasuries for dollars to avoid debt ceiling issues. Well, right now, people are feeling good about it. Again, that's why some of these are unwinding. But there's a lot of weird push and pull. Unfortunately, the debt ceiling is getting in the way. So again, even when we're reacting to it now and it's positive, that's great. But it doesn't change the fact until we get out of this week or Sunday, that will be on the forefront. Am I also unbanned? You are. Dude, again, I got everybody unbanned except for fucking J Alt. I don't know what happened to J Alt. I'm telling you, the only thing that's banned right now is if your name was like literally like Uncle Meat or something like that, or if it was like a clear joke name, or if it was a sex bot. Other than that, though, but then it doesn't even like I went through the whole list, so it doesn't even show me like additional. But then I cannot locate J Alt. That's very sad. I'm taking another look just in case. It could be the shadow ban on YouTube. No, Mr. Greco, you are not shadow banned. Good to see you. Hopefully you're positive. Amen. I'm still banned. No, you're not. That's it. Y'all got no excuses now. But, I mean, I already had to ban someone already now. So there you go. What about John Nathan? Remember him? I do. I know where he lives now. He was the stalker, man. Again, it was pretty fun. Pretty fun. But God bless him. That story's actually crazy. I really wish I could tell you it. I can't, though. And I don't even want it. I had so many ideas to tell you guys and share it with you. And, like, I wanted to chat. I was going to let y'all decide what happens. But I was like, that's not really fair. That's not real justice. And then and honestly, I want to tell you all of the details, but I wouldn't want to share the details because I wouldn't want, like, I don't know. I wouldn't want people to treat other people differently because, like, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's very, that's why I'm sad that the person did it. Not only that they, like, fucking harassed me, but, like, it could bring other things towards other people. Just, like, it's crazy that they acted that way. And now it, like, for anybody that could associate with them, it makes it look very, very awful. Will you unban Twitch there? No, Twitch will never get unbanned. Twitch, at that point, if you've been banned on Twitch, you've hit the lowest of the lows. I have zero sympathy at that point. So, unfortunately, your Twitch is gone. NVIDIA 310. I think maybe like I said, I want to short it here, but it's $10 higher from 300. So we're gonna see. The Twitch gulag is real. It is. It is. Because again, the Twitch started off like Australia. Because once originally, when people weren't getting unbanned on here, they went to Twitch. So that means 90% of the Twitch was all of the people that were banned. So that's why. And then again, some of them, even after getting banned, they still have that little, like, like weird 5-year-old entitlement attitude. So it's like, nah, we can't. Yeah, at that point, I tried to vibe, but you know what I'm saying? You gave you 3 shots at that point. Yeah, we sent the criminals to Twitch. We did. And then, but now look at the development. I mean, again, the Twitch has become an emerging market. Are you kidding me? I love what they've done. So, that's why they had to uphold their laws that they have, but, it turned into an emerging market. Like, it's definitely not the same criminal land that it was earlier. So I'm very, very impressed with what they've done. Yeah, Sam Zell died. We had that. It's very, very sad. Very, very sad. Banning on Twitch is like the death penalty? No. Getting banned on Twitch is like getting deported. That means your only entry point into the chat will now be YouTube. So you'll have to wait for when we do the visa lottery. So other than that, so no such thing as death penalty. We don't believe in that. Everybody will always have a chance. Again, it's very easy to be involved. IMF on the way. Are they live? We have Fed Michael Barr. He's speaking right now. Are we shorting the video yet? I want to, but I don't. So it's like I said, I like 310. Maybe 312.50. That puts me between 310 and 315. But that's because, again, I said it earlier, like Netflix, I did not think Netflix would rip 9%, 8%. So it's like, even the video I said yesterday, don't short the 300. I said wait till like 310, but I didn't think it would hit there in 24 hours. Like, that's a big amount. I mean, how many billions of dollars is that? 3% on there? That's a lot of money. Gold, I'm clobbered. I'm down like 3,500 or 4,000 on gold. It's actually fucking awful. So gold, but then I'm going to average down on it depending on what happens on Sunday. Otherwise, if Sunday, no event, I'll just cut it, take my L. Upstarts, you're above 1,000% on that. That one is nice. Buy the NASDAQ. Short it, buy it, short it, buy it. Short it, buy it, twist it, baby. Take the ball and go home. And again, if just nothing materializes from it, then we're gonna see. That's why I like this setup right now. It's very it's pushing you around. You're getting these moves now, but it's like there's some weight on Sunday. I like it. It's getting to the point where if you're getting this hyped up on it, if it doesn't work out, we have a problem. But if it does work out now, you're seeing an actual positive, we're going to get progress. We're going to move on and now focus back to the data and everything else without having to deal with, your 1-month bond dropping. No plays for now. We cut out of Netflix like $2,500 profit. Could have made another $1,000 on it, and then that's about it. And then we're discussing a Nvidia short right now. Can you help me understand the reactions to Target, Walmart, and Home Depot? Target had best numbers, but down the most. Home Depot had the worst. No, Target's numbers were, I didn't know. Target was bad. I think Target was really bad. And I think Home Depot was bad. And then Walmart was good, but I just think I think they were already low, but they're just holding up the same fear level of last year. So I think it should be a little bit higher, but I think that might correlate. I think you might watch Staples react once the data reacts. The dollar is screaming go short. And the Chinese yuan is above 7. That's the next thing. So we talked about that today. Chad brought it up here, but that's big. Again, this doesn't. We could be at a shift. That's the thing. So you guys are seeing a lot of things right now, and that's why it's going to be interesting what happens. But it's like we might be watching the bond correlation come back, right? The OG correlation. Again, this is another one right here. Just take a look at this chart. Anytime the yuan went to 7 or above 7, the market had volatility. So again, right here, even October, December, right when we dropped, again, some of the rally helped us get below. So right in October, November, when the market peaked, that was the yuan peaking out and starting to strengthen again. So again, 7 was SVB. Literally, the yuan was at 7. It's the pop-off zone. Again, December leading into this year, when we rallied, the yuan dropped substantially below 7. That's where all of the China names started to rip, right? But take a look at even in September. So September, October, right after Jackson Hole. So right after Jackson Hole, September, when we started no, that was August. It was August, and then September, I think, was the Fed meeting. But this was another one where we started slipping. It was the yen or the yuan right above 7 again. So then, again, go back 5 years in time. You'll notice this level of 7 is not a coincidence. Again, even 2020, when we rallies start with the yuan going weaker, and then or stronger. When the yuan weakens, usually the market gets a little bit weaker. Again, March 2020, ironically enough, was breaking out of 7 as well. So 7 is also another thing that's kind of flashing there today. But we'll see how we react to everything after Sunday. The yen, I like it. That's actually kind of expected, but the thing I'm worried about with the yen is it has, 4180. You're right below this now. We have to be able to shake the correlation with the bonds. That's the thing that sucks. So the yen and how it moves is related to the government and the policy that they're going to do. And like I said, now once it drops below here, we could start playing it. But remember, I think our last play was at like 7.5. So, but I like it. But the other thing I'm worried about is the correlation with the bonds. Because if it can't shake this, right now I think the correlation is like 0.9. So in a weird way, the yen, we're trying to play the yen individually and play it for the reasons that they have, going on with their policy. That's the real play, not to mention the safe haven approach to it. But if it keeps following along with the 10-year, and the 10-year is now, reacting to our data in a certain way, that's what's making it weird. But this is positive for me. If not, this is what we were expecting more or less. Again, all these little pops from here, they got in the way. But now, by the end of the year, we may have a big yen play, depending on, again, the policy that they do. Is it too late to buy NVIDIA? I ask the chat, not me. I don't just, you know what I'm saying? I don't, NVIDIA. It sucks because I had NVIDIA so cheap like twice this year, and I just kept flipping it. Does anyone want to hold anything over the weekend? We're going to find out tomorrow. So tomorrow with Powell, but I think Powell will give you a reaction, and then depending on that Friday, I mean, you'll have a good attitude of how people feel about holding equities into the weekend now with this meeting. Yeah, the dollar. Well, we were just talking about the dollar. I'm not, again, I keep saying it, but I don't think, because this is what you've I mean, like what we're talking about the bond correlation, and we're saying how like in 2022, there was a positive correlation. It's the inverse is starting to reemerge how it used to be. But just compare how the bond, remember, it used to be even in 2021 or 2022, Stocks would go up, bonds would go up. Stocks would go down, bonds would go down. You knew exactly what was happening on it. How many times were we looking at it throughout the day? Even in 2022, in that environment, we were playing the dollar, right? We every time the dollar would go up, we knew what to do. So what I want you to notice is right here, ever since October, ever since that bottom that we had, and then we started moving up into here, the dollar died. That was your first momentum kill on the dollar since inflation first began. And ever since then, we have just been comatose till this range of like 28.70 to the low of like 27.30. And again, ironically enough, it's the exact same level as 1 year ago. You know what I'm saying? That's not a coincidence. Like, you think it's now the dollar's climbing to July, but it was like what, May? I think it was like May 20th. The dollar was 30 cents lower, May 20th, 2022. So what I'm trying to tell you, until you get back above like $29, I'd say, the dollar is not that important again, because it's spent, this is 6 months now, 7 months of stabilizing. So just factor in all the other currencies and everything else that's going on. That's one thing I've been telling you all year, believe it or not. Currency volatility has calmed down dramatically. Last time the dollar was at these prices and we were freaking out, and it was doing something anywhere similar to this, it was on an upward trend, breaking out nonstop. Rates weren't where they were today, and there was, the future of rates was more uncertain. And then on top of it, all the other currencies in the world were freaking out. The yen was breaking, the pound was breaking, the euro was breaking. So it's right now, the dollar, it's important, but it's not going to give you the same market leading factors you saw last year. That's just not going to happen until the dollar either dies or turns on. So when the dollar gets above 29 and you start getting a trend that is not doing nothing, then you could start reacting to the dollar. Otherwise, I think your bond correlation is way, way more of a read right now on the market than not. So what I'm saying is, don't get distracted by the dollar until it breaks out, because right now, if the dollar is staying in a spot it's moved at after, last year, every quarter we were hitting a new high, this is beautiful. This is exactly what Powell wants. SPY is breaking out now. Ay, ay, ay. And then yen is dropping. That's big. Again, 41.86, 3 points away. If you break above there, then that's it, Chad. Or I think, was it? No way. That's not 41.93, can it? No, 41.86, 41.87, 41.95 is the high of February after Powell. So 41.95 and 41.87 are your new levels. And then that's it. And then 4,200. Bookmap 4,200. If the futures they should be actually. If we're at 41.80, yeah, futures should be at 4,200. That's the test you're going for right now. And then again, bonds keep going lower. Then there's the dollar. Tesla's trying to come back up. Netflix about to go to 370. Insane. Microsoft, Nvidia, 312. Oh my gosh. Bro, and it's mad early. Again, Microsoft now too, 52-week high. There is Nvidia. When's Nvidia earnings, actually? May 24th. So next week. Yeah, sorry, man. I'm banning the account. No accounts like that. Use your normal account if you want to give any warnings. That'd be appreciated. Otherwise, if you're going to spend that time, call lending tips, and we'll send you leads and call real estate. Don't make accounts for me. Literally, let's get a real estate lead if you're going to do that. I love you. God bless you. Where was I looking at? So NVIDIA, their ex-dividend is on March. I know people don't play it for the dividend, but still. So get ready. We're at 4,200 on the futures. If you temporarily suspend the debt ceiling, it allows them to keep spending money until they agree on a budget, and then they just do it again. So it it puts a limit on it where you could pretty much spend without getting penalized, which is exactly what they want. And then bonds at a low. Apple, ironically enough, too, the day we start moving here, you don't have the banks, but now Apple, after the 2 days of not moving, there it is. Google on the high. And then SPY's kind of calming down. Lord, forgive me. I shorted NVIDIA. I shorted 50 shares, 31.12.45. I did it. I know. It's my funeral. That's what they say. Good luck. It's smart. $50 is not that bad. And then you say short at 325. I said 300 yesterday, or I said 310. I didn't want to take the 300. And then I said I'm worried with how fast it's going today. I said maybe 315, but 312.50 is literally right in between there. So went with 50 shares, go smaller, start at this price, and then it does have earnings next week, so we'll see how that factors in. But, I mean, it's up like 12% on the week or something, so I'm cool. My rationale is pre-earnings, and again, the stock is just, there's a lot of euphoria here. I mean, it could be justified, but then again, it's not like NVIDIA is cheap, and now they're, except for like Microsoft and a couple of other names, NVIDIA is at 2022 highs. That's just after being at $80 or $100. So I'm down. I could get really, really squeezed, but I think it's better to short up here than anywhere else. Could be justified, like the short, or are you saying the high price? But again, it's not. Just we'll leave them to their own devices. The price, well, you can't stop people from buying it up and getting hyped on it. And if people think if people think they are safe in NVIDIA at 315 or 312, you know what I'm saying? Like, who am I to stop them? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Like, I feel safe reading my Bible. If they feel safe buying NVIDIA at whatever the PE ratio, that's them. Like, you know, you can't. That's why I'm saying you can't justify it. It was a safe haven for a little bit, as everything we're dealing with. You don't forget that attitude people took on. But so I'm not doubting how much it could go up. It's just more along the lines of I could see why it's up, but I do see that there's a better risk to reward to the downside, I think, from here. But then again, depends on those earnings. Logic doesn't work in the stock market. It does and it doesn't, but just don't underestimate. Most of the logic is sold to you. That's it. That's all it is. That's where, like, you got to realize it. It's everything in the market is about coming up with an idea and selling it to you. That's it. That's what everybody on TV, every single investor, manager who is going out and they're publicly talking, the idea is you get the idea, you make your play, and then you go around and you start selling your book. You just start going and then you sell the idea of it. So a lot of everything is just an idea and getting sold. And then if people are getting behind that idea and believing in it, then that's it. But that's literally all Wall Street is. So I think the safe haven stuff, NVIDIA, all of these moves, I definitely think that's where people are responding. I think people got sold an idea and they're eating it up. This short, until we get either a profit on it or maybe right before earnings I'll close out. That statement blew my mind. It should. But that's how it is. That's why, like, even then, that's why, like, I don't like doing fundraising stuff. And I know, like, if people wanted me to do it, because it would be like that. It would just be like coming up with an idea and then selling everybody on your idea. That's it. Like, we like to look at both sides of everything. I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. But don't underestimate 90% of what you're seeing is that's what Wall Street is, selling the idea. So, and then that's what happens. The ideas get sold until something else comes up, and then another idea starts getting sold. And if enough people believe it and buy into it, you get your next period for it. So NVIDIA, another extra $1. I'm down. See, I'm down $50. So already $1 per share down. Tesla need to wake. Tesla is still actually very calm. Call credit spreads. They could. It just, again, the debt ceiling. That's the only thing that sucks. Because right now, if you believe it, fucking make your play. Like, if you believe the optimism, then you make your play without worrying about anything. But otherwise, it's like, at the end of the day, the only risk to blow you out of the range now, or if you did like a credit spread, it would be that's it. Otherwise, I would expect to hold up where we're at. Again, if you could break out a little higher and keep going, it's good, but market will like it until the next set of data. And even then, PCE, you have till next Friday, but I don't think the only real, like, short-term quick risk right now is the debt ceiling. Yeah, Tesla again, like, Netflix was lagging heavy throughout all of this, and then today it was able to go, and then same thing with Tesla. Again, those are both the same day of earnings, so their charts kind of look the same. So Tesla needs his Netflix pop, but again, Netflix needed a very strong update, because again, they gave a big piece of news related to their subscribers that nobody had. So that's why Tesla needs something like that. But Tesla's one of those big techs that's lagging, at least in the last month or so, since the earnings. Here's NVIDIA still. SPY coming down a little. Bonds are at the low. AMD's on the high still. Intel's even climbing up. UVXY. So again, debt ceiling, that's another theory. If you believe that the debt ceiling on Sunday is not going to work out, then people will start buying volatility leading into it. Again, that's part of the hedges. UVXY, gold, bonds, yen, all of those will catch a bid. So that's my take on it. Sadly, I hate to, I do not, like I said, I have my base case towards the debt ceiling. I know the events on Sunday. Everything from bill to not, anything I would do or not would just be at an abundance of caution. So it's like, that's it. It's boiling down to Sunday. And if you believe the hype, you have nothing to worry about. If you believe the debt ceiling and all of the statements so far will come true, then there's nothing to worry about. If not, then we'll see. Biden intends to tap lawyer Anna Gomez for FCC. Democratic FCC majority could act on net neutrality. Gomez's arrival at FCC would end years of partisan deadlock. Treasuries will collapse. They're already collapsing. The data is making them come down. So yeah, that would be the dagger. Even gold, everything's already coming down. Is it too early to buy UVXY? Better to wait till Friday. I think give or take, it should be around the same range. Like again, you drop another. I think worst case you go down to 50. You go down another $1 if tomorrow's really bullish, or even today. That's the thing though. That's the fucked up part about today is today's not even done and it's very early. It's not even Euro close. We got Euro close in 15 minutes. Bank of Canada, April CPI came in stronger, but core measures eased, said Macklem. So see, positive core update from Canada. T-Mobile kind of dying. Are they lower from their earnings? Yeah, they were. Remember, their earnings were good, but then people were worried. I think it was either margin or subscribers. Shout out to Egg Hertel, baby. MPW new high. Because if we get back to $8, that'll be decent. But where was it before the news? It needs to go back to 840. ABC just fired Jimmy Kimmel. I don't know. I can't believe Sam Zell died. That's crazy. How do you die? I don't know. I just saw the headline. I think natural causes. The news today, more debt ceiling stuff. And then we got brought down by initial jobless claims. And then more positive debt ceiling stuff, again, by McCarthy, was able to bring us back up. The long-term bill is dead. Or it's like, I mean, it's low. I kept buying shit. I only have $4,000 in bill, or $400 in the small account. So, but then we got a deposit on the way in a couple of weeks. But other than that, we used a lot. We bought MPW, we bought Walgreens, we bought PayPal. You just bought. PayPal's trying to rise up again. Square was on fire all day. Uber again. Kamala is going to talk today. Yeah, she is. I think I have it on the schedule now. Yeah, 12:30. VP Harris and then Brainerd debt ceiling briefing. And then Janet Yellen's at another one. I don't have the time of that. But 12:30 to a 1:40 is looking like. I have old Oxy flip shares, but I don't have anything on Oxy in the long term. Yeah, Upstart, the contracts are up again over 1,000%. So literally 20 cents a contract, and they're now worth $3.15. So that's the last contract we're holding. And now it's at 24. How do you set your... I took profits along the way. So we had 3 of those contracts. I sold one out at $130. Then I sold the other one at $200. And now we have one left at $320. So I just took profits along the way and scaled out of it. Tesla, big K. Again, Tesla needs it, and Tesla, out of any of those big tech ones, he's the one who now needs the final move. Maybe Apple, but then again, I think after today, Apple's at the high. Give me MO at 40. I'm down. Cake on the high. Upstart again. So Upstart keeps going. MO's down a decent amount. Sam on the high. Netflix kind of chilling out. Bro, NVIDIA 313. Wayfair still on the high. And there's the SPY. Then there's Upstart. NSSC on the high. Booking. All tech pumping, but Meta. On long term at 330. Yeah, not any cover. I'm sure you could get mad good money on cover calls on the video there. Again, NVIDIA is still working its way up. SPY came down a little bit, but you're not dying. You didn't hit 4,200 on the futures. That's the final test. 4184 again. 4187 is the other high of May, and then 4193 is the high of February. Yeah, we'll come back later. Okay, I sold out the last Upstart 340. That's like 1,500% or something on the last contract. And then total net on the trade was 1,000%. $60 into 600. Yeah, that was a good one. Not bad. Not bad. Japan CPI today. Again, SPY coming down. NVIDIA is still holding. A lot of things. Even Upstart there. Again, this could be energy. Bonds are catching a bid. Or is this banks? Watch energy and banks, see what it is. But now, industrials, materials, still green. Regionals are kind of slipping, but we are coming into Euro close. And then bonds are going vertical. Mortgage stress test boosted financial resilience, says Macklem. Google to pay $39 million to Washington State over location tracking. Netflix's Catalyst was it was announcing the ad tier. So they said they had 5 million subscribers signed to the ad service, which we didn't have those numbers prior to yesterday. So that was a new development, or at least they shared a big piece of information people wanted. Boeing's even slipping here. Apple's right at the high. I don't know. This kind of might be a reload. Target's dropping. Target is coming back to yesterday's open. I forgot about Walmart. Walmart's even down. Walmart might even go red. And then Bobo is down 5% earlier. Baidu was lower. Bro, NVIDIA 313.50. It is not stopping. Upstart still going. Again, we're out of the final contract. NVIDIA 314 now, so it's probably going to 315. And then watch out, 315 If it breaks into the 320s, the next level is 323 and then 330 for NVIDIA. I'd say NVIDIA is printing. So again, I'm already down $100, $2 a share on that short. Peep RKLB. Rocket Lab. We saw this one the other day, I think. Twilio's on the high. Twilio's actually going straight up, kind of. Yo, Twilio. And then NVIDIA, bro. These candles are getting big. That's a $1 pop. What made you take this short on NVIDIA? Going small within, like I said, we were talked about it a little earlier yesterday about being early. I went small with it for a reason, 50 shares. So again, we're down like $100 on that $2 there, but we were talking about shorting at 300 yesterday. I said like 315, and then I went in between 310 and 315 at 312 with the small one, and then I could play it 2 more times if I wanted to, maybe 10 more, but we'll see. No news. There's just AI optimism. I think Intel and then Micron chip investment in Japan, and then earnings are next week. And then Twilio's straight up. I don't know if there's any news on that. You're shorting shares, not puts? Yes. How can you tell what sentiment the bonds are pricing in? Based on the yield. So based on the price, it lets you know. So again, if a 2-year yield is at 4%, as that goes higher or lower, it tells you where people think interest rates will be in 2 years. Again, even Fed futures, and then also just watching for some of the correlations. How do other assets respond when yields go higher or lower? Oh, NVDS. That's the, what's it called? Is that the cheap way to short it? That's the 1.25 bear daily. Yeah, I didn't see the target. We have time on that play, but that target option is still down. It went up, though, today. But very interesting. And then we need Tesla to work. That sucks. Baidu got clapped. NVDS. It does, but I don't know how you could. I don't know how to balance the risk to reward. Like 50 shares at a time, I know how it'll move. But then if this is like levered up, and then I don't know what 100 shares would represent. That'd be like 125. So I don't know. I'll just go with NVIDIA, but that could be a good option. But be careful. Again, I'm shorting NVIDIA already, and like I said, Lord protect me. But that's it's already going up there. So NVIDIA it's going to be a wild battle, especially after how much it's already moved. Meta's new AI data center will be equipped to support liquid-cooled hardware. What? He is spending money again. Levels of Apple, I think, is like 175 or whatever. They're high. Bro, NVIDIA, is going to 319 now. My goodness. That's it, chat. So again, I knew I wanted to wait, but we'll start with some small ones. But dude, NVIDIA is insane. So I'm already down 160 on those. 315. Airbnb on the high. Airbnb 111. It was at 115 for earnings or 120. Yeah. I'm surprised even Airbnb is holding up. Net was 40 last week. Even MPW is going up. UWM, Apple, TQQ on the high. DraftKings. Yeah, Apple 175. I think that is the next level. Bosch from yesterday, BHC. And yeah, it is a Euro close in 45 minutes or 45 seconds. So get ready. 41.80 at Euro close. Leading into Euro close, you've sold off 5 very crucial points because those 5 points were just 1 point off of pretty much hitting the highs of both the month and the year. Rogers says social media and financial apps sped up regional bank runs. Biden tells the UN Venezuela fund will be safe from creditors. U.S. gives green light to UN's Venezuela humanitarian fund. Yeah, it's only Euro close, and you've already moved up 1% on the NASDAQ, 0.5% on the SPY, and believe it or not, the Dow Jones is actually negative still. The Euro close is positive or negative. It all just depends. But now it's only going to be America, and we'll see how everybody really feels without the influence of any other assets moving across the pond. So we'll find out. But I think Europe did good today. So sometimes it'll keep the momentum or do the opposite, but it's very hard to say. But everything was green actually solidly. China, even the Nikkei went up, but China was the only thing that was like not as good yesterday. Everything in Europe went crazy except for the Swiss. But Canada, Italy, Germany, France, Europe 15, all of them are green right now. So we'll see how the market takes it. And like I said, China, it's weird. China's the only one. Bonds were moving earlier right here. This is even where we started chilling out. Again, you've seen it a couple times. Bonds will hit a low of the day and kind of bounce, and that'll be like an inflection point, but I don't think it's over for now. And then again, in what time is it? You have an hour you hear from Kamala and Brainerd. They're going to give their little meeting. Macklem Canada says Basel Group weighting social media impact on banking. 4-week bills draw 5.37. Kamala. Pizza is on the high. And then Google's still going. Win. Twilio, I didn't find news on Twilio, but they looked like they were just going straight up earlier. And then again, Win. Nvidia 315.67. Netflix holding 366 still. 8-week bonds draw 5.0. Allotted at high 89%. Seems like good demand considering MOS on the high. No more new data for today. Just these little speakers now. Again, that debt ceiling meeting with Yellen, and both Yellen has her own meeting, and then Kamala and Brainerd have their own other meeting as well too. PW, I think Kathy buying Twilio. Euro close is at 11:30 Eastern. And then it'll shift with the next daylight savings for a little bit for future reference. Social media influencers made banks put their deposits into long-term bonds in a rising rate environment. I blame social media, man. It's hard. It's hard to fight the pressure of social media. You know, I remember it was like 2021, and all the influencers just like, I don't know how they got the banks to do it, but they got them to do it. And they were just like, hey, banks, go put all your money into the 0% yield in bonds before we raise rate. What? S&P put in the highs for the day. It's hard to say. I mean, again, I'm already wrong. Like, again, I didn't think yesterday we would move as much as we did, and then we kept going today. For the first hour to be up this high, I didn't really think any of this would happen. So, I was saying it in the video earlier, I don't think you can really, don't underestimate today, but I also do believe, I believe we should not be here. I believe we should be right here. I believe we should be firmly right here in the middle. So I don't know, but then again, we have one more day left, or we have a little bit of runway. So I think anything is possible, but holding the levels, holding this up. I mean, the bulls are, this optimism is waking them up. They're trying to shake out the puts. And, I mean, people feel good. People are feeling optimistic. Don't underestimate that. But, again, I do think people are selling that idea. And I think people are buying it way more than people thought it would get sold. Don't expect rates to return to the very low levels, says Macklem. What are you going to do with your NVIDIA short if optimism of the debt ceiling comes out on Monday? I would probably ride it into right before earnings, but that's about it. Again, I think NVIDIA, even in a weird way, if it ends up, NVIDIA is up a lot. Like, so, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how this week will go, but it's just like, I'm not, in a weird way, like, I'm just, this is a 7-day chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, this thing is up like, what, $30 in the last 7 days. So I'm not like too worried, even if it does do good. I do think it could still keep going up. You have till 330 and 320, but it's like, I think the optimism, I'll be pretty chill if it was, and then just sell out before earnings so I don't have to deal with it. I remember last year we talked about the Fed wanted the market to go down for tighter financial conditions. Is this no longer the point, or does the Fed not care where the market goes? I don't think they care anymore, because, again, Powell cares about financial conditions, but he says on the long run. And I think Powell kind of realized there's no point in trying to guide the market, because if he could keep it in this level, it'll be good to go. So that being said, like, Powell won. It's been 6 months of not even giving a shit about financial conditions, and we're at the same spot 4 months ago. So I think this is the base case for this. Powell won. Powell just burned half of the year with stocks at the same place and rates almost 0.5% higher than what we thought they would be at the beginning of this year. So he won. That's why he's saying financial conditions in the long run, but I don't think he gives a shit. I think Powell, the only thing that Powell and the Fed that they need to account for right now is they just got to bring the rate cut odds out of the way. That's it. That's the only thing. The only thing that is far off from what Powell is saying and that is posing a problem with other assets is bonds. The bonds are saying you're going to cut, and that's the only thing the Fed and Powell have been saying very clearly that they're not going to do this year. So that right there is where I think Powell cares more about that. That's where we could see him be unnecessarily or necessarily hawkish just to get the market out of that, and then everything else, I don't think he gives a shit if we're at 430 or not. Oh, no. Tesla's moving. Again, NVIDIA 316.50 or right below it. Tesla 175.25. SPY 417.35. Dow is down 12th. SPY's up 0.5 and NASDAQ 1.1. And then industrials, materials, discretionary, communication, and tech are the only thing green. Tech is up 1.7. So NASDAQ's even down, or NASDAQ's up 1.1, but nowhere close to the tech industry right now. I'll reload it. Broadcom approaching all-time highs. FNGU, even Airbnb again. MPW just hit the high again. Tesla, he needs to wake up. Netflix is going back up too. Do you really think NASDAQ should be this high? Come on, man. Everybody knows the answer to this question. If y'all want to play games and act, that's fine with me. Nobody believes it should be that. Even if you own it, you don't believe it. You're like, damn, I can't. But that's not the question. It's just let it this way. Anything. But you already know the answer. You already know the answer. You're telling me a stock is at the highs of 2020, 22, 2020, 2020, 2020, 2022. You already know. So you already know. That's it. But again, the market could stay insane longer than you could stay solvent. Don't ever forget that. That's I got to, because I'm pretty solvent. And, I've even got hit on a couple of plays and I'll make some good ones. But it's just like, that's something you always got to, I go slow on the balance, and I even scale in on it. That's why I'm going 50 shares at a time. But you know what I'm saying? It's just very, very simple. Just the market can stay solvent. Market could stay insane longer than you could stay solvent. But I think everybody in the world knows the answer for NVIDIA. It's very, very high right now under any circumstance. Even if you own it and love it, you're surprised as well. So doesn't mean that has to change instantly. But the fact of the matter is, it's not. Like, in terms of being at 2022 highs, that's a very rare feat, and you have to be doing materially very good if you want to compare the two. Over go. I've been shaving off my position in the video. We'll see if we regret it. You might if it goes really crazy, but at the same time, taking anything a little bit, especially if you're writing, you still have some to hold. Nothing wrong with taking a little. That's going to be the next thing, is when we find out where any of these recent 13Fs, what do they start doing? Because again, even on the last 13F, what's his name? Like, even Buffett is very flip-floppy or finicky. Netflix about to go to 370. Starbucks on the high now as well. Google 52-week high, 122. So that's another one. Airbnb's running up there. I think Expedia and Booking, Las Vegas Sands, Wynn. High tickers starting to gas. You're not really seeing movement on the SPY yet. I'm sure the NASDAQ is probably hitting a new high. Yep. Again, it's just one of them days that the SPY goes through when the NASDAQ's ripping. Don't want to take it out on puts. I just want to buy daily calls. And they said it'll crash the market. Don't take it personal. Baby. Oh, see, the young guys don't know that one. Meta rip. Wasn't Meta down, though? He was up in the morning, then he came back down, and then you guys said he was dying. DoorDash came up too. 370 on Netflix. Oh man. At this point, I should just go all in NVIDIA. No way I lose my money right now. Here's the answer for everything, whether you are frustrated or excited, whether you are caught. Here's what I'm asking you, and maybe you should see how the market feels. Are you more concerned with what's happening in your account in the present, or are you more concerned about where things are going and what will happen in the future? And there you go. That is the debate that you are having in the stock market right now. Go all in if you want. What do you feel about the future? How do you feel about it? How do you feel if anything flip-flopped or not? And that's it. Otherwise, and then are you going to get frustrated off of the present? Are you going to get exuberant off of the present? And then how does the future factor into that analysis? I think he was joking. I know. I think the jokes come out of frustration. And that's where I'm saying on both levels, though. It's just like, what is your view for the future? I think that says everything. And then also, too, how you respond to the present. Have I ever sold my entire portfolio? No. I've sold it off a substantial amount in 2015 when I was freaking out. But other than that, I've never went full-blown tinfoil, sell all my money, sell everything, and then, wait till Jesus comes. Look at NVIDIA's PE ratio. Look at Airbnb's PE ratio. All I'm saying is nobody gives a shit. You guys, again, the market could stay insane longer than you could stay solvent. Clearly, nobody cares about NVIDIA's price to earnings. Why haven't we? Remember, the market only cares about what it wants to care about once it sells it to you. So you see what I'm saying? They're not selling NVIDIA price to earnings. When they want Airbnb down, they sell you price to earnings, right? When people they're not selling you PE ratio. Right now, they're selling you AI, recovery. That's the play right now. No one's looking at NVIDIA saying, oh man, I'm getting a steal of a deal on this value play. It's not. So right now, the market is fully ignoring that, and they're picking and choosing when. But like I'm saying, I just wait for these next couple of events here, or AKA Sunday, and then we'll have a much clearer view, but we'll see how permanent anything really is. And then 4117 now. There's your pop. Again, the high ticker was leading it before. Again, 4187, 4193. Those are your 2 points that we could break out into new highs on the year right now if you get above 4193. Microsoft, Netflix again. So there you go. Getting led by big tech. 1.8 on tech as a sector. Yeah, NASDAQ's up at what? 1.2? Gold and bonds are going down. The hedges are dying. That means it correlates with even the market going up. Again, people's fear towards the debt ceiling over the last 2 days has dropped considerably. That's why that's being reflected in those assets. That's the top tick. We'll see if it breaks into another high, though. You're going to have a lot of juice. If it can't break, then it'll kind of look like end of the day yesterday, where this will be a high. If it goes lower and then can't get above there, we'll have a problem. It's mostly big tech, but today there's a couple of other things, but over the last week it has that. Again, the market breadth is hideous. When I see Target, And there it is, new high of the day, I think. Yeah, 41.85, 2 points away now. Let's see what happens. Again, futures have not hit 4,200 yet. This is that line there. It could get eaten up. You might get a little bit of a crazy pop or a blow off, and then we'll see if it turns into a reload. But now you're, 15 minutes off Euro close, and then Kamala in about 30 minutes, I believe, or 40 minutes. No, 50. But yeah, Netflix is crazy. Netflix, Google, all of them. The only one not playing along is Tesla. But even then, Tesla's high, but it was higher the other day. I think it had 178. TSM, big red. It's flipping from the top. It's not too big. Watch any of the other chip makers. Micron's at the high. ENVB, that one's up like 200% or something like that. And then NVIDIA again, Intel. They all going, hubby. Oh my gosh, 372 Netflix. Oh, now they're just bullying me. Okay, now I really sold early. Ay. Kamala riding with me. ENVB on the scanners, no clue. It's just a hype play. Yeah, Roblox, they ran in the morning and then they chilled. Again, Micron in Japan, that one. I thought Micron would move more than NVIDIA. I guess it's up 5% at the high. And then SPY's still holding on again. You hit a new high and you're still 2 points off of May 1st high. China stocks, again, the BABA earnings were soft. So BABA earnings could have came in really, really good and they just didn't. Again, it's funny because we held it neutral and then just dumped it 5% off the top. Micron is getting funding from Japan, up to $1.5 billion to build factories in Japan, I believe, or some sort of investment. NVIDIA is still 316.80. Again, SPY's holding. This is going to be big. I mean, it's either this is 4,200. So on the futures, I'm sure we're going to get a lot of activity here. The money print, still NVIDIA. Let's see. Oh, where's Apple? I feel like Apple ain't been getting any love after the 2 days. But then remember I showed you the chart yesterday. That's it. He was lagging both those. Everything that's lagging now, I think, except Tessie. Tessie's the only one, but technically, if that last Friday helped them break out a little earlier. But that's it. Again, big tech is leading heavily. 317.50 on NVIDIA. So I'm down $2.50 on that. It's $5 a share already. Even from again, they were already up 3.5% at that moment. So it's already gone up another 2.5%. It's going to 320. I mean, 320 might just go up to 330 at that point. But because again, that's what Netflix did. I did not think Netflix would go $10 higher than my top level. And it did. So again, there's a lot of juice here if it's already running. Mm-mm. 317, it's headed to 322. Tesla, he's the next one, but then again, we'll see. We'll see Mr. Elon. Even BNB's up now. Did you pause and think for 10 minutes on that play? No. I thought about it from yesterday, and we talked about it a lot. That play, we talked about it a lot. I'm not worried about the NVIDIA play. It's not, again, at 50 shares, I'm ready to, even then, I think even to open up that play, it's like $4,000 on the margin. It's actually smaller this time around, believe it or not. Because I remember last time I played NVIDIA, the margin was insane. But we'll be good. SPY's on a tear. NASDAQ is on a tear. The SPY is again, we're waiting. NASDAQ is hitting new highs of the year right now. So you got to realize that. NASDAQ is at literally new highs. The SPY, we are 1 point away from the May 1st high, and then we're still about 8 points away from the high in February 2nd. So the NASDAQ is there. The SPY is actually the one that's still, again, you need energy and everything else to play with it. Oh, Square, yeah, we're coming back on that one. Again, they got their run finally, but then they left PayPal behind. And SQQ. I don't know what's happening, but someone breaking someone. I think it just, maybe we were underestimating how much negative sentiment there was towards the debt ceiling, even though the market was holding up very well. But this is just optimism. I just genuinely think people are feeling good over the last 2 days, and people want to buy the good news, like in the sense where it feels a lot better thinking nothing's going to happen than not. And I think that's just what got turned on. And then not to mention, I mean, your government made a very big effort to message something positive here about the debt ceiling. So we'll see. But I think people's attitudes are feeling a little bit better here, more or less. And it's off of that. That's why it's very finicky, because you have history and probabilities and statistics that tell you everything should be really, really good and nothing to worry about in terms of the debt ceiling. But then it's also like you do have this event overhanging. Thought Baba, maybe give it a couple of days, because remember, Baidu shot up, it opened down, shot up, dumped the next day, then went up the next day after that. So, but then Baba, the thing is, China's at 7. That's the only thing I don't like right now, actually. That's the only thing. Looking at it, Chile sells, no, that's not it. I thought it was going to be great news, but a little Chicle there. But now China's the one, that's your only thing that does not look optimistic. That's it. If the debt ceiling becomes good, that's where we're at here. Let's see. I've showed this like 3 times already. But this is the only thing that should be like, this is the only thing. Oh, okay. That's a decent Chicle. That's pretty big. 47. That's a point almost. 0.6 right there. So then Target's flushing now. That's on the low. It's not too bad, I guess. And then Nvidia's still holding. No news on that. And then teen charged with a scheme to hack DraftKings. Federal prosecutors charge 18-year-old man to hack users of DraftKings. SPY's dumping. Let's see. London market close. No. I think, is it 15? Almost 30 minutes from Euro close. I think maybe Euro's settling, but damn. Raul, no news, no headlines on that. You're back below. Again, 41.86, 1 point below. So this is where it gets weird, because now your high is 1 point below the high of May, and now you just flushed below this level. But remember, this is the level, 41.60. That was what we couldn't break the other day. So in a weird way, this one's not too bad, but that was a very interesting move on the day so far. You think Raul will happen for Netflix? I thought it would. Netflix, don't ask me anything. I thought it was, again, 360. I knew 370 was the next level. I didn't think it was all today. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's gonna, again, I sold out at 359. So like right before 360, because I was like, okay, it's already up 6% on the day or 5%. But at this point, 10%, you're in your own little world. Yeah, there's SPY now. It's funny because remember we were saying if this sets the high and then we set a new low, it set a new high, but then now you came in below and now this is where we were at like just 15 minutes, I believe. Or no, that was right before Euro close. The deflation in wheat prices, yes. Everything, every commodity. And again, it makes sense with some of the data and that recession stuff, but also go watch the original wheat interview. That's expected to happen in a weird way. So again, everything with inflation, commodity, agriculture, the way it had the pop and now the drop. That's why the next wave is like we're getting ready for something. That's it. It's either commodities die because of the economy, or if all of those things go up, then that's it. It's like, because again, if food, just like Arab Spring, fat run up in wheat, fat run up in corn, then big drop over the next year and a half, 2 years, and then it goes and hits another high. Same thing with inflation, 36 months higher, another 24 months doing nothing, and then the next 36 months come back with inflation, again, going off of the 70s. Oh, yes, China. Oh, PHILO presents preclinical study showing treatment of NK cells more than doubles ability to kill tumors. Whew, Netflix. Yeah, PHILO halted positive trial data. Let's see. It could be a little real. As long as, well, the regionals up, your big runners are holding. NVIDIA's holding, Netflix. I'd watch regionals and energy. That could feed us here, but this will be a reload if everything stays. Again, Netflix is running up into it. And then again, if we could get some movement in bonds or currencies. And yeah, what I was going to show you on the yuan, that's the thing that's weird about the whole debt ceiling thing now. And just when you look at the market, but I've never, literally in the last 3 years, I've never seen a good market with the Chinese yuan above 7. That's it. They're just right here. This line right here, the market has never been good. Oh, honestly, over the last like 5 years, anything above 7 is usually a problem. That's it. Again, July 2019, that's literally right before our first TLT. Again, January 2020, February 2020 into March, right above 7. Again, July, when we rallied in 2020, it dropped below 7. And then again here in September, when leading into October lows, yuan above 7. And then same thing on the way down. So, yeah, it's a check engine light. That's the only thing that does not look as beautiful as a NASDAQ hitting a brand new high right now. I don't know. Can I overlay the SPY on that? So here's the chart. I don't know how this looks. Yeah. So here's 7. And then this is the SPY. So again, right when it got to below 7, the market ripped. Let's see. Yeah, here was it getting at 7 the first time. It went above. And then as we started to die, it was going at 7. And then once it started dropping below, you were already recovered. Let's see. Market's doing good. And then right here, once it got back by 7, that's where the market was already dropping down below, but then that's where you started to flush a little harder. And then market kind of came back up a little bit as it came down. So there's a little bit of a lag. But you see some level of correlation. But, oh my gosh, dude, is it really 3.7? I'm mad I sold. Dude, I could have made another $2,000 on Netflix. That's insane. My goodness. Oh my goodness. 10%. Oh my, wow. There it is. Natty Gas. And then NVIDIA kind of chilled out a little bit. Netflix is unstoppable. No, I sold out of Upstart. We got like 1,500% on the final one. Three new inbound vessels approved for Ukraine grain corridor. 375 Netflix. That's insane. So that was their earnings move now. That's it. Bro, Netflix is about to hit a all-time high, or excuse me, yearly high. They're like $4 more away now. And then SPY's still going down here, believe it or not. Now Tesla, low ticker is picking up. Very interesting move here. Again, there was no news or anything on that. The breath is still awful. Yeah, 100%. Well, we're back up to VWAP. I mean, yesterday, once you got past VWAP, you didn't test it, but I don't really care about it. I mean, 4171 is a level. Watch if it goes lower. PHIO, that's the one with the biotech data. But really, all I care about is 4155. That's it, if that breaks or not. But if you could still stay above that, I would take that as decent. And then tech, communication, discretionaries, only thing green, materials and industrials went red, and then financials too. So on this little drop here, couple of things flipped. Again, PHIO, positive trial data, up 25% right now. I was in Rome. There was a grifter from oh dude, bro, it actually happened to me the other day. It was actually, I've heard people joke about it, but I didn't know it. Coinbase expanding Coinbase One access to UK, Germany, and Ireland. But I was filling up at the gas station. My girlfriend was with me. Thank God she was, because it got weird. And I'm filling up, and then this guy walks up to me and he says, "Hey man, you know, I need anything right now." He said, "My family, if we could get like a hotel, food, anything." And then I'm like, "All right, man." I said, "Let me check what I got." I said, "You better hope she has cash." Because I was like, I only have credit cards and all that stuff. So let me see if I have cash for you. And as I'm looking for cash, I tell him only credit cards. He said it, bro. This guy told me, he said, "Hey man, it's cool. If you want to Venmo me or Cash App me, that's cool too." And I looked at him and I said, "What?" Wow. I said, "I never had that hat." I said, "Yeah, he did it." No, he said it. I always thought it was a joke when people said, like, I've seen memes. No, he said it to me. He straight up said Venmo or Cash App. And I was like, damn. So she had cash on her. I was like, man, I can't, I don't want to give you my personal info, sir. I was like, damn, that's crazy. I said, yeah, I've never had that happen. Mm-hmm. No, like he was like, "Hey man, I got Cash App and Venmo. If any. I was like, what? Wow. But no, I gave him some cash, so that was good. Cause I was like, I don't even use Venmo. Never trust anybody asking you what time it is. Nah, yeah, that one's not. But I love it when like It happens at like Target, gas stations, because when people come up to me and they ask me for something, like, I'm a very friendly person, but that's my invitation to speak to them about the Lord. So they think they're asking me for $1. It turns into a 45-minute discussion about all of the biblical text, and then I ask if they want to be saved. So honestly, it ends up working out every time. Sometimes they leave. Sometimes I'm ready, like I haven't even given them the money yet, and I just keep talking, and then they leave halfway through. All right, first VWAP test, see what happens here. $41.71. So that was the first level we needed to break. When we broke it, we went instantly to $41.80. So watch out. I mean, it could be bigger moves. So just keep in mind, I don't know even if you're scalping it or not, but if this could be a pretty decent sized bounce off of here. Buying some more 3M, not yet. But ex-dividend is already here. Oh, yeah, Kamala in 20 minutes, if assuming she comes out in time. Because I have an hour spread on that. It's scheduled from 12:30 to 1:40. So it's anytime. No, the Kamala thing's happening today. I mean, she might back out, maybe. I feel like she's shy, but that was the big thing. Bonds are dropping here. So watch for what happens here on this bounce. Because, again, we've been dropping while we stayed elevated. Again, on this low, though, that's where we kind of peaked. But see what happens here. Bonds are moving pretty decent. Fed Bullard suggests higher rates as insurance against inflation. Again, I think the Fed it's not working, but that's what I was saying all day. The only thing Powell and the Fed don't like right now is that the market is pricing in cuts. They need to get that out the way. If they could get rid of that, everything is good for them. So, again, I think that insurance against inflation, we haven't heard that one yet. So, but that's really what they need to start driving home. If bonds were to capitulate down, what's the implication for stocks, bullish or bearish? Well, initially, if the yield shot up and people capitulated off of it because of the lack of debt ceiling, it would be good because it would mean the fear went out. So short term, it would be bullish, but then midterm to long term, it would become bearish again as higher rates threaten margins. And then if interest rates go back up again, that's something we all got to think about. Honestly, do we have 1,000 likes? Oh, we have 1,000 likes. God bless you, Chad. Thank you for liking the video. You could like the video too if you'd like. But that's something now. Well, this is something a lot of people have forgot about. Are you ready for it? That's why I was gonna charge you likes for this, but y'all came in clutch. And then Bullard is suggesting higher rates as insurance. He reaffirms his support of lifting interest rates again. But here it is. The Fed wants to talk the market out of pricing in rate cuts. They want the yields to kind of go back up again, right? So here's the problem. Like I'm saying, it could be short-term good, but in midterm to long-term, it would be bad. Because if the bonds capitulate and they unwind and the yields climb up again, what happens to every bank stock? People are saying the banks might get positive off of it, but sadly, if those interest yields rocket back up again, anybody with held to maturity, anybody with big bond balances, they begin to lose even more. And that could help reemerge the problem. It's honestly a very catch-22 situation because Powell doesn't want the market to price in lower rates, but then if the rates go back up, fundamentally speaking, all of those banks begin to lose lots of money on paper, again, or depending on how it gets recognized. Ta-da! So, yeah, very interesting concept. Zion Little Clifford. Again, market could be responding a little bit there to Bullard, but I think we're just also doing a lot of tweaking out here today. This is like an upside cuck unless it flushes it all. Yeah, Target has been dumping here. Again, NVIDIA coming down. Target is bad. We're still down on our plays. So that's the shitty part. You guys realize shares would have killed it. So if we did shares on the earnings, we would have loved it. You would have been up now. We would have been up $1,200 versus down $1,000 on the option. But yeah, Target selling isn't really a good sign. And then where are the regionals? SPY below VWAP now. Again, industrials, materials, and financials. Those were the ones that were barely green. And then they flipped red here on this drop. So watch out. And now below 41.71. That's not a good sign, but you still, the bulls are still in play right now. Don't doubt this too much. Again, I would only get worried if we break 41.55. What do you mean by shares? Before we did the play, we flipped the coin on it. So, that was up to fate. But instead of going with options, we were saying we could have just shorted the shares. So by shorting it dollar for dollar, we would have been down yesterday on when it went up, but you would have also made your money now and been profitable on the downside, whereas now the option is down $900. The option recovered a lot, though. So that's still decent, but shares, you would have had money. Tim Rose Jackson style article coming in soon. Maybe. Or maybe it's just Powell on Friday, tomorrow. Is Kamala's at 12:30? See, but that's the thing, though. Hold on. It could be a reload. Because if we're right here and Kamala says something and the market wants to eat that up, you're going to pop. So remember, you're like 10, 15 minutes here from, what's it called? You're 10, 15 minutes here from Kamala. Potentially, we don't know. Jim Cramer advises viewers to buy Tesla shares. Ah, fuck. I need some of that gummy berry juice. Calls on UVXY. Grab leads. Puts on SPY. XLF downside. Wait, what's a gummy bear juice? Is that a bear? I've never heard someone call it a gummy bear. I like gummy bears, but I've never heard that as a financial term. I'm down. Yeah, Harris, well, we got 10 minutes. Or 15 minutes. Let's see. No, she's gonna. They're pulling out a script for the debt ceiling. She's gonna say positive things. That's it. What you should be looking for on every side. Anytime you hear McConnell, McCarthy, Kamala, anybody speak, what you want to hear is them not shitting on the other side. That's how you know we're really getting close to a deal. That's it. But if Kamala comes on here and then they keep stressing the worker requirements, or then they bring up the border and you know what I'm saying? If they start bringing up all of the negative things that the Republicans are doing, I don't take that as confidence. If they come on there and they avoid talking about it and just focus on the issue and do not bring up anything else, I will take that as positive. But that right there is just simple. You wait and see really what she brings up, and if she brings up the baby mama drama, then there you go. Then you know they don't have a custody agreement. You see what I'm saying? If she's like, well, I think we could get a custody agreement, but he's still a deadbeat. And you should ask him about the border. And ask him what he was doing at the border last weekend. Ask him. Okay, it's fine. I still want to negotiate, but still, if it comes out like that, then but she's like, he's a good person. We weren't seeing eye to eye, but I really think, we can make progress for the kids here, because the kids of the United States of America and the default, I think we can help everybody out. And this is, we're glad because everybody needs this. So it's good for the family. We're still a family. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, that's it. If there's baby mama drama, I would doubt the deal on Sunday. That every time you hear him speak, lack of baby mama drama, then wow, then you could believe him. There you go. Oh, thank you. She's definitely pulling up with a Venn diagram, though, for sure. For sure. We should take bets on that, low key. Odds of Kamala presenting a Venn diagram. If you don't know the odds of this, it's actually wild. If you have never seen it, bro, like there's a compilation clip. Just go search like Kamala Harris and Venn diagrams. The amount of, I'm telling you, it's wild. I've never seen somebody reference the Venn diagram more than, and she would hold a record probably for highest ranking position to mention Venn diagrams. So she might have one. She might have one. What if they start trying to explain AI and ruins it? Maybe. I don't know. But you want, like, legitimately, you just want to hear a good conversation. You want them to say there's progress, potential. You want them to zone in on the date. And you just do not want them to shit on each other. That's it. As long as they slow down the shit talk, then the chances become a little higher. But if that shit talk remains, then there you go. It's kind of like Manskin. If you remember, when Manskin and Cinema flipped, there was a lot of shit talk until they stopped talking shit, and then you woke up, and then boom, Cinema and Manchin were on board for Build Back Better. So, but again, remember there was a lot of drama. Remember, people were attacking Cinema in the bathroom, or they were pulling up on them. People were, it was all this drama, and everybody was just, there's a lot of mudslinging on both sides. So we just want it to calm down. And if they calm down in that element, that could be very, very positive for these discussions. SQM on global lithium demand. They say customers are buying again. PHILO is still up 30. That's the biotech phase 3 or phase 2, I think. Just phase something data. Not approval, but trial results. What would be the catalyst for MPM short squeeze and return to 1015? Their net income going up to previous levels. That's it. Or if people find out that they somehow finessed a way to get the rent money, even if the tenants get clapped, because that's what kind of they've been hinting at. And then that's it. Just stabilizing the rent, and that's it. It's not like with MPW. The biggest worry with MPW is if the management is lying. That's it. But then again, it's not like, people are dramatic on both sides. The management probably doesn't want things to look worse than they are, and then vice versa. There's an immense short seller attack on MPW. Again, we're talking 20% short. I could find you 15 posts a day of people who hate it, and they're tied up in multiple lawsuits with it, right? But it's just like, it's still very early with how things are going on, but it's not like MPW will be able to, it has the chance to stay alive. I forgot what I was going to say on the second end, but we're going to find out how it plays. But I think it's, I think just good news keeping the rent. Oh, the misrepresentation. That's what it was. Cause like I saw like a post, and people were, they were like trying to highlight like the management owning like a yacht, and they're like, they bought this yacht and that management's so sketchy and they're about to flee to the Bahamas. And then they like posted this thing, and it was like, this yacht cost $2 million a year to uphold. And then like you look at it, it's a shitty yacht. It's not like I was not impressed by the yacht. And then I was like, that yacht does not cost $2 million a year to uphold when there's a fucking $200 million yacht in the harbor of Russia or whatever right now. And that's $100,000 a month. That's $1 million a year. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like there's a lot of, I think the dramaticism around the stock, that's what's going to be the problem. But like I'm saying, I think the real issue is if management is lying, then we're fucked. Otherwise, it's just if they uphold, that rent and the rent does not decline as a result of, 20-30% of your tenants being at risk or your revenue, then everything comes back to normal. And then I checked it. I was wrong because I remember I was telling you that MPW has $5 billion of property. Yeah, I was wrong about that. They do not have $5 billion of property. Let me see what it is. I believe it is, where is it? Earnings segments. Yeah, they have they have 19.68 billion. And again, they have debt, but their debt is still lower. So I think they have like 10 billion in debt, and then so that's still a lot of money, but I mean they're positive on the properties. Again, though, that'd be another thing is if you disagree with the valuation of the properties, that's what the short sellers disagree with. They believe that the valuations are lower, but I mean, even if you discount that, you have to discount property valuations 50% to be break even in terms of your debt. And I just don't know if you could downgrade a hospital 50% of its value. But it's not 5 billion. Turns out it was 5. Yeah, you want to know if it's marked down or optimistic. So, but that's either at the face value, it's fine. But if that's the thing, though, if management is lying and these numbers don't represent that, if they're misrepresenting that they will be able to, keep some of that rent there, then that's where we have a problem with MPW. So but if not, then that's what I think could make it squeeze. But it's expensive. And like I said, it's going to take time. It is going to take time. So you just got to watch out for I think MPW, everybody up or down is assuming that we'll find the answer very fast, and I just don't think we will. Abivai FDA okays Rinvoq is once daily for Crohn's disease. No, I thought Rinvoq was already approved. Hold on, you got a Rinvoq approval? Rinvoq? If management is lying, would it be possible to sue for false info? Yes. That's why if people are suspecting it, that's why there's already lawsuits. And even with the share price dropping, people, again, but that's also common on Wall Street too. Like you can look up a lot of different names and then you'll find the so-and-so files class action lawsuit against so-and-so. Again, I think like Tesla has like 5 of those that are active right now. So it's like, it's not, that happens a lot. But if it truly is untruthful and there is a lie, yeah, you could definitely sue them. You'll probably be a part of a class action. FDA okays Rinvoq as once daily for Crohn's disease. I don't know, Abivai with the news. I don't know, but I thought Rinvoq was already approved. Maybe this time it's for Crohn's. I thought Rinvoq was like arthritis. I don't know, I'm tripping. Ricoh Toshiba to combine office printer copier output. And I forgot about Walmart. Bro, SPY's still going down. So ever since that little drop there, it kind of flipped. I think, wait a minute. I'm only down $1 now on NVIDIA. Well, not $1 per share. But 41.66, again, watch at 41.60. This is still higher than yesterday. We could bounce off of yesterday's high, though. So watch at 41.64. But we are slowly working down. Kamala should be here in about 2 minutes, but I don't have the feed up. And she could be late, so just don't bet on it. And then bonds ain't move on all of this. That's the shitty part. Because now bonds were pretty much the same level when we were here. So stocks went a little crazier with the bonds. Again, I mean, NASDAQ's doing way better, though. The only thing that matches up the closest to the 10-year inversely. 10-year down 0.4, NASDAQ up 0.7, and then SPY's only up a quarter. SQ. BA, damn, BA's still at 205. And then banks, that was a weird one here too. And then it's crazy that the day with PacWest still up 9%, Wall barely green, but regionals, they gave up that. So you're holding this level. Again, this is right near the highs of yesterday. So keep this one in mind. Okay, it says 12:30 was Kamala. I'm reloaded. There's a ton of time left on the day. I don't think she's gonna be on this early. It's just a black screen. There's not even anything setting up. Now you might have to wait for young Kamala. All right. Getting her diagrams ready. Oh, you have a commercial? Good timing. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I'll be right back.
Is off on a well-earned vacation. This is Bloomberg Technology. Coming up, TikTok banned in Montana. It marks the first U.S. state to sign a law banning the social media app across all phones. We'll discuss the legal and logistical implications of the move. Plus, in today's VC Spotlight, we speak with an early AI investor, Cyril Go, the founder at VC firm Conviction and former general partner at Greylock. And we bring you all the tech stocks moving on earnings. We take a deep dive into Alibaba as the e-commerce giant plans a spin-off for its cloud business and much more. First, let's check in on these public markets because, once again, there's real risk on sentiment around the Nasdaq. We're off more than a percentage point at the moment to the races, 134 points to the upside. Maybe a bit of a relief. It seems as though maybe that debt ceiling debacle, we're inching closer to some sort of respite to that. We, of course, though, have a strong jobs number coming out, and that is what's affecting the two-year yield, up some 5-6 basis points. We're still thinking about whether the Federal Reserve really has to curtail the overall strength of the economy, the inflation. Some Fed speaking to that today. We're looking at Bitcoin, currently off by 0.9%. That's because basically every single currency pair in FX is also down versus the US dollar as we think about where the Federal Reserve has to go. Let's move it on. Let's look at some individual movers because Ed is out. I'm going to play on the micro today. Cisco up by 0.3% as they really show some of the drawdown in spending. Remember, this is the company that provides equipment for basically networking, all our internet access, and they're seeing more than a 20% drop in recent business. We're seeing Alibaba also off by 4%. Doesn't manage to ignite that optimism, particularly after the reopening of China to a certain degree. They're not managing to harnessing that growth, particularly in the cloud area, even as we get more detail on where they will spin off the groceries unit, the cloud business as well. We'll dig into that later in the show. Netflix, interesting. Look at this rally up basically to 10%. We know why. They gave us some evidence of the growth that they're seeing in the advertising part of the model. They're going out to upfronts for the first ever time, basically where they pitch to advertisers the wares.
Then Netflix. Chop, chop. Well, we'll see. Kamala again. More debt ceiling. We'll see what she says, but she is not live yet. Again, it could be another hour. Because, again, everybody was very... some people didn't even know this event was happening. It's big moves, though. I mean, it's been a while for the last 2 weeks of cucking, at least for, like, moving. So we'll see if it takes us out of the range. But, I mean, you are just sold off 1 point next to the monthly high and 5 points off of the yearly high, while the NASDAQ has hit a new high today. And then NVIDIA is still chilling there. So it's like right above where we shorted it. PHIO's up 50 now. Yeah, that's the trial. That's killing it. That was a great call. It just halted, came down, and then just took off. AMD, what about Amazon? Even Amazon came down. Meta, Tesla. I shorted NVIDIA at 312.50. Only with 50 shares, though. Sam Zell is dead. That came across. I can't believe that. That's what, bro. We were just talking about him. I wonder what that'll do for real estate. I don't even know who. I wonder what would happen. Because, dude, he owns a lot. Let's see. It says, I think he has more. It says he has 303 properties totaling 78,000 apartments in San Fran, Southern California, New York, and other cities. But he is considered to be the forefather of modern real estate investment trusts. Doing the video. Thank you for being here, my friend. God bless you. I hope you're ready for a big day or a long day. I mean, it's only 9:30, so we got a lot of time left. We have a lot of time left. He sold a lot of properties. He's been trying to, but he's still he's still a big owner. I don't see anything on the internet that says Kamala is speaking. It depends where you look. Where did you look? I think it's everywhere. They're like even marketing it for you. I Googled just Kamala Harris debt ceiling 1 hour ago. Harris on the periphery of debt ceiling works to make the case to American public. The vice president is emerging as a voice for the White House on debt ceiling. I don't think I think it's talking about the early stuff from yesterday. But yeah, on Thursday, Harris is scheduled to speak virtually to thousands of community leaders about the importance of lifting debt ceilings. And again, this is even like, so you don't need any special news to find this one. But I just think it's obscure. It's just kind of weird. But that was from a Google search as well. What time? We do not. It's supposed to be, I see it on my schedule between right now until 1:40. I mean, again, we said it from earlier. I just said just be prepared for a delay. We don't really know. And then it's Kamala. When was the last time you heard from Kamala? So, and I think they're always late. DCPH, again, PHILO, 83 or 63%. PHILO's still going. That one's just taking off. Target keeps flushing. I don't know. The puts are kind of coming back, but we'll see. Harris will be live in 6 minutes. All right, we'll see. Let's see. You can't find it. Well, if you search Kamala Harris Google, there's shit that's coming up. And again, like they're trying to present. I mean, that article I just showed you, if that doesn't like if that doesn't highlight to you what they're trying to do, that's like, again, that's the framing of it. And it's like the new voice of reason for the debt ceiling. Kamala's newfound role in the debt ceiling talks. So, you know, it's there. It's live on YouTube, on Yahoo. Is it? Oh, yeah, we're getting a live feed now. I see 9:45. Yeah, so we're getting ready for it. Y'all ready for this? It's debt. I mean, again, the last 48 hours, all of your movement have came from positive debt ceiling headlines. So now you are about to have the Vice President of the United States give her take on it, and then we'll be good to go. I'll get you guys the feed right now. Hold on, I gotta get, what the hell is all this? All right. Target lows. Yeah, it's right up here. It's good. Again, the puts are coming back. I wish it was shares, though. All out of PHILO, 442 to 607. That's beautiful. Good game. Good job. I was going to say good game. I got confused, but that's nice. All right. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think she'll take questions, but that'd be crazy if she did. I don't have any SQQQ. No. And then NVIDIA 313.50. Was PHILO Crohn's? No, that was Abivi. Over in VOC. I've played SQQ. We've played it a couple times. Even last year we had some pretty good hits on it. And then Target's going lower. Walmart's at the low. And then SPY's just been dancing around here. Dow is down 0.5% almost. NASDAQ up just under 1%. And then SPY is up 0.25%. Am I feeling healed from the sandcastle? I don't know. It's like yesterday was the best amount of pain comparatively, but I'm still a little clapped. We'll try. I still have the Target spread. LT just texted me. He was like, am I a millionaire off of Target yet? And I texted him. I said, if you bought the shares, you would have been up one, or if you shorted the shares, you would have done 1.2 thousand. Options currently down 800. He said, I said shares. Go back to the tape. I did shares on the video. I'm not, that's it. I can't time that shit, bro. I'll kick it. Oh no, man. Oh no. Oh yeah, I'm down $20 now. It looked scary at first. We were down 200 after the squeeze. Now it's like right back to our price here, 312.50-ish. And then we'll see how the market takes it. Can somebody explain to me why the 14th Amendment has any association to the debt limit? Yeah. I love it. It's because the 14th Amendment says you shall not call into question any of the debts of the United States of America, sir. So it's I don't know if you've ever read the Quran, but it's kind of similar. But you can't question this, okay? So this is how it works. So if Biden hypothetically wanted to say, we're doing this with all of our money, if you want to use the 14th Amendment, hypothetically speaking, you should not be able to call into question that debt. So it's pretty much saying that Biden can unilaterally issue debt and nobody could question it. So it's actually crazy, but it's like it's a whole different setup. It's not well, that's the thing. Again, we're talking about Joseph Robinette Biden. The unconstitutional or not, I mean, just remember he's done it before and he'll just take it to the court. That's the whole point, is that if you call into the 14th Amendment, whether it's unconstitutional or not, you have to argue about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Remember, he did the same thing with the it was the loan thing, and then the other thing I can't talk about because I'll get banned. But those two things, it was very similar. Unconstitutional, it doesn't matter, because by doing it, you push the puck, and then you make it where everybody has to argue, right? So, and then you would have to it would be a congressional issue figuring out the constitutionality of can Biden actually do it, but then it buys you time. But in this case, you would still miss your payments, so you would default. So it doesn't even matter. But so it could be used as like a negotiating tactic to try to say, well, we could do it anyways, but if you do it, it's just going to lead into again, just like the loan thing, just like the being required to do stuff for your job, and then the Supreme Court overrules it, right? It's just like, but that would take you 6 months to get down there to be able to say, oh, Biden can't do it. It would take 6 months to argue it, and then either at that point they either allow it to happen and then there's no default, or in the midst of arguing, we still default and can't make our payments. So it's very interesting, but the idea is it's based on the 14th Amendment. You could unilaterally, Biden could single-handedly raise whatever he wants, and then the logic would be you should not be able to question the United States debt. Ta-da. Oh, Sharif again. 50 a day, keep the doctor away? Keeps Powell away? I don't know, baby. But God bless you.
From the bottom up and middle out. Woo! Combating the climate crisis.
Saw you yelling at me. Oh, man, I was about to do the horde.
And safer and so much more. And much of this progress came from major...
Is that really loud, or is that just me?
From the American Rescue Plan and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law to the CHIPS and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act to the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and the PACT Act.
You guys usually like it when it's loud.
And came from putting the needs of American families first. And that's what we're focused on here at the White House. Every single day, delivering for the American people. That's why today we wanted to convene this briefing to give you all an update on a very important issue, and that's ensuring that America doesn't default on its debt for the first time in a more than 200-year history. We know that a default would be devastating for the American people and our economy.
Say deadbeat.
And that's why you've heard from the president and vice president help to make clear that Congress needs to do its job and prevent a default. Many of you had the pleasure of working with the vice president since she was district attorney of San Francisco, attorney general of California, and certainly as a U.S. Senator, the Vice President helps lead so many of our administration efforts that impact the work you all do every single day, ensuring small business owners have access to capital, expanding access to mental health care for young people and students, fighting for common sense gun safety legislation. And as president of the Senate, she's made so many of our victories possible. She broke John Adams' record of casting tie-breaking votes and confirming nominees to the bench and passing historic legislation. So it's my pleasure and my honor to welcome the Vice President of the United States to this call, Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Steve Benjamin, for your leadership and all that you do on behalf of our administration. Hello, everyone. I want to thank you all for joining us today. You can hear I have a bit of a frog in my throat. Please forgive me. I've been talking.
I can't laugh.
A lot recently.
I can't. This is me on like 20% of the mornings. So I wish you guys are feel free to make your jokes, but just keep Josh in mind when you make fun of her voice crack. Just keep Josh in mind, okay? That's all. I have sympathy for the voice cracks. I'm very sympathetic towards voice cracks. I have to be. Not by choice.
People turn to you when they need to understand and make sense of it all. So today we have come together to address a subject that impacts the life of every American, the debt ceiling, to make sure America does not default on its debt. As you all know, Republicans in Congress have threatened to cause the United States to default on paying its debt.
Okay, so she's calling out the Republicans.
Would be unprecedented. It has
It's
never
not too crazy.
happened before. It would mean, if it happens, that it would be the first time in history that the United States government would not pay its bills. Now, congressional Republicans claim they are threatening default because they want to lower our nation's debt. Okay, so let's be clear. For Republicans in Congress, this issue is not really about lowering our nation's debt, because if they really cared about lowering our debt, they would not also fight to protect trillions of dollars in Trump tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations. Tax cuts that would add $3.5 trillion.
What the heck? Oh, I think it's my audio. Hello. Come on.
We're having a bit of technical difficulty. So just give us 1 second. And we'll
I thought this was my computer. Oh my God. You're kidding me. The biggest meeting of the century. Come on. Again, so right off, that's what I told you in the beginning, though. It's sounding like baby mama drama, but I also think she's hedging, again, by outlining initially that Republicans are the cause or the problem. She's kind of hedging just in case they don't get a deal. But like I said, the more they blame the other side, though, and you still keep hearing the argument, I take that as less likelihood of Sunday ending up good. But so far, I think she's hedging it by starting off with that. But it's not like we want. If the nature of the speech continues with all of that being there, then there you go. I can't believe we're having a fucking Zoom technical issues. Come on, VP.
Again, Steve Benjamin here. Everyone hold tight. We'll be back in a second. Thank you.
I've never heard of Steve Benjamin. Does that sound like a fake name? Hold on, Steve Benjamin. What do you mean? I know a narc when I see one. Steve Benjamin. Was your two first names? Trying to blend.
While we clear that up, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the director of the National Economic Council, Dr. Lael Brainerd.
All right, fuck it.
Why don't you go ahead?
We're moving on from Kamala, I guess.
Thank you. And while we wait for the Vice President's sound to be restored, why don't I pick up a little bit on the themes that she was raising, and just talk a little bit about what is at stake. Under the president and the vice president's leadership, we have seen the strongest economic recovery, I think, in our country's history.
See, that's a good start. Lael's going to be bullish. We'll keep listening, but she's sounding good.
Lowest level since 1969. For Black Americans, it is its lowest level that's ever been recorded. We've seen the strongest 2 years of applications for Americans starting small businesses that we've ever seen. And we're seeing unprecedented investments all around the country in areas like clean energy, infrastructure, innovation, where President Biden and Vice President Harris have been engaged in securing historic legislation. And while we've had high inflation, inflation's actually been coming down. It's come down 10 months in a row. It's down by about 45%. So that's a record we're committed to building on. But right now, when I talk to business owners and labor leaders all around the country, the one thing I hear that the biggest single threat to the continued progress we're seeing is the risk that Congress fails to prevent a default, the risk that Congress fails to pay the bills that they have already agreed to pay and that they've already legislated. As the vice president was explaining, defaulting on our obligations would likely lead millions of Americans to lose their jobs. It would lead the stock market to fall sharply, which of course would hurt retirement accounts of countless Americans around the country. It would mean car loans would become much more expensive, mortgage loans would become more expensive, and the cost of borrowing for the US government would become much, much more expensive. So the last thing American families need is a manufactured crisis that would destabilize the hard-won progress we've seen for no reason. So the good news is Congress has acted to avert default 78 times over the last several decades. Every single time this issue has come up, Congress has acted. They acted 3 times to lift or suspend the debt ceiling under the last president. So it's not complicated what needs to be done here, and there is plenty of precedent. As the vice president was explaining, conversations between the administration's team and the team of the Speaker of the House are now ongoing. And our goal is to work towards a reasonable bipartisan budget agreement, which we do every year.
Kamala's trying to buzz her ass in.
It's also really important to just be clear about policies that the president, vice president do not see as consistent with past precedent for reasonable bipartisan budget agreements. The administration's negotiating team is fighting against extreme attempts to reverse the progress we've made, creating clean energy jobs, combating climate change, and lowering costs for middle-class families, including for students and for insulin and other drugs. And the administration's negotiators are also instructed to resist extreme attempts to take health care away from Americans or otherwise push Americans into poverty. And I think it's just worth noting that the Biden-Harris budget that was released earlier this year would have accomplished a great deal, $3 trillion in deficit reduction, following on the $1.7 trillion in deficit reduction that has already been achieved. But it just takes an approach that is more consistent with the Biden-Harris administration's values, which is to make sure that all Americans are paying a fair share, even as we work to address the deficit. So let me wrap up and hand back to Mayor Benjamin. Thank you very much.
Okay. That was, I mean, again, I think Lael's batshit crazy, but that sounded the best. If you noticed,
Got the audio.
She said Congress. She wouldn't say Republicans or not. She did give a couple of olive branches to Biden there, but that's how you want them to sound. You want them to sound like Lael.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh,
So
she's back.
To complete my point,
She said, "Get me in."
Where we left off was to talk about the real stakes and issues that are at play. A default could trigger a recession, stop military paychecks, and raise interest rates for years to come, and turn mortgage rates into a situation where they would actually go up. Credit card payments would go up, and small business loans would be more expensive. It would also reduce the amount of money in your retirement accounts. So for an
She literally just said that.
close to retirement,
Stop
their
it, Kamala.
401k could lose over 20,000 hard-earned dollars. And the default would also put at risk programs that millions of Americans.
If she says
rely
auto
on,
loans, I'm turning it off.
Social Security and Medicare. So I think everyone
Okay,
here
we're good.
understands that the
We're
reason
good.
we have convened you as leaders is because this is really a critical issue. It is not some abstract policy debate. And you only need to look back to 2011 to remember what it can mean right now. Back in 2011, we saw that even coming close to a default, even coming close, can hurt our nation's economy and families. By coming close to a default, back then, prices in the stock market fell almost 20% for more than a year. Millions of people lost money out of their retirement accounts. It became more difficult for both small and
like 4
large
months.
businesses to secure loans, fill orders, and hire new workers because the financial system was no longer confident that our nation could pay its bills. By some estimates, there would be 1 million more jobs today in our nation had that not happened. But be clear, all of that did happen. And that was without an actual default. It happened just because we came close.
So spy above VWAP
So
now.
all of this is obviously unacceptable, I'm sure, to all of you, and certainly to me and to President Biden. And we believe it is absolutely unnecessary. This does not have to be a crisis. Our position is clear and simple. Congress must act to prevent default. That is what Congress has done more than 70 times. I said 70 times since 1960.
Air Force starts multi-billion contest for fighter jets. Lockheed, Boeing, and Northrop may compete for F-22 successor.
Just like you and your family and other hardworking Americans
Check
do
defensives.
every single day. And Congress must not create this crisis, which is why President Biden and I met with our 4 congressional leaders Tuesday here at the White House. We had a productive conversation. We believe that it occurred in good faith, with all the leaders in that meeting agreeing that America will not default. During that meeting, the President and the Speaker of the House designated senior members of our teams who will continue to negotiate. They met yesterday, and they will continue to meet. And right now, we just need you, the leaders on this call, to do what you always do and make sure your voices are heard. Make sure members of Congress know a default would not be acceptable under any circumstances. Talk with your friends,
10-year bond auction.
your colleagues,
Yo,
and
check
make
the bonds
sure
too.
they understand the real consequences a default would have on their lives, immediate consequences. And do what you all on this call in particular do best. Let's organize, activate our communities, and remind folks of what's at stake and get the word out about why this issue is so important and why Congress must act. And I'll close with this. In the United States of America, we pay our bills.
Oh, the damn
People have
beats!
to pay their bills, and our government has to pay its bills.
Tell them.
Our nation has never defaulted on its debt, and it never will, with the support and the leadership of all of you on this call. I thank you. I'm turning it back over to you, Mayor Benjamin, and thank you for your leadership as well. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice President. And really, thanks to the thousands of you who chose to join this call today to discuss this incredibly important topic. And again, thanks to Madam Vice President.
Very little reaction so far in the market.
Providing critical updates as everyone's
Again, that was the main event, Kamala.
Making sure that America does not default on its debt for the first time in our over 200-year history. As the Vice President said, these are all leaders on this call. People turn to you when they need information to understand what's happening in our nation. The fourth estate is well represented on this call as well. people are turning to you. And we ask that everyone stay engaged in this conversation and tell the story why this issue is so important and why Congress must act and do its job. Our nation has never defaulted on its debt, and it never should. Keep an eye out on your inboxes. We're going to be in touch as the situation continues to evolve. And we thank you so much in advance for continuing to be our partners on this. Godspeed.
Godspeed. Alrighty, Chad. I don't know. She kind of sounded the same. Her second half sounded a little bit more neutral again. She started off with the hedging by explaining how the Republicans would be the ones to blame if something happened. And then what was the last phrase she said, though? She did say Congress. It seems like her attitude was more like again, it was warning on the effects and, kind of urging people to pressure anything happens, but it did not. I mean, I don't know if it sounds like they've made progress on making an agreement. It seems like the best argument right now is that we've done it 77 times. Why not do it 78? That otherwise it's not. I don't get the same confidence level. I think the biggest level of confidence was Biden a couple of times saying that was good, but more so McCarthy saying deal by Sunday. I was looking for something, I was trying to narrow it in there, but it seemed more like a warning, hedge the blame, warn about what would happen, and then urge people to increase the pressure there, and that's it. And then again, pass it to Congress once again. Thank you, my friend. Welcome, Max's channel. Max is back. God bless you, my friend. So that was interesting. Again, market, you didn't do anything. Again, Lael sounded the most neutral. I actually really enjoyed Lael. That was the first time I could ever say that. But she seemed the best, and the market barely moved, kind of went down. Kamala came on, didn't really, again, she literally said the exact same thing Lael said, and then we moved right back up to VWAP, and then bonds did not do anything off that, and you just had a 10-year bond auction. OpenAI launches ChatGPT for Apple iStore. Wow. I feel that's big. Is that big for both Apple and Microsoft? Reload. Well, it's a lot of time. I mean, it's actually 10. Oh, I should have got it. Bernie is live with the presser. Bernie, don't give Bernie ideas. I respect Bernie though, because he's still down with the same thing, bro. He said it the other day. He said, I don't want any billionaires. He's still like, that's the thing about Bernie is like, he low key, like I see why. Remember he got like all the young kids in like 2016. He was like, yo, y'all want some free shit, and y'all thought he was Costco, and y'all fell in love with him. But he's consistent. He really is. Like that's why they won't let him. That's why they won't ever nominate him. But he's consistent. He's at least like he's like, fuck it, dog. It's been like a decade of like, nah, I don't want a billionaire. Nah, you got 999 million max. Everything else you give it away. He's still with it. So I'm like, all right. I don't know how much they respect him there. So we'll see. Ira. Well, I need to go get a carbo, so I'll play this. I have to go ahead of him. We'll see. But I'll be right back. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'll be right back, okay? I love you. Yeah, he is the richest socialist. They're all rich as fuck. Bro, like, I did good in life, and they all ball on me, bro. Like, you know that. Just, I'll never forget. Bro, if I lived, like, I am already a grateful individual, and I feel like, my parents came from Egypt to even have just anything, bro. I feel so grateful. If I had Maxine Waters' crib, bro, I would become a monk. That's it. I would serve the Lord. I would just, if my crib was $55 million for just my crib, and all I had to do is just go and just sit down. Now, can you tell me about the TikTok? Okay, what about the AI and is the artificial? Is it like a flavoring? So when they say artificial strawberries, how does that compare to artificial intelligence? Can you explain that for me? Can you please? Can you? It makes no sense then. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, man, you could only be so like, all right, I'll be right back. Hold on.
The new, I think, specter, Ira, that we're all confronting is if we do get the debt limit raised, we still have some problems in the form of issuance that could be, up to $1 trillion in T-bills. Does that ring true to you?
So, well, we have that number at 750 billion. So we're in kind of that range of how much additional T-bill issuance there could be in a hurry. And some of that will be very front loaded. I think the market can absorb it easily enough. It's more a matter of some of the kind of inner workings and how the piping of the financial sector work when you wind up with that much issuance. Because what happens is, and most people don't realize this, but the Federal Reserve is the bank for the government. So when the government's checking account goes up, called the Treasury General Account, that actually comes out of something else on the Fed's balance sheet, and it's probably bank reserves and bank deposits. And we know what happens and can happen when you have large outflows very quickly of bank deposits like we had in March. This will be, in size-wise, akin to that probably. I don't think it'll be 100% out of bank deposits, but there'll be a large portion of this debt issuance that the government has to do that could wind up reducing bank reserves and thereby potentially, having us reach the reserve tipping point, which is something that hasn't happened since 2019.
That's it, bro. That's crazy. This is the bullwhip effect that fucking Michael Burry's not talking about. So do you guys get what they're saying? What it was, we read it in the morning. We didn't really elaborate on it. What they're saying is that if the debt ceiling gets resolved, right, what's going to happen right away? So again, the government right now is running out of money. There's only like $90 billion left in the Treasury. June 1st, there's a $93 million payment owed because of the past due debts, right? So let's say they get a deal and they're like, okay, we agree to raise the debt ceiling. It's not seldom news. I'm trying to listen to what, just understand the system. It makes sense, though. This is just literally what's happening, what's going on. So the government only has $90 billion in the Treasury account right now. They get this deal. So once you get this deal and now the government can go back to raising money, what they're saying is right now there's $783 billion lined up that the Treasury would need to issue. Because again, right now, with extraordinary measures and not having enough money, they need money. So they need to raise money. So they're saying right now they can't, but right when there's the debt ceiling thing, the Treasury is going to dump a bunch of bonds on the market to refill up their bank account because they don't have any money. Yeah, so it could be close to $1 trillion, but right now Ira just said it's looking to be about $780 billion. So, but do you get what that's, so that means the bonds could just die. And like I was telling you early, he said it in a different way. He's looking at the bank deposits related to it. I was just looking at the held to maturity. But like we were saying, if the debt ceiling happens, government can now issue bonds. They're going to dump a bunch of bonds. The yields will shoot back up. That's what they're saying. And then I was telling you earlier, that could mess up the banks because now if the yields go back up, they're losing more on their held to maturity. But what Ira just said is that what would actually happen is who's going to buy those bonds? The banks would have to buy it, and people now would want to go, both citizens who want the money, the guaranteed money, and don't have to worry about debt ceiling, and then the bonds, and then participating in any of these government bond auctions. They're saying that will pull the deposits and money out of the banks now to fill that $780 billion that the Treasury is going to be doing. So do you see what I'm saying? This is the bullwhip effect. Ironically enough, as we are reacting when swinging one way to the fear of the debt ceiling and what's going on, the minute we resolve the debt ceiling, if depending on what it does to the bond market, that may whip us in the other direction of now, again, what happens if the yields skyrocket back up? What happens to bank stocks and bank deposits then? That's probably your real question in the short term after we get over this. So again, I hope you see it though. This is what I was telling you on the video yesterday. Just keep it in mind whether we get the resolution or not. But don't underestimate the market to look ahead for the next. You're already looking ahead of the debt ceiling. So it's just been 2 days of being fucking positive about it, right? And feeling good. And now we're like, okay, but what happens if they get it now, right? So I'm still saying what happens on Sunday, we still need to think about that. We don't even know. But even if you assume that's going to be good, what's the next step? The next step now would be the Treasury refunding and refilling the balances, issuing a shit ton of bonds, the bond market going back up. And now what does that do back to the bank stocks? And then we still got to deal with PCE and then all the other stuff. So welcome. But pretty interesting. If you're not fascinated at this point, you're just like, I want puts or calls, make it easy. But it's not, unfortunately. Welcome to 2023 in modern investing. Amen. That would be really bad for KRE. Yeah, if what we said happens, but if they refund it and the bank deposits don't leave and then everybody feels good, it may turn into a tailwind instead of a headwind. I only have that June put. It's still the same price, free, and we'll see. Because if there's no butterflies hitting in June, it's going to be August or September. But June will be right after Powell. Yields would go up as a result. If the Treasury needs to fund, the yields are going to sky. Again, if you add $750 billion to the bond market, dude, it's going to be, that's a fuck ton. I mean, here to get a good thing, you have a great example yesterday or 2 days ago. You remember Pfizer. That weighed on the bond market. Bonds were really, really down that day. That was the biggest ever corporate bond offering of $40 billion. So times that by 10, and then times that by another 50%. And then you'll have $750 billion. And that's assuming it's at 750 and they don't go to $1 trillion. No earnings plays. We have the old Target one that might be able to come back. We just sold out of our Netflix earnings play today, and then it kept running, and that's it. Palantir, 1280. Yeah, Meta hits 52-week high at 244. Let's see, where's Meta at? Meta, 162. I like Netflix, though, too. I'm proud of Netflix. Good guy, bro. He's a good guy. Bullish, bearish, circular, squarish. Love thy chat, man. Amen. Amen. Would you add Teladoc to the long term? I used to like, when I would get sick a lot, Teladoc was dope. Like telemedicine. I remember that, and I think it's going to be here. It's a nice technology. It's already low, but I don't know. I guess I haven't gone to the doctor enough. It seems pretty cheap, though. I'd have to look more into it. I could consider it. I mean, do you use a teledoctor? So, again, that's my first thing when you ask me that. I'm like, what's my experience with telemedicine? I actually had a good telemedicine experience, but I've never used Teladoc per se. I forgot what I used before, and I think there is a lot of competition. It's very easy for other people to pivot into that. But I think it'll be there, but it's like I got to look a little bit more into it in terms of Teladoc, because I know their numbers and earnings and their growth and all of that, they got a lot going on. But it's the concept, I like the general concept. I like medicine. I like, again, telemedicine and what we've already seen from it. It's good. Coworker does tele and he loves it, but doctor just gives him drugs. Well, yeah. Why do you think he loves it? He's like, I don't got to go in. That's it. Boom. You get whatever. I mean, again, I remember I needed antibiotics and it was super easy. That's it. Bro, it was the craziest thing I had. It was before COVID. This was like 2019. I got sick. I had like strep throat. And all I did, I straight up FaceTime this guy. And I'm just like putting the camera and I'm just showing him the back of my throat. And then he's like, oh, yeah, here you go. What pharmacy? And then, boom, that was the easiest I've ever gotten antibiotics in my life. So it was very, very convenient. And then I remember it was, I mean, rather than going to like urgent care, going to a doctor. And then again, and that was the wave in 2020. Telemedicine was unreal. Like, again, places were shut down. So it's there, but again, it's the industry is widened out though. So like there's a lot of competitors. I don't know who is really has that dominating factor more or less. Ark owns 12% of Teladoc. Yeah, I know she loves it. Dollar new high all day. Yeah, and bond new low, though, too. I'm mad. Again, we closed one day too early. But even then, the bonds are moving. But like we said, we had a nice discussion on the dollar today. So I hope you get what I'm telling you right now. Don't get distracted by the dollar. Until the dollar gets into somewhere new, the dollar is more pinned than anything. So if you think stocks haven't moved, the dollar is barely moved. Again, the dollar is the one that's really pinned. Quite frankly, the global currency I'd be watching right now would be the Chinese yuan. The yuan above 7 and staying above 7, that has more breakout and more weight and could even affect the dollar more than anything else. Because guess what? The dollar, if this is starting to break out to September levels without the dollar even being up there, I don't know if you're following what I'm saying. So take a look. Last time the yuan was at this price, the dollar was at $29.50. So do the math. ICANN commented in an interview with Financial Times. He says bearish bet that cost $9 billion was a mistake. We following? What's the next assumption? So if I'm telling you right now, the last time the yuan was here, it was at the dollar was at $29.50. Right now it's at $28.30. What could you assume next? What would be the next step then? Because again, 705 means the currency is weakening. You don't need to see the C. All you need to see is the dollar chart. The dollar was here last time the yuan was here. You're getting close. The dollar strengthens to match. You're close, but that's not it. But you're very close, actually. There's a reasonable assumption. Or what would you be worried about next? I like this. I like quizzing you on it. Make you think a little bit. So here it is. I'll tell you. The Chinese yuan is actually really weak right now. Or the next problem would be is that if the dollar comes back up to this level, the yuan will be absolutely crushed. So pretty much when the dollar was substantially stronger last time the yuan was this weak. So now it's just as weak with the dollar weaker. So that means now reasonably moving forward, it's either the yuan is really weak right now, or if the dollar comes back up to even where it was last September, then that will there's the whole other side we haven't even seen. So that's why I've been saying currency volatility has calmed down so much that all these other currencies, though those could be affecting the yuan and the dollar and all that, but it's kind of crazy to think the dollar's much, much lower, but now the yuan is weakening at a faster pace. So that's why we said the 29 spot is when we worry about the dollar. But for now, I don't think the currency is the dollar to watch. The currency to focus on, I think right now it's the yuan, now that it's hit here. And then the next level is going to be the yen, but you could watch the yen pretty much through the bonds. So until the dollar gets back up to $29, I don't even think you'll see the correlation on the market. And NVIDIA is back up 316, Microsoft, Tesla. So your tech is starting to move back up here again. You're up 1.6 here. So where's NASDAQ? Yeah, still pretty good. Does that mean stagflation or entrenchment? I don't know. With the China situation, we don't know. It's saying stuff both about China's economy, but also the global economy. But the whole point is, I think what it does say is that the dollar could be a lot stronger if it wanted to be. Right now, the dollar's in a great spot because if the dollar was a lot stronger, based on where the yuan is right now, the yuan would be at like 720 or something. But then that would mean there's something really messed up going on. So I think we have lower currency volatility, but certain things are starting to kind of unwind. China's the first one to unwind. If anything, we might just go back to China leading, kind of giving us a lead on the global scenario. Netflix 375. Oh my gosh. How? Oh my gosh. I left another 5% on the table. Now I'm like, damn. That was the real sell early. God bless you, Netflix. Look at that. I think they went up 20,000%. Netflix, they had a meeting with like advertisers and they presented how many people they have on their paid advertising tier. And then that was the first update they've ever given on it. They said they had 5 million people and the market took it very well. It's good evidence of the whole Netflix recovery story, all that. But I didn't think it would drive it up $35 in a day. So we made $2,500. I literally would have made $5,000 if I held it. That one would have been nice. Meta popping, they're killing it too. Again, we haven't even seen Meta hit 250. So remember, these levels are already pretty insane. And we got to compare it to the last earnings, I think. Yeah, 250. 250, if you could hold up, you could even go as high as 290 to 300 then. Then it'll start looking like NVIDIA. You shorted NVIDIA. I'll tell you about that in my history of shorting NVIDIA. You want me to make it like dramatic or like how you want me to tell you? I'll be like, yeah, it was a long, I'll tell you a story. It was a long morning. I woke up there. I started seeing the stocks. It was cold outside, so I wiped the boogers out of my eye, and then I was looking at the video. I said, "No way, this thing keeps going up." And then it kept going. It was up 3%. So then I looked at him. I said, "No way, buddy. Come on, come on, you little prick." So I shorted it, but I said, "You gotta respect your enemy, like Sun Tzu, the art of war." So I said, "Okay, come on, it's fine." I went 50 shares. I shorted it at 313 or 312.50. A good price, right in the middle, right where I wanted it. I think I got it, and then right when I shorted him, though, he said, "That's all you got, punk?" And then right when I shorted, he started running up, and he went to the next level. And I said, "It's okay, I could stop him." I tried to cut him off around the corner, and then he kept going. Oh, and then look at our buddy Raul showed up, huh? Hey, let's go. Hold on. McHenry says nothing close to being done on debt ceiling talks. Wait, McHenry or McCarthy? Who's McHenry? Who's McHenry? Please hold. McHenry. Is it Congressman? New Jersey? I think it's New Jersey Congressman McHenry. Literally, headline, nothing close to being done on debt ceiling talks. That is your first dog shit comment on the debt ceiling. Bonds catch a bid. You're getting 2 candle. I'm pretty sure New Jersey Congressman. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know fucking McHenry. It's this motherfucker. Yeah, you know him with the bow tie and shit. You've seen this guy. McHenry, North Carolina. So Republican from North Carolina says nothing even close to being done on debt deals, stock market. Again, if you haven't noticed now, if that headline brings us down, welcome to the market actually reacting now to debt ceiling. We'll see, but that's only 2 candles for now, but that's your first negative statement. Don't react too crazy yet. This could be totally nothing. But bonds actually moved on that one. I just see. Again, but I am observing the response. The fact that the market is responding, Chad. So again, this could either flush us or we do nothing or this is a reload. I'm not, again, just think about what we have coming on Saturday, right? But it's very, very simple here. You're watching it. Again, they say good deal. The market was like, okay, we like it. They said, no, good chance on Sunday. The market's like, okay. The market's responding to it. And then now your first negative statement is causing a response, but let's see how long it lasts. All there was, a Republican senator, McHenry, just said nothing close to being done on debt ceiling talks. That's your first statement in the last 48 hours that did not sound like, everything was fine and dandy. So that was your first just negative one. Yeah, Patrick McHenry says nothing close to being done on debt ceiling talks. He isn't Brainerd, Biden, or Kamala. He is not, but he is one of the people voting. So believe it or not, Brainerd, Biden, and Kamala would technically have less of an impact, and they're not voting on this. He is. That's the ironic part about it, actually. So again, they're saying we need Congress to act, and now your guy from Congress is like nothing close is happening. So he holds a little bit more weight, but it's very obscure. Again, just observe the reaction here. I know we're all a little tense here, but the fact it's moving the market is all I care about. And that should say a lot to you because, like I'm saying, after tomorrow, and depending on what we get, it'll be 2 weeks to the deadline, and now the market may be sensitive enough where every headline makes us go up and down, and now welcome to the volatility. So let's see. But as of now, 1 point drop maybe? Yeah, exactly. Actually, a little bit more. A point and change drop. Pretty decent size move. 1.3 points down. Back up to VWAP. The bonds caught a bid, but still at the lows. So we'll see. He's the top Republican deal maker, broker the McCarthy for Speaker standoff. Tesla creeping. Why would Republicans give up their edge? You can see him pushing back. I mean, if Republicans are worried that the Democrats could frame the blame on them, yes, but then at the same time, I think both parties they're not worried about it. because both sides have already been blamed no matter what. Like, does that make so? It's like, even if they want to say the only fear you would have if you were a Republican is if you believe that the Democrats can effectively get the world to believe that it was solely the Republican problem and that no blame would be shared by one of the worst possible outcomes, and that if you could somehow pigeonhole it into just one group of people to take the blame. But then the weird part is that the Republicans get blamed no matter what. And then same thing, Republicans blame the Democrats no matter what. So I don't know if both sides really are fearful of that. That's why, but even then, most people would argue if the cost is shared equally. Some people may get dinged a little bit more for other things. Republicans will probably get affected for certain things more than others and vice versa, but the outcome usually should produce negative results for both parties. Yes, the cost is shared equally amongst consumers. Yes, I mean, here, let me make it simple for you. Very, very simple. Like, if you really want to know the consequence, that's what Kamala wanted to tell you. It's very simple. Both sides have mega money donors, and all of those donors would lose money. That's it. Your Republican donors would lose money. Your Democratic donors would lose money. Why? Because they both own the S&P 500. They both own American real estate. They both own companies that are all based on that. They all benefit off of credit. Your donors, your people who fund your campaigns, not your constituents. That's the next level. You deal with the public too. But right off, that's why I'm saying nobody wins, because if at the first swing of the bat, if anything happens, your biggest money sources, your donors, get hit the most. So both people suffer, no matter what. Donors first, then your constituents. Yes, sadly. I don't know if that's the actual political theory, but, that's pretty much what it is. Why not remove it and then fix the budget so they could spend less? Because then we can't do this 78 times. This is fun. Why not? But I think it's just for general limits. I mean, there is a debt ceiling right now, and the debt is still ridiculous. I mean, what do you think would happen if there wasn't a ceiling? That's the fallacy of the government, is that we keep giving people who did bad jobs more responsibility. We're like, hey, you sucked when there was a limit, so let's give you a little bit more control over it. And how about you have no limit now? So it would be insane. Unfortunately, is that, once it goes out of hand, that's it. You can't turn back from that. I mean, yeah, right now there's essentially no limit. That's it. You get a little bit of discussion along the way, but it basically already is no limit. But if there was no limit and no theater involved and no way to prevent it from going up, like, what do you think would happen? Like, bro, come on. Like, no matter what, it keeps going up. So it's not like, I don't think that would be good for the back end of society. Entain is nearing a deal to buy Angstrom Sports. That's a little old. I know it's 3 minutes. Is the yen the yuan? Roblox considering virtual dating? Oh, I don't know how I feel about that, Roblox. Okay, this shit just got weird. Bro, that is just children on that app. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I just got. I see what you're trying to do, but nah, I don't know about that one. Yeah, it's a little too predatory for me. I guess maybe Habbo Hotel. Nah, that's I don't know. We'll see. That's a weird headline. Like I was just telling you, I watch my 4-year-old play that. It's like it's kids. Like don't fucking put a dating. I don't think I've had to. I don't think they've explained dating to this guy. So I just. Oh no yet. I think they said it'll to attract older users. Fucking just pay 2.5% interest on Robux. What do you mean? Not dating apps. That's it. Give me interest on Robux. I'll be on there right now. I'll play all day. That's how you get adults. That's it. If they don't want 2.5 to 5%, they're not an adult. That's it. Let them trade the options. It's okay. You have a 4-year-old? All right, you caught me. It's my secret child. That's what I tell my girlfriend. Every time she's like, would you still love me if this? I'm like, would you still love me if you found out my nephew was actually my real son and I was hiding it from you this whole time? No, I meant to say my nephew. I don't have a 4-year-old. That's my nephew. Yeah. She said she wouldn't care, but I'm like, bullshit. I was like, what if I had to go see, and then I had to go see the baby mama every year? And she was like, as long as you didn't tell me. I said, bullshit. She acted way too chill about it. And I was like, liar. You lying ass. All right, you came back to again. This is McHenry Lowe. There's Roblo again. Roblo dating app shit. That probably the first Roblox news you've heard me be like, nah. McHenry, I mean, no, you're still holding. If that was gonna be nothing, you would have reloaded and rocketed off of that. That's what I'm saying. It's we'll see here. Give it a couple minutes, but if you break lower than McHenry, and then we even get lower than here, that'll be a bigger reaction. The bonds gave it back up though, so I mean, again, it's calming down. That's it. That bond pop though wasn't good. We'll see. Roblo, they just said they're considering a dating feature to attract older users, and it's just read the room, Roblox. It's like, what are you saying? They're like, but we're using AI. No. Children become teenagers and start to date. Yeah, not in Middle Eastern households. Okay, man, calm down. Okay, I wasn't even allowed to. If I told my mom I was like, Mom, can I have a girlfriend? She slapped me. Okay, and I was only allowed to watch Clifford. I don't know how I came out with this much Riz, but still, it's nah, man. It don't work like that. Someone just defended that. Yeah, I mean, hey, I could understand, but I think it's. I've spent a lot of time on Roblox with a young child, and I'm like, no. Just please don't put that on there. Like, that's not. Because, like, they still, like, you could still chat in there, and, like, people, they, like, have sensors and stuff, but, like, there's, like, people still talk, but, like, bro, it's, like, it's all little kids on there. I feel like that's a very, very weird approach to get adults on there. But where is that news though? I don't even see it on the wire. Troy posted it, but I don't. Troy, where did you get that one? Source is adage. Let's see. But it's not like the company didn't put out a statement on that. So I don't know. Because I'm saying that sounds so weird. Like, again, I can't even tell you I like it. Like, I like Roblox up at there, but I can't even tell you that. Yeah. Oh, Oracle. And yeah, adage. It's a website. So Roblox considers virtual. Other adult friendlies can include indie screenings. Laid out in a recent blog post. Our vision for all age. Oh, no. Yeah. With safety and civility as the foundation. Older age group enter environments that require verification, from nightclubs to concerts or movies. They want to recreate these dynamics in real life. Just like in real life, the key is establishing appropriate expectations. But in the future, Roblox could include different types of experience, like virtual dating, indie movie screenings, and new forms of content such as news and hot topics. Yeah, it's like they're trying to I think they're trying to do the metaverse. But I don't know, just dating and Roblox. Those are just not two key words that you try to mix together ever. I just don't. Something about him does not. And then guess what? We're lower than McHenry level now. Again, this was negative debt ceiling reaction right here based on Senator comment. We're continuing lower off of that. What did he say? McHenry, nothing close. I put socks. Oh, I meant spy, not socks. On the stream alert. So again, we said this is the McHenry level. You're coming back into the opening levels. This is right where we first popped, actually. Yes, yesterday's support. Let's see where this is at. 41. Again, I said 4160, but really 4155. I mean, that's almost, dude, this is a solid 20 points from the high. But then again, a lot of these other names are holding up. So it's not like your tech stocks have given it back. Isn't the debt ceiling? Well, this morning it was, the optimism was getting priced in, but now you got a negative reaction. But it's still not too bad, and we were already selling off before that. So we'll see, but I think these next couple of statements over the next day or so will drive a lot. Two days ago, 8:30, when the Zap news came out. What? It's all good now, but crazy. What? What are you saying? Is this... Are you trying to get me to say something? Is that Spencer? Hidden scene. Is it the McCarthy news or what? I think that's code for something. I don't know what that is. Is that like, it was like an ad or a code? Or he wanted me to say, I was like, what? Elizabeth Holmes must report to prison May 30th. They're speaking about the debt ceiling stuff. Is the stock market in the metaverse? Like a very low grade metaverse. But maybe it's not the metaverse if there's no dating. So never mind. I don't know. How come my brokerage doesn't have a dating app? I don't get it. Oh, yeah, because they offer interest. That's how you get adults. So weird. I love you too, HCC. God bless you. And happy Friday, Junior. It's pretty hype. Target, we would have been up on shares, but the options are still down, I believe, $800. Not bad. I mean, I was down like $2,000 or $1,500 yesterday. All right, you're kind of bouncing a little bit. Why are there so many homeless downtown? It's because everybody moved from LA and other places to San Diego, and then it went crazy. All right. Again, even Nvidia's coming down. It's weird how it's moving, though. It's still... This was a bigger, like, move here. I was expecting bigger, but we're now, like, slowly working. But holding this level is not bad. It's still above 4160, but just watch out if we break 4155. Meet trader girls near you. Oh, hell no. That'd be crazy. No, we need Tessie. Tesla's holding up a little better. Still couldn't digest the Roblox news. It was a block. It seems like they're trying to make a more metaverse push, but it's like, nah, man. That's weird. Again, I've genuinely liked every single what's it called? Like, you know, like I've liked almost a lot of the updates with Roblox. That one, you know, I'm like, hey, wait a minute. So weird how they worded it. I think it's the words. I feel like if they kept that whole blog post and just left out dating, it would have been a little bit better. More or less. I don't think you could put the words Roblox and dating together. That's it. Even then, even if you were an adult and you were like, hey, Josh, I met my wife on Roblox, like, I'd be like, you're weird as hell, dog. Stop it. But like, I don't hear that off. Like, that's just not. And then even then you think of kids and then you're like, wait, those two words just don't belong together. So I think if they just took that out of the whole thing, they'd be good. Because you don't even want to give people that idea at all. What if metaverse? I think even then, like metaverse dating, that makes sense. But yeah, everything else I saw. What if I meet my wife in the Chad? That's fine. I mean, you are not parading around the Chad as a block avatar playing children's search games. Like, you're like, you know what I'm saying? I don't, you know, you have a lot of beautiful people in the Chad. I wouldn't blame you, dog. I wouldn't blame you. But again, you like, hey, I met my future wife on Roblox. I'm reporting you. Like, that's it. I'm sorry. I'm calling my boys up. I'm like, hey, man, this guy right here, bro, weird as hell. He just said he met his future wife on Roblox. No, dude, fuck out of here. What'd you just say? Hold on. We gotta... No. She's... Yeah, right. Get out of here. We got him. This news, it was on their blog. They posted a blog post. So it's on the company blog post posted yesterday. And I think it sounds, again, it seems like the post was about getting into the metaverse and adding, more real life experiences to Roblox and adding stuff for older kids so that they could do stuff like watch movies, go to nightclubs, all of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they just mentioned virtual dating, and then the headline just reads like that. But even then, it's like, okay, that's a weird feature to throw in. They started off the blog post by saying we highlight safety and security, but oh no. Josh, your unwavering service is deeply appreciated. Thank you for the diligence navigating the ups and downs day in and out. Grateful for the experience and dedication. That was a very eloquent and beautiful thank you, my friend. God bless you, Micah. I appreciate it. And let's, God willing, we keep going, S on the high. Yo, S is popping a little. Sentinel 1, big pop. Sentinel 1, I'm checking news now, but that's moving. That's 4.8% at the high. Price target raised in the morning. But that's all I see. I think they had earnings. No? I'm not too sure on the earnings, but they're moving. Any news on Trader reality show? Still got ideas, but I rented out the house already. I couldn't put you guys next to neighbors. I have to buy like a secluded spot. Tucker talking on Rum. He's talking on Rumble, or he's talking about Rumble? What do you mean? Tucker Carlson talking on Rum. So is he on Rumble, or is he where is it? Let me see. Oh, he's on a stream. So here it is. He's on a Rumble stream.
Like that.
But this was 3 days ago. It was just posted now. Discussion with Carlson regarding Rumble's decision. So he was just on, Tucker Carlson was on. How many views did this get? They only got 1.5 thousand views. Interesting. Tucker Carlson today. So I don't think it'll react. So it's an old, it's 3 days old, but he's not live or anything or doing a show there. It didn't even seem like it got, like I thought Tucker would have drawn like 1 million, 10 million. Bitcoin was dying. Again, you have to factor in the first half. This dump was just leading into the Kamala speech. And then again, we were right below 4,200 on the futures. But now this was now correlating with the bad statement from McHenry. There's not even 10 million. There's 10 million people on Rum, right? It's still no way it's less than 10 million. No, bro. There has to be more than 10 million. I think they have like 150 million. Josh sipping Captain Morgan while working Mike. So Big Mike, this is your first day being unbanned. And this is how you want to spend your days? Like in the chat at like 11? You know what I'm saying? Just like asking if Josh is drinking Captain Morgan and all the other questions you've asked it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is this how you want to spend your days? Is this what you feel like with the opportunity to be like I'm here now. Everybody could see my message in the community. I'm glad. It's like, is this how it's gonna be spent? Like, that's all. That's all I'm asking. That's my question for you. The price action. Dude, we're responding to the events now. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Like, we're responding to the debt ceiling back and forth. So we'll see. Man, where's Netflix still? That one was the craziest one. 371 still. And then mayhem on the video. I'm break even now, so that wasn't even that bad, but that shit is still wild. I'm not short on PayPal. I actually I bought it on the long term. And then this is the top end of the morning pop, and then the pop that started everything. I believe this is 4160. Yeah, on the dot. You just bounced a little bit above it now. Dow is down half. SPY is almost break even. Is at 0.07 green. NASDAQ 0.62. Tech 1.2. Communication 1.1. Discretionary 0.3. Everything else is red. Worst on the day is real estate 1.29. At least MPW held up. Oh, yeah, and then we got out of Upstart. What's that thing doing? Still holding. Tesla. Yeah, PayPal's hideous. Square was doing good, but I don't know if they gave up as much. But Square was actually running today, and then they didn't. Nvidia.com. 1 hour till power. That's so crazy. Add. You got to add. Great timing. Is it power hour? No. Okay, it's 11. Whew. Okay, you got two more. Two more hours. SRI. All right. I'm going to go to the potty if they let me. Let's see. Okay, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. 2 hours left in the day. I just gave you a check on everything now, so we'll see. Got a little Rumble stuff. We'll throw up Tessie, and I will BRB.
Its longest daily win streak since mid-March. Romaine Bostic here at Bloomberg World Headquarters, kicking you off to the close. A big tonal shift among Congress critters in Washington. That is the lift for the broader market here in New York today. A rally that began on Wednesday in the U.S., cycled over to Asia overnight, and then, well, rotated back into European equities on Thursday. And now the baton being passed back to financial markets here in the U.S. The NASDAQ 100 stealing the spotlight today, opening higher. And if it holds on to these gains until the closing bell just 2 hours from now, we'll get to say something that we haven't been able to say for the past 9 months. A new 52-week high for the NASDAQ 100. Netflix having its best day going back to October. The VIX down to its lowest levels of the month. And the dollar posting its strongest day going back to March 10th. Now, the risk on feel is largely attributable to a myriad of comments that we're getting out of Washington, Republicans and Democrats alike, who say U.S. negotiators on that federal debt limit may actually reach an agreement in principle as soon as this weekend, an agreement necessary to replenish the Treasury's bank account, which has been dwindling because of measures to avoid breaching that $31.4 trillion debt cap. Bill Foster, the senior credit analyst over at Moody's Investor Service, I thought put it best. He said in an interview that we are hearing the right things out of Washington. That's reflected in the easing of yields investors have demanded to compensate for that political risk. Remember, back in mid-April, the government only had to promise less than 3.5% yield at weekly auctions for 1 month debt. By early May, that had swelled to 5.8%. Today's auction just a couple hours ago showed that yield on 4-week Treasury bills sinking slightly to 5.37%, growing faith and confidence in the full faith and credit of the United States of America. But with the debt ceiling crisis potentially averted, attention now is turning back to the Fed, its fight against inflation, and the economic consequences of that tightening cycle. Traders amping up wagers on a June hike to about 40% today after Dallas Fed President Lori Logan said there's still no clear case for a pause next month. Abigail Doodle, I know you've been taking a closer look at some of the market pricing surrounding Fed expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really been a jam-packed week with these Fed speakers. At least 14 officials, Romaine, have spoken this week. Bostic, Goolsbee, Kashkari, Cook, Mester, Jefferson, Logan, and more. Of course, we'll have Fed Chair Jay Powell himself tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. And to my ear, I've not heard any of these officials talking about cuts. And yet the markets later this year are pricing in a cut. If we take a look at some of what has been said this week, Bostic saying that the hard part is still ahead if inflation is stubborn, basically saying that the 70s, we don't want to go there where inflation comes in and they let up and then it goes higher again. Jefferson talking about waiting for lagged impact of rates, that it could take a little bit longer while for rate hikes to price in. And then what Romaine was talking about, Lori Logan, she is keeping an open mind ahead of the June meeting. And it seems to be those comments to some degree that are really setting off the markets. If we go into the Bloomberg terminal, we're seeing something that we have not seen since.
They're blaming it on Logan. Logan was in the morning. That's what her comments contributed a little bit with the jobless claims and why rates went up, but looks like the way back down, Logan brought us down, but that first pop, that wasn't Logan. Bostic. Congressional critters. Hilarious and accurate to describe them as critters, I guess. I say creatures, but oh no. How can we trade on other markets? Interactive brokerage. I think that's like the easiest way to do it. Otherwise, you have to contact your brokerage or set up a brokerage in another country or whatever countries you want to trade in. MO maintaining dividend. Damn right, MO. You should give us more. No. It came back, man. They had that little earnings pop and everything, so I still like this guy at 40. McHenry ruined it. Maybe, but you just one McCarthy comment away. You know what I'm saying? You just one McCarthy comment away from like, nah, I think we could do it. I like Sunday. I think it's looking pretty good. Although these Democrats, they definitely are not helping us. I think we could do a deal. Well, listen, I think, we could do a deal. It's just the Republicans don't want us to, but we're pretty confident. I think we could do a deal. Just watch out for those dirty Republicans, but I think we could, we can't let a default happen. So that's kind of how I see it all happening. So you're just one headline away though at this point. At least the market's getting sensitive to it, because then hopefully the next statement, good or bad, you kind of have more direction on what to do. Yeah, it's kind of like the Trump days. Yeah, like exactly. When Trump would move the market in the back and forth, hell yeah. That's why I'm saying it's observe the effect, because if we start seeing it, then it's right on schedule, 2 weeks ahead of the event. But we'll find out. The question is optics, but just get ready because we don't care anymore very soon. And what I mean by that is like we're saying, once the market starts getting involved, it's a whole new negotiation. And that hasn't happened yet. That's why I'm saying if it starts to happen, guess what? This could be the first time it's happening. You just didn't feel it because we went up on the first reaction. So we'll see what happens, but just that's a big point we were bringing up in the videos is just think about it. This has been going on for 6 months, the debt ceiling. We are just starting to respond to it. That means this whole time, while they've been doing extraordinary measures, even the last 2 weeks of them negotiating or whatever, all of it is not, it's nothing new, right? And now it's like they've burned enough time where this is the whole event, and they've kept the market out of it the whole time. So all the other negotiations, they say good, they say bad, the stock market wasn't responding, and now all of a sudden they say good, confident, the market's responding. Now a congressman says so, a congressman you only know as the bow tie guy says something, and then now the market comes down a little bit. So if the market gets drawn into the discussion, that's where we enter the next stage. Otherwise, they could stop. They have to kill it this weekend. That's it. They have to get a deal this weekend, or the chances of the market responding to this are going to start increasing, and you will notice it like you kind of are today. Bow tie guy is important, but again, I mean, like, somebody brought it up. They're like, well, we just heard from the vice president, Janet Yellen, and all these people, and we're going to hear from Powell tomorrow. But again, Congress is the one that's voting on it. None of those people are. McHenry said today, he said there's no chance or no deal. I had the direct quote. I stream alerted it. He says nothing close to being done on debt ceiling talks. And that's after, again, 2 straight days of much optimism, Biden changing his schedule, feeding that idea of optimism. McCarthy yesterday saying, yo, we got this Sunday, a good chance we could get a deal. So we will see. Oh, Jix? How do I say that name? I don't even know how to say it, man. God bless you. Target dumping like Disney and Budweiser. Oh, I got Budweiser tin. Oh, I got to charge you for this. It's not even that good of tin, but this is a lesson on implied volatility. Since I'm saying it's about Budweiser and it's tinfoil, I could charge more for that, because I know you all want to hear Budweiser tin. I know if you are interested in tin, you are definitely going to be interested in Budweiser tin right now. So I have it, but I'm just I'm giving you a lesson on implied volatility. I'm just saying this one's a little bit more expensive because I know you're demanding it. That's all I'm saying. So I'm gonna need you guys hit 1,000 earlier. I'm looking for like 15. So I need like 100 more likes, which isn't even that much of a premium. So I would prefer 1,600, but interest rates are high. So I don't know how much premium I could really charge. There's no way you default on the like button. I hope not. We've avoided it for a couple years in a row, but we'll see. So I got the like. So we got the 1,500. I mean, even in this interest rate environment, that 1,500 arrived very quickly. So yeah, I'm gonna need like 30 more. I'm sorry. Again, Budweiser tin foil. So again, if you don't know what's going on with Budweiser, if you're not interested in those two things combined, then I'm just saying. I'm putting it out there. The Budweiser in tin. Wow. Is this LT tin? No, this is my tin. So Budweiser is now finally dying. You guys were looking for that, but are you ready? Here's the tin foil on Budweiser. I'm going to tell you when they are going to crash. I could be wrong. That's why it's tin foil. Are you ready for this? Here it is. Budweiser will crash on the quarter after 4th of July. That's where the sales crush happens. On the great American holiday of July 4th. If Budweiser's market share suffers on the great American holiday and the people come out in support against Budweiser, that is, because again, everybody's been waiting for it. But I was like, bro, 4th of July plus Budweiser, the summer. Oh, yeah, I don't even drink beer like that, bro. But that's when they die. That's your tin. Was it worth it? I think it was good tin, bro. I think it was good tin. So, because again, Bud's starting to respond already. But yeah, I think that'll be the nail in the coffin to really see if this becomes a case study for business schools in the future in terms of like loss of market share. But like that holiday, that's exactly that's their Christmas. There's a lot of other holidays, but even then, I mean, it's America, 4th of July, like that's going to be the true test. That will be the true test for Budweiser. So yeah, there you go. Thank you. Feel free to hit the like tip jar if you enjoyed that tin. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not even how to not market your product. The case study with Budweiser is most people would assume you could never lose market share like that. And you don't get that much market share. And they kind of had a moat, even though there's a lot of competition. But again, we're talking about a great American brand that is somehow losing out to every other beer. That's just not, bro. I'm telling you, it's unreal. If you actually think about it, like you've never really had that. That doesn't happen in business. Like again, even, bro, that let me just tell you this. It hasn't really even happened to Elon Musk. Like Tesla's losing market share. They were first to market. That's different than fucking 100 years to market and having straight dominance. Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, we're talking again. We're like, there wasn't generations of Elon Musks. There was generations of the Anheuser-Busch family, and they were fucking wild. If you don't know that too, that's the craziest part, bro. If you would ever like me to share with you stories of Budweiser's CEO, the former son. Oh, you should do. This guy would fly helicopters drunk into parking lots. And that is not libel or disinformation, because you could go fucking Google that. I don't know about his position, but yeah, anyways. With guns in them, too. They caught the dude rolling deep in a helicopter with guns, bro. Disney cancels plan to move 2,000 workers to Florida. I don't know if that's going to make it react. Bro, the guy was bro, imagine first have a drink with me, okay? First grab a Bud Light. Let's just fucking knock back a couple of Bud Lights, right? Let's knock several of them, a copious amount, right? Let's go have a drink. Then let's go outside, get into our helicopter, right? Which we have filled up with AR-15s and shotguns. And then let's fly. And let's fly somewhere. I don't know where we're going. And then let's just land it on a parking lot and not get in trouble. And this is after like 20 or 30 years, you get away with murder. Okay, again, go Google this. Just go look it up. This is all the Bush family. Not not this George Bush. I'm talking about Anheuser-Busch. Anyways. But yeah, anyways. So all I'm saying, though, it's just never, we're getting way besides the point, but it's just to lose that much market share. Again, Elon hasn't had that happen. That doesn't happen. Again, this family runs deep is what I'm telling you. This company runs deep, dog. So for you to lose even 5%, 10% of such a large beverage market that you have cornered for the entirety of history, that is a fascinating concept, and to see what did it. So that's what I'm saying. July 4th, that will be definitely a test. And even then, even if it's not a test, it'll be a comp, meaning you're going to compare this July 4th to every other July 4th now in that company, and we'll see if it ever returns. It's pretty wild. Top 3 case studies on how to run a business into the ground. It'll be brought up in the discussions of that, moats, market share. Again, the market share aspect is the insanity of it. Because, again, they dominate. So to lose any bit of that would be like losing 10% of Apple iPhones in a month. And everybody just all of a sudden like, nah, man, you know what? We actually do care about child labor. We're not going to use our iPhone. So, but that's not going to happen. But again, that's what you would assume. And that's what a lot of these companies with that market share do assume. So that's the craziest part about all of it. And right back up. VWAP looks relatively stable for how wild today. Again, that morning, you guys were feeling that in the morning. So even then, we're coming back up. This is the low of McHenry. I think it's a kind of an important level, just given the context of today and the whole ceiling and statements. But VWAP looks pretty stable, but watch if we could get above here or not. I mean, it's 11:15, an hour 45 left. Ten years high of 3.7. Yeah, it's getting up. Well, that's the thing, though. The real bond, I really think the bonds will move now after we need that agreement deal. Because like we were just talking about, if the Treasury moves to refund their coffers, they're going to sell a lot of bonds. So that will probably be when the all the bond, 2-year to 10-year, go crazy to the upside again. And then, yeah, it's still a decent amount of time. Let's check the volume. Have not looked. It was actually in the morning. It was active. 53 million. Yesterday was 87. Might be a pretty active day. Oh, under 60. Yeah, real estate's down 1.9 right now. But again, just the banks are gonna get weird, because remember yesterday I was just showing you how people were talking about the chart coming up, or the correlation between interest rates and bank stocks. But like we were just talking about, there's literally there's going to be a bullwhip effect with this debt ceiling thing and the bank stocks. They're literally going back and forth now, because again, if the debt ceiling's resolved and those bonds dump when they refund, and then now banks and deposit leaves the banks to go in there, it's just going to get really, really weird. So, or at least it'll put the banks to a test. This will be a mini stress test, honestly, in the craziest way possible. If the debt ceiling gets resolved, you're gonna have a little mini stress test on the banks now. So we will see. Biden said to withdraw controversial judicial pick. All right, you're back up to VWAP. This is the level. It's looking decent. Do regionals undergo? All of them will. This is it's not a real stress test. It's like a market stress test is what I'm saying. It's not it's not sanctioned by the Fed. We're going to see if the Treasury dumps a lot of bonds, does money leave the banks, and then how would the banks now respond once again if the yields got back to a level that makes their held to maturity losses once again a loss. So just remember, when we were looking at the bank balance sheets, after the yields got bid after the bank crisis and the yields came down, they all benefited off of the panic because the bond yields dropped in panic to the bank stocks. So it helped them out. So if the bond yields go back up again, they're going to have to revisit that level that they were at the middle of end of February, beginning of March. Where is it? So right here. So remember, when the yields were up, this is where the debt ceiling started to happen, right? When the yields came up to the October level. This is not a good level for, again, 10-year above 4%. It was 4.2 or something. It's not good. But that's where all the banks, again, at 4.2% 10-year, all of your held to maturity losses, this is where they were hitting that breaking point. And then it goes higher and higher. But then once one of them blew up and the bond yields caught a bid, all of the banks with held to maturity losses, they just saved a ton of money. It helped ease the pressure. So if the bond yields shoot back up again, IEF drops, then we're going to see what happens to both those banks. One, all of their losses will mount again. And then two, do people now, once the Treasury has $1 trillion what should you be doing? So let me, maybe I don't know. Do you know the answer to that? So once you confirm that the Treasury has $1 trillion, now you feel you could do something very confidently. What should you do? Does anybody know? Think about it, and now compare it to why we're doing what we're doing now. Buy everything? No. Hold on. Hold on. That's not where I was going with that one, man. Come on. Hey, slow down, bro. Slow down. Wait. He said, buy everything, Josh. No. Just the bonds. You would buy the bonds. Now you could buy the bill, the 1 to 3 month, the money market. Now there's no risk on the money markets. You see what I'm saying? And the yields are at 5.25 right now, and they'll either stay there or go higher. But do you see what I'm saying? Because now the Treasury will have money. There's no question about payout. Now you could put all of your money back at the Treasury and buying bonds because they have a shit ton of money to repay it. There's no question now anymore. So, do you see what I'm saying? So now people will take the money out of the banks, and that could cause deposit outflows, not to mention higher yields, produce bigger held-to-maturity losses again. So that would be the ghetto stress test. That's what I'm calling it. It's going to be the ghetto stress test. We'll call it that. How about so you could understand? Well, the bonds would technically go down. The yields would rip higher. But then once the yields are higher and the Treasury has money, we're going to see, do the deposits lead? Do deposits leave the banks again and go to the Treasury now that everybody feels safe? And then what happens to held-to-maturity losses once yields go back to 4.2, 4.5, or stay up here? Hey, man, I just saw service now on the high. And SPY did good. But yeah, honestly, I think that could be the trigger, to be honest with you. Because even then, remember we looked at the bond divergence in the beginning of the year? If that does happen and the bonds do run up, I don't think that will be good. I think tech will give up if the yields come back here. That's essentially what happened. It took us, the market was stubborn about it. I don't think the NASDAQ didn't give up as much. But it still dropped as the yield started to do that. So maybe that could be the trigger point. Honestly, the Treasury refunding may even be bearish. Again, this will be the ghetto stress test. No, TLT would go down. When the Treasury refunds, TLT should drop, depending on how much they do. Again, we're talking 2 steps ahead right now, unfortunately. Fortunately, though, depending on how you want to look at it. And it's contrary to it's still bullish off of debt ceiling resolved, but debt ceiling resolved places another barrier, and it will be Treasury refunding. And depending on the Treasury refunding, that will move the bond yields around. But if the Treasury has to dump almost $1 trillion, there's a good chance IEF TLT will drop off of that. Warren urges FCC to block Standard General and Tegna deal. Fortunately, unfortunately, yeah. So it's like, unfortunately, you don't want to be talking about 2 steps ahead when we don't even know what's happening on Sunday. But fortunately, if you want to be prepared and be looking ahead and prepared for all possible opportunities, this is one of those next things we're going to deal with. There's the PCE, which is next Friday. There's the Sunday event. And then now this Treasury refunding, if the debt ceiling is resolved, that could present another issue. So unfortunately, you have to juggle these 3 things. But fortunately, to be prepared, you can look ahead. Paying off debt got more work than ever before. Thanks for the wisdom over the years. On the come up again. Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. Bro, I swear the NASDAQ saying the same thing too right now. And he's like, he just hit a new all-time high this year. So let's go. And then, yeah, we do have Powell tomorrow too. That's the best part. Let's go, Chad. And then where's NVIDIA? I think we're down like $50, it says. NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA calmed down after 317.95. Said Disney came up. Netflix is insane. Microsoft. Oh, yeah, we just getting started, baby. Amen. Amen. So long. We got like 7 more years till 2032. But it's crazy. It's almost 10 years since 2015. That's mind-blowing. And then bonds, again. Bonds are still holding near the high of McHenry. And we're still 1 candle below it. The McHenry drop was big. That was 1.5 points almost. It was wicked. VFC, is that the blind eye, the VFC? I liked VFC, but I liked HBI more at the time. It had a higher yield, and I think it had more value. So I bought HBI instead of VFC, but then VFC lowered their dividend. So they already, it's funny because VHC lowered their dividend. So I was like, okay, I'm glad I didn't get it. Then 1 quarter later, HBI is like, yeah, we're cutting ours. I'm like, God damn, man. So that's it. Freedom Caucus says Senate must pass House GOP debt limit package. That's coming out right now. Freedom Caucus calls for no more debt talk until Senate acts. So there's your update. Kind of. I don't know. What's the Freedom Caucus? So they're saying they want Senate to pass a deal before doing any more debt talks. It'd be bullish if it gets passed because then that'd be progress. But then they're saying we don't want any talks or progress until you show us the progress. So they're saying put up or shut up. Fiscal responsibly Republic. That's not what. Who's the Freedom Caucus? Let me see Freedom Caucus. Because then is there an Unfreedom Caucus? It's also known as the House Freedom Caucus. Is a congressional caucus consisting of Republican members of the United States House of Representatives. It is generally considered to be the most conservative and farthest right bloc within the House Republican Conference. The caucus was formed in January 2015 by a group of conservatives and Tea Party members with the aim of pushing Republican leadership to the right. And the first chairperson, Jim Jordan, described the caucus as a smaller, more cohesive, more agile, and more active group of conservative representatives. It is positioned right-wing to the far... I'm reading this off of Wikipedia. To the far right of the political spectrum, while members hold right-wing populist beliefs, such as opposition to immigration reform. The group takes a hardline and conservative position in favor of social conservatism and small government. The group sought dozens of times to repeal the Affordable Care Act, establish an ultra-conservative alternative to Republican Study Committee, and the group initially emphasized fiscal conservatism and concerns about House rules favoring budget cuts and decentralization of power of the House of Representatives. Later, the Freedom Caucus shifted their loyalty to Donald Trump and became what Politico described as more populist and nationalist, but less sound by policy principles. The caucus includes some members who are libertarians, and they support House candidates through its PAC, the House Freedom Fund. Uber. Fire, fire, fire. Uber, Uber, Uber. Something better happen. Okay. I thought it'd be like a full candle or full chart candle, but I'll take it. So that was off of Wikipedia. So the Republicans say they want Senate to pass a deal before having any more talks. And these are the ultra conservatives. Pretty much the Harley Davidson club leaders. They seem very, very ultra conservative. I'm not banned. I'm sorry, Josh. My messages have been vile, and I wish to change my ways. Amen. Amen. You are free, my friend. Amen. Go and sin no more. Let's run it, baby. That's it. You're like, you just say sin, Josh. But you be, no. I didn't mean it. I'm just, that's what the verse said back then, and that's what it, it's supposed to be an allegory to the let's go. It's forget. Let's go. Yeah. Amen. Yeah. They're the ones that made McCarthy go through all those elections. Oh, no way. I forgot McCarthy had like 17,000 votes. I forgot. I totally forgot about McCarthy. Man, I'm not even going to call him McCarthy. I'm going to call him Peyton Manning. I've never looked at him before except that last. I was like, why does he look like that? This guy looked like Eli Manning. He looked like Eli Manning and Peyton Manning. I feel like that's their dad. Honestly, that's why I was like, what? But I forgot. Yeah, he never quit, but he had a lot of votes. That was the Freedom Caucus? That's funny. And the Stalin is part of the deal. Let's see, but they better get a deal or no one's going to believe them. That's all I'm saying. You better do a deal this Sunday or ain't nobody going to believe you afterwards. Now y'all, everybody going to be confused. That's why I'm saying that's why the market will react, because after that point, everyone will be like, you just said, but that's it. Everybody goes crazy. So they better do a deal on Sunday. Amen. Because then all the people who are like, they're doing this part of the negotiation, they already have a deal. If there's no deal, then you're fucked. And then vice versa, if you actually get a deal, then that's it. You can't say anything on the other side. So we will see. The volatility spikes, the high-low ticker here on screen. If you pay attention to this, you'll see like IFBD right now, boom, into a new high. InfoBird, it's already up 70%. It was already on here. We probably just ignored it. But if you are paying attention on screen, the high-low ticker, you could actually see a lot, especially if you see something flash. So it was already hitting that earlier. But I don't have any news. And then usually I just go and check. They had a 1-for-5 share consolidation the other day. And then bonds, watch out here. So this could unlock the market to the upside if the bonds sell off here, because that, again, given that little Fear McHenry bid, that's about to go. But then again, last time we peaked on the bonds, we peaked on the market. It was like right here. And then you're able to work your way up on the second one. So see, I think if we go lower, lower bond yields could help you go up, and then it'll pop. And then on the second new low of bonds, that'll probably be the top. But I'll show you when it gets there. What time is it? 11:30. Is there anything debt ceiling proof? No, not at all. Because that's the thing, because even if you want to buy the hedges, the risk is the unwind. But even then, some of them are already unwound a lot, so you could hedge for the event way, way cheaper now on both bonds and on gold and the yen. Where's target? The Zaza, I think we closed at 94.90, right? So it's a little bit. Actually, no, it dropped a decent amount. You would have made like another $100, I think. So the odd probabilities are dropping still too. But again, I mean, the other day was at 99%. That was the fire's trade, I'm telling you. So hopefully it comes around again. The best way to price on calls, still cheap. I think if you want to buy the hedges, lotto tickets on hedges are now, even after today, they're really, really cheap. But then you could wait till tomorrow. If tomorrow rips somehow off of Powell and good headlines, and then you get another up day, and then you go into the weekend, that's all of the hedge lottos will be dirt cheap. Even now, even from today to, again, like what I'm talking, it's like out of the money gold, out of the money bond plays, and then out of the money yen. All three of those are it. And then just far out the money, dirt cheap. If the event happens and then the fear comes back, no deal Sunday, those go nuts. But that's pretty much your way to go about it. Otherwise, again, you could get the hedges cheaper, but the risk is the unwind. That's why I say lotto tickets, because you don't want to go too crazy on them. And you should understand it's put a small amount for a lot of money. But because if nothing happens, the risk is the unwind. 10 and 20-year go up if no deal. Honestly, it's actually very simple. You could do a perfect straddle right now on the bonds if you really wanted to. The question is how much it's going to move, but it's very simple. If no deal on Sunday, TLT, IEF are going to go up. The yields are going to shoot down because people will get worried. If no deal on Sunday. If there is a deal on Sunday, TLT, IEF are going to drop and everything is going to unwind because the Treasury is going to offer almost $1 trillion of bonds. So simple as that is low-key pretty much the theory right here. And then however we move tomorrow, we'll just change the final price. Gold would go up. Gold would go up too. Well, same thing. If bond yields go higher, gold will go down. If bond yields go lower, gold will go up. Because again, think about it, bond yields go higher, it also implies higher rates. Higher rates does not help out gold. Bond yields go lower and people think rates will be lower in cuts or whatever. That benefits gold immediately and in the long term. So it's pretty much the same thing. If TLT goes up, gold goes up. If TLT goes down, gold goes down. IEF goes up, gold is going up. IEF goes down, gold is going down. Firm going, upstart sympathy. Upstart's at the price we got out. Are you levered both ways? No, I just have everything I'm holding, and then I have that gold future, which I'm down on. And I thought I was going to be able to flip it and get more hype, but now I'm going to ride a little bit of that, and then I might want to pick up lottos today or tomorrow, but I'm also cool with doing what I'm doing now, and then right as we get a response, just play the bonds from there. And I took my bond play already. We made $1,000 on the bonds. If we held, we would have made another grand, maybe more today. Bill, if there's a deal on Sunday, Bill, there's nothing to worry about. If Bill does not have a deal on Sunday, still nothing to worry about, but then I would sell out before the end of the month. Do you think we go higher once debt limit is approached? I think we go, just like yesterday's video, I think we go a little bit higher if we get a deal, but then it will start to get pinned as they look to the data, but then ultimately the Treasury refunding, that'll probably be the next thing to look for with the PCE. So I think it'll go up a little bit if there is an agreement, and then I think you will get a ghetto stress test between the refunding and PCE, and then that will determine whether or not you actually hold the next leg up or hit a new high and then reject back into the gulag. The Super Bowl halftime, what's going to happen? I mean, I would love, you could challenge the theory too. I think it's pretty simple. I hope all of the discussion makes it there. Again, it's not simple because we don't know what's going to happen, and you see the nature of the situation, but I think the bond thing makes sense. I think the bonds are getting to that point now where they have to do one or the other. Again, if there is no agreement, the bond yields are going to all catch a bid. If there is an agreement, the Treasury refunds, and then we go and all the yields start to shoot up. So, vive see. Powell, I think he's talking about, what is it? It's monetary policy at the Thomas Laubach Research Conference. But I think he's going to talk about the economy, and Ben Bernanke. They're going to talk about 2008. They have to. Was this NVIDIA trade up the easiest trade of all time? I don't think so. I mean, I'm mad that was the last one I wanted for the long term at the end of the year, but we didn't. But, hey, vive see. 3 to the 2 to the 1 to the 1. Are we going to sell in May? We got 2 more weeks. And now you revenge short. I didn't think I actually hit all of my NVIDIA plays, I think. So, again, we played it upside. Remember, I took a baby short. I took like a small profit, and then I didn't re-short it. And then now I'm into it. But, I mean, I don't have any revenge feelings towards it. I'm like, wow, that's fascinating. So, a small one. I like it. I mean, I'm back down to 130. That thing's fluctuated between $200 and break even. Hasn't came positive, though. Tomorrow will be a big expiration. Yeah, it's a triple witching, I think. It's not the quad witch, but it'll be a big one. Here comes the 3 to the 2 to the 1. Homeboy on the bond lottos for the fun. Everybody in the go getting tipsy. Everybody in the go getting tipsy. I closed out of my bond play. Right now, I only have a hedge. I'm actually not really playing anything on it. I'm considering grabbing lottos right ahead of it, but all I'm doing right now, I got 1 gold to the long, and then all the other plays I've held from the beginning of the year are recently added. And then I closed out my bond short. I should have held it, but we had the right idea of shorting coming into it. And then that's why by the time I took that, and I thought this would have been the unwind, but we unwound a little bit more. But then I grabbed the gold and then got hit on that. But I'm going to wait either today or tomorrow to make that decision. Go 97, 96. I wonder what that would be. See, let's see a straddle. Because even then, I think the bond play, you could just corner it. Uber breakout. I guess you could even do June 16th. But no, I'd say July. Let's see, just in case. What would your break even be? 93.50 to 101.43. Oh, 93.50. Still very low. You have to go a little closer. Even then, what would it be if you did it at the money? $270, 95.28, 101.72. If on Sunday they suspend the talks, if by suspend the talks you mean there's no agreement, then again the bond yields would start to come down, TLT would run, and then market will react most likely. Yeah, even then though, so you could do the straddle. You need $2 to break even though. So bonds come back to the low earlier, or you have to break out above like 101.70 though. The high side's kind of up there. Don't do it. If I honestly, I would kind of straddle it different. I would try to straddle it with like futures and try to buy one, sell the other. Buy the dip is back. Straddle. I think straddle is both ways. I confuse them too. What are the chances of both bonds and stocks selling off? Not very likely in this event, or I mean maybe after. Just that could be. It's possible. You never know, but it would be very unlikely off of the event. But like I'm saying though, if bonds do sell off, stocks will probably sell off in the midterm. That's kind of the next level there too, because I just like earlier in the year, once we kind of break down from here, starts to get a little interesting. And I don't think you'll get the tech dominance if we do have higher yields. But then if we get higher yields, that would assume we had a deal. So if we didn't have a deal, I couldn't assume that yields would go higher. Disney's canceled Florida move involved $864 million investment. Disney's gotten some Florida headlines. They haven't really moved. And SPY is right now like pretty much at the McHenry level. And then bonds hit another low. So like I said, let's see. If we don't come down from here, if bonds bounce up and the market likes it, wait for the bonds to drop off of that. And then when the bonds hit from there, that could top us out unless they keep going. You could play the futures on Sunday. That could be an easy way to go about it, honestly. But in this case, I mean, I think you'll have time to react, but it's also the information and what actually happens is the real driver. But we know the next things to look for. So we will see. Netflix announced advertising numbers for their ad tier. And that's why I went crazy. Way, way crazier than I even thought. And NVIDIA's climbing. Tesla, again, this is the McHenry level, so pretty big. $41.76. Damn, that was exactly where we were earlier. So this is like right at the McHenry level, and then right below the 41.78, 41.80. Sorry, McHenry. Ooh, debt talks are real. Never meant to default on the debt. I apologize 77 times. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I'm sorry, Miss Yellen. Ooh, I am for me. I'm sorry, way too much fun today. Way too much fun. That's a good one. Kathy bought another milli of Palantir. Spot in the long term. Where he been at? Oh, wow. He's back up, actually. Damn, 150s, 160s. Damn. So many names. I did get my house under contract. That's it. I can't believe it. It's a nutty deal. It's a nutty deal. As in everyone's getting so mad too. The other chick offered, and she like made like a big deal about like coming up, and like she was still below asking, but she was kind of disappointed. The agent was like, they really thought they thought we were lying about having a higher offer. I'm like, no man, and like it's pending now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miss Yellen. Ooh, I am for real. Politics is just is WWE on a world stage. Yeah, low key. Intensity Therapeutics boosts IPO to 3 million shares from 1.78. House prices are high and it's hurting people. I feel, but it's just weird that we've seen a lot. Oh, Cinema says, I'm beginning to feel confident debt agreement will occur. Positive statement now by Cinema. So see how your market takes it. This will be fascinating. Just see, my friend, see. Not well. We did sell the news last time. It was bad, but Cinema, I think she's on Bloomberg right now. Here.
A long history of relationships with some of the key players in these negotiations. A long
like
working
30,
relationship with House
This
Speaker
is like
Kevin
30
McCarthy,
seconds
with
behind.
Steve Ricchetti, who is negotiating on the side of the White House, as well as the OMB director, Shalonda Young. So what are you telling them directly? How have you been involved in these conversations?
Well, the good news is that we've now got the right people in the room to have the conversation and come to an agreement. And I am beginning to feel more and more confident each day that such an agreement will occur. We've got some really good news here. One is that Kevin McCarthy has said over and over he doesn't want to have a default. His folks are in the room negotiating to prevent a default and solve this challenge. Steve Ricchetti and I have negotiated many a deal together in the past several years, and he's a good voice for the president. And Shalonda Young, she's the smartest person in the building. She knows the budget and appropriations inside out. So with those folks at the table, I feel confident that they're going to come to an agreement and that we'll be able to stave off default and get back to the business of governing our country.
Your confidence is refreshing, Senator. There are a lot of questions right now about work requirements. This seems to be where a lot of the action is in the negotiating room here, and I wonder where your line is. President Biden says he's open to additional work requirements for programs like SNAP, but draws the line at Medicaid. Do you agree with him?
It's funny because you keep mentioning the word line. And as I mentioned at the beginning of our conversation, when folks put up red lines, it makes it harder to solve the problem, not easier. The reality is in our country, we've long had modest work requirements for some entitlement programs. And continuing those makes relevant sense. The conversation about whether or not we'll have fewer or more of those in the future is really a discussion that belongs in the negotiating room, not on television cameras.
If ultimately that is included in the package, Senator, would you still vote yes to that deal?
I like how you guys keep trying to come back to the red line question, and I'll just tell you right here and now, I'm not going to answer it. But I am happy to talk about how I think we can move forward after this conversation to prevent a future situation like this one. In fact, I just introduced a bill with Senator Ernst that would ensure that Congress gets accurate, nonpartisan information every year about the true facts around the fiscal state of our nation. That way, as members of Congress and senators, we're all informed about what our financial situation is like. And then rather than playing politics and playing fire with the full faith and credit of the United States of America, perhaps we might choose to get serious about fiscal discipline and taking care of the fiscal health of our nation.
Senator, you had a long list of questions today for the Vice Chair of the Federal Reserve, Michael Barr, in a Senate Banking Committee hearing, looking into the causes and the fallout from the bank collapses that we've witnessed over the past couple of months here. Among your questions, it really got to authority, oversight, supervision here. And I wonder if at this point, following your conversation with Michael Barr today, you're satisfied with the Fed exercising its full authority, or does Congress need to mandate something here?
Well, it's been clear from the last two times that Vice Chair Barr has testified in the Banking Committee that he's acknowledged two things. One, that the agency did have sufficient authority to provide oversight and failed to do so appropriately. Today, he talked about making internal changes around the culture of his organization. And as you heard in my questions, I've encouraged him to create a detailed plan and report it quarterly to Congress so that he's accountable to us for actually implementing that plan. But one thing that we know is clear: the agency, the Fed, had the authority and chose not to exercise it over SVB and other banks that have faced failures. And that is a failure on their part. So as you saw today, I've encouraged them and tell them that we expect them to actually do their job and do it at the speed of business. One thing we've learned is that the Fed was too slow in responding to elements or signs of risk. They would ask questions of the bank, but didn't hold them accountable and didn't do so in real time. That's something they need to do, is modernize so they can actually respond to these threats in real time, just like we as consumers respond to the threats or challenges we face in real time.
So, Senator, that's something you'd like to see the regulators do internally, but is there anything you'd like to see Congress do legislatively? Are there any measures, bills that you would support to address the banking crisis?
There are a number of pieces of legislation that we've introduced in a bipartisan way, including legislation that would claw back the executive bonuses and other inappropriately taken income on the part of these executives. But in terms of regulation, let's be clear, the Fed and FDIC have said they do have the regulatory powers to prevent further bank failures and to hold banks accountable. It's their job to do it. It's Congress's job to hold them accountable and ensure they do it.
Senator Kari Lake has been in town this week. She's made her second visit here this year, I should say, talking with the NRSC. Ruben Gallego has been talking about you a lot in the media. And I wonder if you can tell us what your timeline is for making a decision on a potential run for re-election.
I don't have anything to offer to you on that point. As you can tell, I am 100% invested and focused on doing the work for Arizona in the United States.
I'm trying to let y'all listen, but
can wait to another day.
It does sound scripted.
We have so many challenges. This
sounds like ChatGPT wrote this whole thing.
On meeting those challenges.
I can't get over it.
But as you do your work in the Senate,
she's like, you're trying to get me to answer that question. I'm an AI. I can't answer that question. But what I can tell you is we're working hard.
Numerous times, and as I said just about a week and a half ago, you don't leave one broken party to join another. Arizonans and Americans across this country are hungry for leaders who are not invested in one party or the other, and who don't march to the drum when they're told to do something, and who, importantly, are willing to get out of those partisan boxes and solve the challenges we face in our country. I've demonstrated to Arizonans over the last 20 years of service that I can be that person and have been that person. And I know they can count on me to continue doing that work. So folks can count on me to be the same independent voice I've always been.
I have to ask you about an important issue for your state, and I know
it's the highest you've been since the first dump.
That's what's happening at our southern border. You're up with a bipartisan bill to extend Title 42. That was just rescinded.
Okay, well, thank you. Again, that's Senator Sinema. That gave you, she did say everything she said was positive, very positive towards she actually said this is what she said. She said she's confident in the people. She didn't really say anything about the deal, but given the people, she thinks an agreement can be met. So That's literally, ironically enough, your next senator statement comes in right at the level of the other one. So, and then Bank of Mexico has paused rates, say they need to hold current rate for extended period. So, we'll see. But again, I mean, everything she said was very, very decently bullish, or again, more on the positive side. Now she's talking about the border stuff. And again, I don't like it when they start talking about all the other issues, because then all those other issues could be reasons why they haven't agreed yet. So let's see. The rate hike odds are 50-50. What will Powell do? He'll have Nick Timiraos push it in the direction he wants, but he'll probably opt towards pause or toward a rate hike if he could get away with it. If I was Fed Chair Powell, and not as like degenerate as me, but like more like Powell, and I was him, and the market gave me the Fed futures at 50-50 ahead of another, I would raise that shit. If you give me a rate hike, I'm taking it. Always. That's what he's done. He needs it. Why wouldn't he? If the market is going to be close enough where we could push it or jawbone it, that 5%, I will take a rate hike. I think Powell, if the inflation data, if it's close enough, if the market wants to freak out, if you give him 50-50, 60-40, he's taking the rate hike all day. So I would too. But otherwise, he's, pause is, I think he'll pause if it's on pause. It just depends coming into it. But we're going to have enough things let's deal with the Treasury refunding, the PCE, and then the CPI, and then we'll talk about Powell. But again, it'll be like one burst with the Treasury stuff, then a little bit of a break, and then a week and a half later, Powell or CPI, then Powell. But we're almost there. You don't have to wait too long. Tomorrow, Powell is 11 a.m. Eastern. So like an hour and a half after the bell, 30 minutes before Euro close. Habibi, I don't see the news bringing the market down. I mean, I could understand. The NASDAQ has hit a 52-week high today. So like I could see how that notion would be found. 100%. We're gonna see. I think the question is, how much higher does it go up? Does it stay up? And then what will bring it down? But then again, we're juggling a lot. But it's climbing the wall of worry throughout the last 5 months. Again, S&P just kind of holding. S&P's up like 2% on the year, but again, a new 52-week high. I mean, your momentum is somehow fighting its way up there, but it's up. Where are the NVIDIA? For NVIDIA to grow into its market cap, not only does AI have to put everyone out of work by 2030, but humans will be day trading in zoos entertaining the algos. What? That's crazy. Hey, look at the humans over here. This is what they do now. They use these traders for entertainment now. The market is climbing the wall of worry. Indeed, the only problem here is that you have what's it called? You have what is it? The breadth. It's the concentration is very bad right now. So that's it. The fact of the matter is, this is still unfortunately just driven by a couple of stocks here where we're watching some imbalances. That's the only thing that could threaten it, where it is up and it's high, but it's very prone to reversing. But you kind of need the right thing to make that happen here. Or like we've seen throughout the year, it kind of just comes out of nowhere. Again, just like right even before SVB, we started getting different reactions. So we will see. Is it power hour? 12. It's 12:08. We actually got 50 minutes, 52 minutes. Uber, 52-week high. This is becoming the most hated rally. Yes and no. It's still 6 months, though. Or 5 months, 5.5. The most hated rally was July to August. And we hit 430. Like, that shit was crazy. Yeah, you don't hate this rally yet. It all depends, all depends. Uber, Snap, Palantir, Uber. It's back. Just wait till we do the same range for another 2 more years. And people, oh man, don't say that. 2 years? That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. The SPY, we just look at the SPY a lot. I think it's a good balance. The S&P 500, it's supposed to be a reflection of the economy, they say. And then we look at a lot of individual tech stocks throughout the day too. But I do have a bias towards the S&P rather than the NASDAQ. Microsoft's running up. This Netflix is crazy. Uber too, again, even Uber at 40, man, that's pretty big. That's actually wild. ARK not getting the love. You know why, right? Dude, ARK is not a stock play anymore. Bro, ARK is a bond play. This is an interest rate play. So, again, I think as the Fed futures and the rate pause or rate cut, that's the only thing that's going to move ARK in like something meaningful, unless they have one of their bigger positions do something big. But this is an interest rate play. Low key. Yeah, Uber's going. SPY's hitting a new high off that. NASDAQ is back to 1%. SPY is up 0.48, and then Dow Jones down 0.11. With the LT. Just highlights what you said about Brett a minute ago. Yeah, honestly. Irk. Let's see, is Airbnb running? They were up. Again, NVIDIA is still climbing too. Just watch. It wants it. Am I leaning towards no? I'm leaning towards they pause it. I think that's the only real outcome that can occur. Everything else would be kind of mind-boggling. Default would be mind-boggling, and full agreement in this environment would be mind-boggling. So I think pause. That's it. Just they find a way to agree to temporarily suspend it, which could be seen as an agreement in some respect, but it wouldn't necessarily, it would help ease the tension, but then we would again proceed to see what that means for the bond market and then everything else. Okay, Airbnb even back to 112. You're buying houses in these high interest rate environments. Is that smart? Thank you. Yeah, if you're buying them at low enough prices, and that's what I try to do. And I'm selling houses too, though. So I'm doing even house flips and just moving things around here and there. But yeah, I mean, if I'm buying the house 20, 30% below market, interest rates don't matter. Certain houses just going all cash. Because again, if I'm going to pay 10%, I'd rather just take the cash. Again, that's kind of my yield in a weird way. No deals in Miami, but again, I humbly accept it. Like, again, even this year, I didn't think real estate would even now that we're halfway through, I didn't think some of the deals I've had this year would even have happened and that they would have been this good. So again, it's not like we haven't hit $1 million in a month flip yet, but God willing, but it's still it wasn't that bad. I'm telling you, there was good house flips. I'm getting high prices on sales. People were freak. I'm mad I didn't buy that new build. That one, that's the only one I passed up on that I really wish I grabbed. Remember, I was telling you the new build, it was going for 1.819. The builder had like 3 available. All the buyers backed out because of interest rates, and he wanted to sell it for 1.4. Bro, those things are going for I just saw one listed at 1.65, 1.7 the other day. So I was like, damn, that one, it's crazy how the market picked up even, and just like the inventory is upholding some of these ridiculous prices. Nvidia's popping, Tesla, SPY's trying to get out of this range. Yeah, the economy doesn't stop if the interest rates. It just becomes harder. And then don't underestimate. There's still like, there's new clients. You know what I'm saying? Like there's new people who are younger, who are just getting into credit, people with their first job. Like people are buying, whether it's houses, cars, all this weird shit, man. But it's just like it's work. I mean, it's just like it's slowly just chugging along. And it is kind of surprising. Again, like I said, I'm surprised with real estate because y'all don't feel me, man. It's almost about to be 2 years since mother said it's gonna crash. You know where Max at with my bet? It's almost been 2 years, not 1 year. He bet me on a year. It's almost 2 years now, which is crazy. So it's just like we're gonna see, but damn. Real estate is the best short setup of all time. Again, if you did what I told you the first time real estate was going to crash and you just shorted the bonds, you would have fucking loved me. You would have made a killing if you held it to this day. But other than that, man, it's not like I don't even just it's been almost 2 years, unfortunately. And we did see price declines, but it was actually bare. I don't even think it was a price. It was just a drop from the top, but not even a year-over-year drop. It's crazy. But, you know, after another year and a half of this, if that real estate don't crash and you eke out a gain, bro, you're looking like the 70s. Don't ask me shit. You know what I'm saying? But that's it. The dollar ripping because China currency's dropping, but wait, the dollar's not activated yet. That's my take, at least. Okay, you're going up a little again. Tesla just hit a high and came down. Uber has been just gassing all day. And now Nvidia is about to make the 320 run up. Dalio comments about debt limit hitting. And then Disney to shutter Star Wars theme hotel in Florida. Damn, why y'all taking it out on the Star Wars fans? Got you started in real estate in 21. Let's go. I mean, it's been relative, depending on when you got in and how aggressive you were even till now. It's been a wild ride, and it's been relatively, it's been great, but surprisingly to some. What did Dalio say? Yeah, they took out the Star Wars hotel. They took it out on the nerds. So, okay, so here's all right, so just see wherever, just wait for like the flush on bonds now. And I want to see, but this is helping support it for a little bit. That's it, dude. Even bonds down 0.6. Again, all of the hedges are still going lower. So again, McHenry stopped you a little bit of cinema and everything else, and also the market even buying it up. We were already up before cinema. That's the ironic part. But you're not really holding. The optimism still remaining. Again, even the fear got from negative senator comments, the bonds already unwound it. Oh, doesn't Deere have earnings? And then what time is it? 15, 17, 45, 43 minutes left. Can it make new highs for the day? I mean, we'll see. Unless the bond just like bounce up from here. But if the bonds keep working their way down, you could keep going up. But just like I said it earlier, I said wait for one of these one of these bond bottoms is going to mark the top. Well, we've seen that a couple of times, but we'll find out. But it's as long as the bonds just don't get an immediate reversal, I think you could still go up. Again, it's inversing. Bonds are down 0.6. SPY is now up 0.6. So it's caught up. If anything, SPY is catching up to the bond selling off. And then NASDAQ is outperforming, and then Dow is still red. Amazon pop. Up. This is not too big, but it's still moving up. Again, I'd watch NVIDIA and Tesla. Tesla's into the high. Palantir, NVIDIA. I mean, again, NVIDIA is the one we've all been watching. Even Netflix, if it really wants to get stupid. Meta's also running up there. I think Apple and Amazon, they're not near the highs, but if those could wake up, it could be good. And then same thing with Google, and then Microsoft, I think, was doing better. Yeah, Microsoft's running into the highs too. The divergence, it's coming back. It's not there per se. That's why we're watching it so close, but it's shifting, it's moving. We'll see. Small cap. Oh, where's regionals? Let's get a bank check up here too. Regionals are near the high, and then XLF is near the high. JP Morgan working its way up. Goldman. Yeah, then you got Tesla moving up too. Ray Dalio says politicians will keep raising, but doing so will lead to disastrous financial collapse. Yeah, Tesla's doing good. Even Target's still dropping. And then NVIDIA now we're back down. We're down 280 on that one. This is the blow off top. If the bonds bounce, but if the bonds stable like this, you could still be good. And then the bonds will work its way up. Maybe the market slows down, but I mean, you're back up now, I think, and then you loaded all of the fear too. LQD still falling. Tesla's really running. NVIDIA is chilling there. Again, a lot of the high-low ticker, 1 minute, 5 minute, 30 seconds, all going. I think that was a new high. No, right, again, 41.87. That is the February 2nd high or the May 1st high. And then 41.93. There's NVIDIA. Even dividend stocks going up. Abivi, they had the Rinvoq. Broadcom was hitting all-time highs, I think. Yeah. And then even Intel was doing good. AMD's also insane. NVIDIA. So you didn't hit a new high on that. I really thought we did. It looked like it, but still, if you could hold here, it'll be nice. You got 9 more minutes, and you're recovering. You've recovered all of the McHenry fear, and now we're here. I don't know anything about NNOX. I don't think you're asking me. I think you're pumping it, but I don't know anything about it. Oh, that was no, Johnson & Johnson took this stake. I think it's up too much. I remember that one. Sounded like another pump. Only thing not going up is BABA. Yeah. Down, just holding a solid down. Again, the yuan, I think, like we said, that's even, it might come back in the sense of that might be our issue. Okay, and then Target's actually dumped 4.6. We're down $700 on the Target. At least we got time on that one, but we'll see. Yeah, Baidu got murdered. Everything China got murdered. So we'll see that yuan, but hopefully yuan helps them, and then maybe that's China, sadly, just because the U.S. analyst we're just like them or they're just like us. If it gets bad enough, people will start talking stimulus. And then they're like, yeah. I have till June on target. I think June 13th. So we have about a month on the target puts. And then we bought close to the money from earnings. So this guy just needs to sell. That's it. If he can sell off in the next week or so. But if he bounces and then sells, then you're like, yeah, and they hate you. Just renewed Neil Ignacio. Welcome, baby. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Dollar still spiking. Let's see where the yen is at. That's my friend. You know the yen is good. The yen is your friend, not the trend. Oh no, why do I say the yen? It's the yuan. You want some? $7.05. Yeah, that's how our market should look, low-key. Yeah, Target's still in the lows. It's fun. The premiums are coming back. Again, they literally murdered all of the options after earnings. It's sad. It's actually really sad. Because again, now the stock it was supposed to move, I think, 7% though. So you literally move 3% up and now you're 4.75% down, but that saved the earnings move considerably. I think tomorrow people will run to the hedges. It just depends on the headlines. So again, you just saw what some negative headlines are. Pretty much, I'd say 90% or 75% of what you've heard so far has been optimism. Then you get the occasional negative ones. So really just depends on everything tomorrow in terms of what government headlines we get, what they say about an agreement, all the other stuff overseas. Again, even stuff with China and that might come into the picture. But then you have 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. You have Jerome Powell, and that'll probably be what people will focus on or could be bigger than the debt ceiling temporarily until we generally get an idea of the vibe. It's all about the vibes, bro. Vibes, bro. It's real. It's real. It's real. And then the Twitch chat is fighting about Palantir. You guys are just fighting on AI in the midst. Just come on, man. Just everybody get ChatGPT. That's it. And grab a friend and message them with ChatGPT. Talk about Netflix. The news. I'm so mad I sold early. I really didn't think I sold early. That time I was like, I usually sell early. I was like, I didn't sell early that time. And then I still left $2,000 on the table. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. But they revealed for the first time how many ads they had. In terms of people subscribed to the ad supported tier for like $6, and then they had a presentation for advertisers for the first time, and people really liked it. we all sold early. Nah, man. I'd say like 2 in every 10 Chads fucking pushes it. They don't give a shit. So it's good. Somebody got it. Somebody fucking, they wrote it. That's how it is. There's people always hold it longer. People always cut out earlier, and then people are just like, nah, you did that. Okay. So, but there's no, don't underestimate the Chads that they took it to the limit, bro, which is good. I hope you did. Cause amen. We had a great position. No matter what, you make the money off the buy, and then even how long we held it for, that was fire. So either way, somebody got something. You know, you had to break bread a little differently, depending on what you were doing. Push it to the limit. Power hates the markets. Push it to the limit. Just kidding. The debt ceiling is already met. Push it to the extraordinary measures. What? If you've been here, you know Josh sells out early. Josh gives the warning. I don't know. That's it. I'm either really right or really wrong. So if you haven't found a way to make money off of that, you're just lazy. I don't know. Or you just hate me, or I don't know. But I see how it is. I feel like I'm either really right or I am very wrong. So that's it. But then again, I like it because if it's extreme, you know exactly what's up there, and that's it. If I'm like, the market's not going to move, it's going to hit a 52-week high. There you go. So if I'm wrong, it's going to fucking run. If I'm right, I'm going to be really, really right on it. That's, you know, you got to find the margin in between. Mm-hmm. Jim Cramer status? Well, not really, because it's not like, it hasn't gotten to the point where you're like immediately like, oh yeah, we're fucked. You know, that's it. It's still, you still have the natural element of doubt where it's like, okay, there you go. So there you go. Push it to the limit. Yeah. Push it to the limit. That's not stuck in my head now. I like it. REF. Do you have crazy 10? Nah. I gave the good one. It's not even 10, just I think the bond market breakdown is like super simple and just what's going to happen here. But you have 2 options. You either go for the lottos before, or you wait till we see what happens and then try to position immediately. I'm kind of leading to the back end, but I mean, we'll see what happens. Vail gets offered to sell stake in metals unit. The day flies when you're in the zone. Mm. 881 to the sell side. Oh, that's bullish. Somebody have to buy it, you know. If it's not a person, that's a lot of computer. But I say I like the opposite sometime. But now, just wait here. Again, we're leveling out. If there's another bond flush to a new low, I think that's when the rally stops. So if we come down here and the market starts going up, it'll have one more flush, and then that's the one, and then the up is done. That's my theory. We'll see. We'll see. Nice red candle, NVIDIA. How dare you? NVIDIA doesn't have red candles. You know, dude, it's crazy. Bro, you got people more scared of shorting NVIDIA than just like being an awful human being. Like I'm telling you, bro, it's crazy. Like because my stalker, he trades a little. Like he's probably more worried about shorting NVIDIA than like even like his conduct. which is crazy. So that's crazy. Like, I feel like saying red candle on NVIDIA is like heresy. The only short position I have. It's like a Tesla Mini. Kinda, yeah. Low key, the Tesla early days. I can't believe it's at 2022 highs right now or near it. And dude, Netflix, again, that's crazy. Stocks on even at least Tesla, but Tesla, you were higher like last fucking Wednesday on nothing off of the Twitter stuff. Come on, Tesla. I'm mad at Tesla. Needs to do what Netflix did. The Target short, no, we're down still. It's coming back, but we're down $700. I was down $2,000, but so it's a lot better. If you want NVIDIA to go down, then long. Never really thought about it like that. You're onto something. Yellen met with CEOs to discuss state of the economy. Money markets hit record $5.3 trillion in a week. Target worst drop since December. Yeah, there's Nettie. MSCI X high ticker is fully gassed right now, and you got a lot going up. So I think industrials and materials, they're back to 0.32, the same thing when we were up here. And then financials are still in the green, and now even energy's green and materials. Healthcare, utilities, staples, real estate, only thing down. Yellen reaffirmed the strength of the banking system. All right, high ticker is over here. It's letting you know the amount of stocks hitting highs and lows right now. Is that 330? We're 5 minutes in. Kind of getting 330 ramp capital. Not too bad. Everything's up again. Yeah, UWMC, real O's down. It's weird what REITs are doing. The underperformers are doing good, but the good ones are doing bad. Yellen discussed urgent need for Congress to address debt limit. Retail money market funds got $14 billion this week. And then Tesla 176. NVIDIA is still kind of chilling out there. And then 1.2 on the NASDAQ, 0.6 on the SPY. Dow went green. Dow is red all day. And then tech as an industry is up 1.8. We got 24 minutes left. Or can I send you a flip? tradingfraternity@gmail.com. The most bullish catalysts of 2023 have been bank failures, declining year-over-year earnings, and debt ceiling fiasco. Yeah, because coming into the year, we thought the world was going to end. That is, I have to be fair. October was hideous. Just don't ever forget. Because again, it's and don't ever forget, because all of that shit is up too. But like, bro, you couldn't, buying $90 Meta was a sin. You were dumb for buying. People were really worried in October. Again, dude, even big investors, their 13Fs were dumping shit at losses. The Swiss National Bank was even selling fucking NVIDIA at $100 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It was not pretty. So that's why, like, the negative catalyst, at least those things were all negative, but there was a very apocalyptic mood at that moment. Again, even 6% rates. It's funny because we're even close to that, but then again, it doesn't mean that stuff doesn't mean anything, and we may see that come back at different times, and it's, kind of understands the movement we've had here, but it was bad just that 6 months prior. Banks. Well, I think we have a ghetto stress test, and we'll see what happens on the banks. I need to make 50K by tomorrow. What's the move? I'll be like, fucking shit timing. Can you wait till Sunday or Monday? Honestly, I think that's your best bet, man. Realistically speaking, if it was down to the wire and you're like, damn, I need this money by Friday, you can't get a 48-hour, 72-hour extension. Because, I mean, if any, I don't know, if tomorrow will be interesting, but whatever happens from Sunday and pretty much coming into Monday, that's what it's about. And honestly, y'all need to get me some house leads. If you really need you need 50K tomorrow, then there you go, and just email me. Email me a property. Go door knock. Because people are selling houses and people are buying houses still. The curious case of Benjamin Real Estate. What? Well, if he's serious, I can't imagine being in that position where I had to have it. Bless that guy. Okay, you Pharisee. Shit, yeah, why you gonna do your boy like that? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, if I wouldn't do those things, but if I had to, scheme up 50 in a day, I'd wait till that Sunday, Monday. There it is. 4,200 on the ES. 20 minutes remaining. 4188 now, so you've broken the May high, and now you need to get to 4193. If you break that, S&P sets a new 52-week high, I believe. Is it? Oh, no, you have to get to 430. Never mind. But that's still a high. Again, 40, that would be what? 40 right here. 4119, I think, or 4118.75. 1.8. There's Microsoft, Tesla. Come on, man. Tractor Supply Co. I think everything Co is on. Again, low ticker is just frozen right now. Again, every single industry too. That was all across the board. Even Apple now. Yeah, this one, it's not like your big tech is doing good, but this isn't even like, this is now broadly everything going up. They're doing it. And then Target's still down. There's still, actually, let me check, because it still seems like some things are not really doing it. So even then, into this high, it flip-flopped from the day. It was a lot worse in the morning. You have 300 names up, 109 down. It's almost 50-50, but it's still, that's not too bad. You definitely have a majority up now. That's on the S&P. And then the NASDAQ's doing a lot better. You have 1,600 names up, 1,500 names down on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's 50-50. Again, Booking is going crazy too. I know Netflix is getting a lot of attention, but Booking is also really, really running. That 3% for them. SPY is now, that's it. You think you're above the May 1st high or the beginning. Oh, no. 3 more points. Beginning of the year, February 2nd. 41.90, 41.90.87. Again, booking, that's a crazy one. Let's see. If China stocks move, you'll get a little bit more lift, but even BAVA's going down. Yeah, so that might come down there a little bit. Energy went green. They were red earlier. All right, let's see if we set. Again, win 52-week high. You need a 1.5. 41.93. You get above there, that will be a new level set. Again, February 2nd was the last time that you got there. And Redfin's on the high. High ticker is nonstop. Tesla's going. Again, this is everything. We're still at 41.91, 41.92. You need one more point, Chatadonia. Again, United Steel, ENVB. No headlines on this. Again, this was the negative headlines. All day was positive headlines. Cinema was positive, and then we've been just melting up from there. But you've recovered half of the negative news without Cinema. Pump it up. The deals in Philly. Send me a man. 4193.45. There it is. New high. New high from February. Actually, oh wait, it's saying 41.95. No, wait, no. That's January. Yeah, no, never mind. They hate you. I thought it was 41.93. Never mind. I'm not excited anymore. I take it back. I take it back. I feel like I'm the Fed. I just moved the puck. You need one more point. One more point. Kramer talking about NVIDIA. Tesla, it looks like it's moving along. NVIDIA's chilling out. This is a lot of other things picking up right now. 41.95, 44. I think that is the price we're looking for. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I need to go pee. Oh, 41.95. So now this is it. Now you can rejoice. 41.95, 44. There it is. You see how it just switched? You caught it in real time. Congratulations, Bulls. Good for you. Good for you. That's a beautiful. Your long term should like it in some way, shape, or form. It's beautiful. 41.96.91. That is your new high of the last 100 days. Is it? Is this 100 days? 180 days. Wow. Wow. It's not a year, but it's good enough. That's half a year. Half a year. That's like half a 52-week high, 0.5. Wow. Pump it up. You guys wanted me to pump it up? Hey, okay, we should pump it up. Why not? Why not? No. Why do you want to pump it up? What's wrong with you? Does that number look like 4,300? No. What's wrong with you? Why would you do that to the people, huh? Gosh. Man. Are these guys serious? Are you serious right now? See this? Man, how they playing me like this? Man, they playing me. Okay. I need to go pee. 41.19. It's not going to bring the market down. Don't worry. This pop is immune. You're hitting new highs of the year. So this, I could go to the bathroom. The market's immune to it. That's it, Chad. This is going to be big coming into tomorrow and the weekend. I'm very surprised. I don't know about the moving average. I think we did break it a while ago, actually. That was the beginning of the year. So we'll see. But I'll be right back. I love you. Follow me on Instagram. BRB 10-minute rigged in 3. I should be back before then.
That shows, well, money market funds now at a fresh record high, $5.34 trillion in those accounts right now. You go back, Scarlett, really just a couple of years ago, we were less than $3 trillion.
It's amazing what rising interest rates will do for people to put their money in those accounts. All right, we also have some headlines here from Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary. She has met with CEOs to discuss the state of the economy. This is according to the Department of Treasury. She reaffirmed the strength of the U.S. banking system in that conversation, presumably, and she discussed the urgent need for Congress to address the debt limit, perhaps putting some pressure, maybe that's the wrong word, really making sure that the CEOs are invested in this conversation, which they most certainly are. Many of them remain, had signed a letter to Treasury and to the White House and to Congress to get something done quickly.
Yeah, Yellen doing her best here to make it clear just the consequences out there should we actually get to a default situation. I guess some of the language that we've heard out of members of Congress over today and yesterday seems to suggest that maybe we will avert that. But again, her job is to make sure, keep hitting them over the head with that stick and make sure they understand.
Get it done before June 1st, right?
Yeah, paying the bills and politics are two separate things, and she's making that known here. We are counting you down to the closing bells. Just about a little more than 20 minutes to go. Stick with us from New York. This is Bloomberg.
Hello.
Alrighty.
Apple. Schumer says he wants vote soon on rail safety. Schumer speaking on Senate floor. Senator Wyden seeks info about foreign banks and U.S. tax evasion. Dersh dishes Ergen flew to Dubai to raise cash from investor. New York Post. Couple of back-to-back headlines there. Again, SPY just hit a new high here, higher than February 1st. Very surprising considering we did not move in these last 2 days of optimism. They woke us all up. You have 30 seconds till the 10-minute rig, so let's see what happens. Again, volume is still even pretty good here today. It's higher than usual. So this is another 71 million day. $41.96. So this is the previous high, $41.95.44. You're a little bit above it. 10-minute rigged, 5 seconds. Get rid of it. And it's to the upside. Again, futures are already above 4,200. That's the crazy part. There goes NVIDIA. 41.98 is your new high. Again, 4,200. We have yet to deal with it. This is quite fascinating. So again, last time we got close, we started selling off after Powell there. So now you're going to wake up coming into tomorrow. 41.98. Oh, you're coming down. Or no, wait, that hit is this tweaking out on 10-minute rigged? Oh yeah, big candle. It's still going up though. Netflix dead, Dow positive. I don't know. NVIDIA's waking up now. He wasn't moving. Sox L on the high. Netflix is just chilling out. I mean, 10%. He could have that. I think you were back into the bull. I mean, NASDAQ hit a bull market. Was it right before SVB? Enter the animal spirits. 41.19. 1.5 on the NASDAQ. SPY's about to do 1% now. So now you're up. That's 2 1% days back-to-back after 6 weeks of lack of 1%. 4,200 on the SPX now. Let me get you the next set of levels, bro. Again, everything up above here. Where is it? Dude, it's like 4,300, but I think like 4,250 now. No, but you have 4,200, like 4,222, 25, and then I think like 4,250 and then 4,300, but it just starts going crazy from here. Yeah, no, this is the level, my friends. That was it. Again, we've spent could be short-lived considering what happens on Sunday, but if all goes well, your next levels are a lot higher. Let me see if I could find them for you. Wait for the final 5, but 4,202 is what you hit. Well, 4,200 is the top end of the range. I have to go. I have a screenshot from January with the level, but it's again. This is again. If you don't know why this level is important, this is taking you all the way back to August. This is the most hated rally. This was again. I think you gapped up into the 4,200, and then after that, it was just you again. You literally went up 125 points, and then we had to deal with Jackson Hole and Powell and everything else. So that's why this level has a lot of weight. You have not been above here since. So pretty much there's only I think 2 points. Just watch like 20 points at a time, 25 points at a time till 4,300. If it holds, and then again, tomorrow will be the decider or the weekend. Consider the last peak. That was just, again, that was Powell came in. The last time you were here, the only thing that dropped you last time from here was Powell being the most hawkish, the peak hawkishness of Powell. That's the only thing that brought you down here last time. Where is it? Give me a 1 year. So again, this was it. August 22nd or whatever, this was Jackson Hole. I believe this one was August 26th. So you were right at 4,200, and Powell was not satisfied with where it was. A minute and a half till final 5. There's NVIDIA. Bro, NVIDIA was higher in the morning. It's still close. Now Microsoft's picking up. Again, SPY just wicked into the high. Like I said, wait till the bonds flush into a new low, and that should be the top. Still hasn't happened yet. And again, bonds are helping out for now in terms of the inverse correlation, but we'll see if that continues after Sunday. Schumer says Senate will be prepared to return within 24 hours. I don't see the other headline before that. Schumer just said something. Where is this? Oh, well, final 5. You said pump it up at 420. You liar. Why are you lying, bro? You could already hear the pump. I hear it faintly in the back. It's like, it's faint. I hear it faintly, but it's not here yet. I hear, it's like, when you heard the ice cream truck. I mean, y'all don't feel me. Good times. Good times. It's like that. It's not here yet, though. It may take another. You never know. Well, it's faintly in the background. It's faintly in the background. 41. Let's see if we close above 4,200, though. I mean, hitting it is one thing, but let's see where this is. I mean, that's it. Here's our final 5. Again, volume still high on the day. It is amazing. Big G. Is it time? Oh, wow. It is. Chattadonia. Softies. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. If you got sensitive ears, it's time that you mute your speakers. We got to bring it home, man. We got to bring it home. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approaching the San Diego International Airport, it's about 64 degrees, sunny on and off there, otherwise looking like a good day. unless you thought the market would actually go down. I know it has hit 52-week highs on the NASDAQ, new high since February for the S&P, but fortunately as well, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia, bring it home. How do you feel? Wow. That's what you know what we call this, raise the stakes. Now you got the market. Now you got the market like, yeah, hey, Congress, if you guys work together, we'll make everybody rich. Hey, Congress. Hey, Congress. Oh, the stakes are raised, baby. Time to wrap it up. Time to bring it home, Chattadonia. You do not have much time left. 1 minute! Let's go, baby. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You don't have that many earnings. You got one more day till the weekend. We get a little bit of data, but it's not the big one you need, and everybody is feeling good. New highs on the market. The debt ceiling looks good, doesn't look good. You're going to find out, but you have less than 20 seconds remaining, so Chattadonia, bring it home, wrap it up, finalize the plays. What are you gonna do? 10 seconds. Oh my gosh. Hey, 7, don't you know, Papa? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia. Let's go, GG. You made it to the bell. We did it, we made it. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Good game, baby. I need that GG. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers. Don't be shy, you made it. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. Anybody who contributed. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Wow. Wow, good game. You know, if you have to be here, you have to make it to the bell to be here to understand. Oh my God, you ready? Good game. I hope you're ready. I'll see you tomorrow. It's Friday. Good game. Let's go, Twitch. Let's go, YouTube. I see you all. God bless you all. God bless the donos. Oh, God bless all the members. Anybody holding it down, man. Really holding it down. They really in the game. Are you ready? Wow, Chattadonia. Wow. Wow. Oh, Ross just came out. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Cool. What's up? Took a while to get here. I told the haters, take care.
Hey, for real though.
Oh, tell him.
What are you doing?
Tell him. I'll give him another. I'll give him another one. I'll give him another one. Chattadonia. Wow. How do you feel? How do you feel? I could ask you how you feel. I'm not going to pump it up, but I could ask you how you feel because you have hit a new level. And I feel like the stakes are raised. That's if you want my answer, I'm like, ooh, this is interesting. You know what I'm saying? This is very, very interesting. But while you tell me how you feel, I would like to know how you feel. But let me tell you this. Thank you for being here, okay? So if you got to get going, you got to do your thing. We'll be dipping out here in a little bit. But for real, if you showed up today, you clicked on the video, you gave me an opportunity. I hope you know how grateful I am for it. But thank you for being here. If you've contributed in the chat, you kept a good attitude. You provided information that people can act on. You are fun. You are a vibe. You gave things that people could think about. You did so in a positive manner. You posted some plays. Oh my gosh. God bless you and thank you. Ooh, womp, womp, womp. Are you ready, mother effer? The plot thickens. The plot thickens. Hold on. Thank you for being here. I love you and God bless you. Are you ready? Are you ready? Treasury cash balance update as of Wednesday falls to $68.3 billion, the lowest since 2021. So remember, we said we could. So again, it's a beautiful. Bro, we're playing real life poker with the government. I love it. That's it. That's all you have to. You realize that's what he said. That's it. And they said all in today. They said all in, and there's 2 more cards. Oh, I said, wow, that's crazy. Oh my, isn't that crazy? All in, new high, all in with 2 more cards. 2 more cards on the turn. Not even, I think you could still bet more than all in. Never, all in is a bad example. So let's take a look. Published report. So remember, we had this for you yesterday. And again, thank you for being here. Again, if you guys were here after hours, probably while I was telling you how grateful I am, I don't want that to get lost within the sauce. You even got Ross earnings right now. I think they did slightly worse than expected. But anyways, here is the daily Treasury report. Remember, it went from like 100 billion to or 150 to 80 billion. That was Monday. Then on Tuesday, it popped up 7 billion to 94. So that was the balance as of yesterday. That was the opening balance. They had 16 billion in deposits and 42 billion in withdrawals, leaving you down to $68 billion in the Treasury account, the lowest since October 2021. So this is the irony, as you are hitting peak confidence in this deal as of today and peak market expectation as of the price. You are hitting the lowest on the Treasury balance. So that just means it's letting you know how much cash they have. So that's why they're saying by June 1st, that money will be gone. Again, by June 1st, June 2nd, there is a $90 million payment that is owed. So depending on how they spend money or raise money between now and then if a deal gets solved, well, then there you go. So pretty cool. Let's see what happens on the next episode of the Stock Market Hates You, as Treasury balances hit multi-year lows and no agreement was met. Traders wanted to buy the high. I quit. On the next episode of the Stock Market Hates You. You get it? That was the commentary for people who are like, I'm out. That's it. Can you wear your good luck stuff tomorrow? I don't have any good luck stuff. Is that sad? I don't really have anything good luck. Is it? Maybe Farfetch? Oh, no. What's his name bought the real. What about your TLT play? We'll find out. We'll find out today, tomorrow. Today's over, so tomorrow, I'm vibing. I'm watching I'm calling with time. That's it. I want to see it. I want to see the final card. That's it. We're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens. Oh. But Chattadonia, God bless you. Again, thank you all again. 1.8 thousand. I had premium. I had some good Budweiser tin for y'all too. Oh man, stop playing with me. I'll take it though. God bless you and thank you. Horna, you need it. You should still have your earmuffs on. So if a random horn is bothering you at this point, I don't know what's wrong with you, sir. You really decided to be unprepared. At that point, you can't blame me for your personal decisions after I gave you a warning. Before you leave, before I leave, I'm going to tell you, man, first link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course, okay? Second link for the watch list. It sucks. I didn't really want to do a watch list today, but I do want to do a watch list because of everything that this is a good game. It's a good match. I'm like Thursday, I wasn't planning for a watch list. I thought we were going to be in Cuck City. So this is actually quite interesting, but second link, 4 p.m. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll flip a coin. The third link is for the membership badge. So a non-member wants to know before I leave. Jaded asks me, what is the largest animal I would fight? I'm not trying to fight animals, dog. I just eat them. That's it. I'm sorry, my vegan chads. I love you. It's not like that. It's not like I have a vendetta against the animals, but if I could avoid said fight with any animal, I would fight one. So that's it. I don't know. I'm sorry. Maybe, I don't know, but I'd fight anything. I don't care if I had to. Shit, but I wouldn't fight it, honestly. I have way too much faith to fight an animal. Like, there's some animals I could take. Like, I could take, like, a koala bear. I think I'd fuck up a sloth, but I'd feel bad about it. I would cry a little bit. But I think I could fight, like, any mid-size animal. Don't fight me in, like, a heavyweight animal class. But if you put me in the heavy animal weight class, I would pray. That's it. I would be on some Daniel in the Lions Den. I believe way too much in my Lord and Jesus Christ, my Savior. You know, I would pray, dog. Nah, in heaven, no. I didn't come this far to be put up against the lion, and I didn't try it. Like, are you kidding me? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't think I'm going to try the Lions Den? You put me against the lion and think I'm gonna humble myself. I'm not fist fighting that. I'm praying, Lord. I'm going to have a discussion with Simba and tell him not to eat me, but I'm not fighting this. I'm not. That's between, and if the Lord takes me, the Lord takes me, dog. That's it. Amen. Nintendo just guided lower? Oh, that sucks. They still see operating income. They guided lower for full year net income. They still see full year operating the same, and they lowered their dividend for full year. Damn. Mm-hmm. Yeah, weren't people just hyped on Nintendo? Because the Zelda and the Super Mario? That sucks. That's switch gears. So we'll see. But anyways, shout out all the members out there. We love you. And God bless you all. You can check out the merch. You're at all-time highs. Fucking buy merch. What are you saying? I can't tell you there's a recession, so what's your excuse for not getting merch now? Isn't it funny how fast that changed? Huh? Yeah, welcome to the stock market, motherfucker, huh? Main Street and Wall Street, so what's up now, huh? We'll see. But anyway, I'm just kidding. I hope you understand my humor. But go buy you a shirt. Amen. We love it. I don't even think you can. Honestly, if they have your size, the only sizes available are like extra small, I think. So God bless you all. But check out the merch. Check out the channels. Cult Real Estate, Cult Cars. You already know them all. I haven't updated the other two in a while. Cult PHILO either. But there's still some good shit on there. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Okay, that's the private account. Don't fall for any of the scams, okay? That's it. I need a post on Instagram too. But I don't care. I'm sorry. I love you still. How option pricing works. This could change your life. We actually closed out of 1,000%er today. Woohoo! Woo! No, okay. And then how to set up the long term. I think the long terms loved it today. Honestly, I think long terms are back in business still. Everything good. That's it. I mean, you're all-time highs, sir. All-time highs. Amen. Not all-time highs. It's actually close, but it's high. It's not even close, but it's okay. It's high. Anyways. The final thing. It's beautiful. It's important. It's amazing. It's God blessed. It's beautiful, actually. I love it, for real. The prayer request wall. Okay, me and my mom pray for y'all. I know a lot of Chads do it with me, man, and thank you, for real. Because what we believe, if it don't flow through you, if it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. And we're rooting for everybody out here, but I know a lot of Chads, man. You rooting for every other Chad out there, and it's a true blessing. So keep it up, and just know you got people out here looking out for you. We're rooting for all of you. Even if you don't fill it out, man, we still gonna pray for you. If you ever want to do anything for me, man, just shoot me a prayer. Like, good vibes. I've been on that. I've been telling you that, man, and it works. Okay? The good vibes work. Call it what you want, baby. Call it what you want, but just don't be called a hater. You know what I'm saying? Just don't be called a baby back. Don't. I'm just saying, though. For real. Thank you if you've prayed. We will keep praying for you, man, and it goes a long way. So God bless you and thank you if that's you, baby. Amen. And even if it's not you, I'm praying for you so that it becomes you. Oh, they don't feel me. So, Chad, good news, bad news. Good news. Actually, everybody wants bad news. Bad news, no PHILO again. I don't know how. Today, I think we're caught. I'm very locked into these days. Maybe that's it. But also, I have it, but I have to get going now. Okay? We have a little bit of a schedule. We're doing good, though. We're doing good for now. But I do got to get going here today. I apologize and I'm sorry. That is your bad news. The good news, you still have time for Uncle. You still have time for Uncle. You see, so that's good. That's good. I'll give you Uncle. I'll give you Uncle that's like a PHILO, bro. Uncle is a PHILO. Legacy's a PHILO, bro. Go listen to Legacy. You know that got me hype yesterday. Don't make me tell you about working like the ant. Don't even stop it. You know what I'm saying? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There you go. I got you. I got you. It's old. Man. They gonna ask if it's new.
2019.
He said 2019.
Hey. Stop it with the talking, I ain't got no animosity. Called it when I profit, you could say that shit a prophecy. The topics that you talking make me think you doing comedy. I shop it on the market every morning like a shopping spree. Yeah, see, I love it when they doubt it. Ain't rub it in their face, they could read up all about it. Can paint a perfect pic, I don't need the perfect palette. They be coming at me sideways, but still I kept my balance. God gon' get the glory in the story that I'm brewing. Sorry, I'm not sorry, I believe in what I'm doing. Yo guys sound pretty godly, let me see him, let him prove it. I got mountains that need moving, round them lions and they drooling. I've been through a lot, these the lessons that I taught. See, I got a lot to teach, cause I had a lot I lost. You tryna eat with me, I'ma ask you what you brought. Nothing in this life is free, everything still got a cost. I'm at your party, what's on my face? It's a coat, I'm sorry. Fuck your gang, everybody want the money, but don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah, they talking and they barking like I care if they believe it. Honestly, you right, bro. You think it, you gon' be it. I'm not trying to fight, bro. I'm on the turn to cheat shit. Hold it, go the light bulb. I win if I'm defeated. Yeah. What's the plan without the work? What's the blessing without curse? Been depressed and I've been hurt. I've been stressed and I got burnt. I've been tested and I learned. I've been tempted, I discerned. Love them lessons but hate church. I've been knows a lot. Thought they supposed to help the flock, but they always talking guap. Thought they supposed to show the lies. Just because I say it, fuck, I can't believe in God. That sound fucking crazy, like they teaching Islam rhymes. Saying bombs is jihad. Don't use peace, use your arms. Use my speech, I disarm. Words stronger than the sword. Learn the mindset from the Lord. Man defined him by his wars. Progress ain't the final score. If you hate this, bless you more. At your party, what's on my face? It's a coat, I'm sorry.
For your gang.
Everybody want the money,
but don't watch hands.
You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. I'll take it, Uncle. Oh, that's nice. Relax Cafe. That's nice, actually. Let me get some. Ooh, yes, Satadonia. I guess that's how we gonna end our day with Uncle. Well, you tuned in to 101.5 The Code, where the market hits highs and the Chad says it's lies. Oh, baby, we got a long year ahead of us. I hope you locked in, ready for Powell, ready for McCarthy, and ready for Big Boy Biden out there, man. We got a lot of coming around the way. I hope you stay locked in and tuned in, but we glad to have you here. Now, that's the end of the day. You don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. So we hope you enjoy it. Hope you stay blessed. And please don't ever forget where you take your rest. Why we keep going, why we keep playing, why we don't give up, and why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, baby. Why? Yeah, tell them. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Oh, let that one sit for a little bit, baby. You enjoy your day. We'll see you here. It's going to be a Friday, so you better wake up and drive. Give it a little bit more than 100. It's acceptable if it's 105. But it's 101.5 The Code, and we gone. Yeah, what about me? Fuck out of here. Let me get in on this. Let me get it. Yeah, come on, you thought I'm dumb. Fuck, we're in the guard. I'm optimized. I'm Optimus Prime. Optimized Prime about the deal. Fuck yeah, come on. I just woke up. I'm on Japan time. You thought I'd forget? You know, I'm still here. Yeah, fuck, I love it. It's relaxing, huh? Yeah, come on. Fuck around. Fuck around. Find out. McCarthy. What is he? You feel like he's Batman? Or McCarthy? McMahon? Huh? What do you work for? Or WWF, huh? Anyways. Chad, it's a good day. Let me try. Hey, Chad. Oh, I like it like this. Yeah. I kinda, You have a 101 to the call van, 105. You tuned in. Yeah, I like that. Come here. Yeah, what's up? Yeah. Okay, I'm getting better. Okay, you like the video? I'll see you later. All right, I'm leaving. Good morning.